Chapter 1, The School Beauty is Here. Yen State, Donghai City. Tunghai Private University, Male Dormitory 306. Fangyu, you big bootlicker, please stop bothering me. Ailian, don't call me a licker anymore. After school starts and we finish the military training, I will be your military dog and I will be able to protect you better. Are you happy? You idiot, please just die. Ailian, I can't die now. I still have to work to earn money to buy you Dior moisturizing lipstick. Autumn is coming soon. You said you are afraid of dry lips. With moisturizing lipstick, your lips can stay moisturized for 24 hours. Fuck you, poor bastard. Why did you tell me to go away? Are you afraid that I will be too tired from walking? It turns out that you care about me so much, Ailian, you are so kind. Looking at the chat history on his phone, Fangyu punched the bed, his fingers feeling numb and painful. Fangyu never dreamed that one day he would become a bootlicker. He started practicing sanda at the age of 6, went to a martial arts school to learn martial arts at the age of 9, won his first national gold medal at the age of 15, and was just 18 years old when he won the World Free Fighting Championship. He is 186 centimeters tall and weighs 75 kilograms. He has a sturdy build and is recognized as a handsome and strong man. With the prize money from the competition and advertising endorsements, 22-year-old Fangyu has already lived a life of financial freedom. Villas, luxury cars, beautiful women, he has everything. But in July, when Zhengzhou was hit by a flood, the passionate man Fangyu spontaneously went to the front line to rescue people. When evacuating a girl trapped in the flood, a high-intensity rescue work for several consecutive days caused his leg muscles to suddenly cramp. Fangyu was knocked down by the surging rapids and soon lost consciousness. When he woke up this morning, he found himself traveling to a parallel world and became the only son of the richest man in Donghai, a famous rich second generation whose name was also Fangyu. But he couldn't be happy at all. Because his family had gone bankrupt half a month ago, and he went from being the richest man in Donghai to the loser in Donghai. No one knew where his parents had gone to hide from the debt. What is even more maddening is that Fangyu traveled through time and space and became a bootlicker, and the #1 bootlicker on the entire internet. This story starts with the ex-girlfriend of the rich second-generation Fangyu. With 100 days left before the college entrance examination, Fangyu fell in love with a girl named Mei Bailan. When he had money, the two of them were inseparable. Hotels, public toilets, changing rooms, libraries, internet cafes, licking marks are left everywhere. But after knowing that his family went bankrupt, Mei Bailan immediately turned against him and kicked Fangyu away. Then, he deliberately created a time difference. Before most people knew about the Fang family's bankruptcy, he hyped the news up online in advance, calling Fangyu a bootlicker, and even compiled his cheesy love words into a collection of bootlicker quotes, which quickly became popular on the entire internet. Shocked. The famous second-generation rich man Fangyu is actually the ultimate bootlicker. The topic dominated the hot search list for a whole week. Fangyu has become the most recognized bootlicker on the entire internet. Even Weibo added a puppy logo in the upper right corner of his profile picture. Now, as soon as he came through, Fangyu carried this heavy golden sign on his back. It's so fucking heartbreaking. Never mind, let us just make the best of it. With the abilities I had in my previous life, it is not difficult to change my fate. However, the sign of bootlicker must be smashed. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Fangyu became the #1 bootlicker on the entire internet, all thanks to his ex-girlfriend's nonsense mouth. I'm sorry, Mei Bailan. Whoever insults me as a bootlicker, I will make him kneel at my feet and call him daddy. Fangyu clenched his fists and made up his mind. At this moment, an electronic sound came from the sky. Ding! Matched with a suitable host, the system binding of the mad young master is successful. Description: this system will help the host grow into a great young man or a billionaire. The host only needs to complete the task to get the reward. Friendly reminder: if the host has any dog-licking or cowardly behavior, this system will be automatically retracted. Ding! Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 beauty and body sculpting capsule, 1 triple physical enhancement capsule, and 500 million yuan in dog-licking compensation. The essential system for time travelers is finally here. Fangyu opened his fist, and sure enough, there were 2 blue capsules in his palm. The mobile phone also received a text message: your savings card with the last number 1734 had 500 million yen RMB deposited into it at 7:22 on September 6, and the current balance is 500,086 yuan. Fan Yu swallowed the capsule in one gulp and prepared to take a shower. As an aristocratic school, Donghai Private University provides each student with a suite with a private bathroom as standard. The accommodation fee of 50,000 yuan a year is not paid in vain. Just take a quick shower. Fan Yu found that the capsule worked. Not only did his face become more handsome and his body became stronger, but he even seemed to have grown taller. The medicine is effective and my 8-pack abs from my previous life are back. With one punch like this, can you kill a cow? Fan Yu waved his fist in front of the mirror, then picked up a comb and combed his heart-shaped bangs. Do you believe that a macho man like me would be a bootlicker? After putting on his clothes, Fan Yu left the dormitory and walked towards the auditorium. Today is the second day of school. The opening ceremony will be held at 9 in the morning and all freshmen must attend. Although he is labeled as a bootlicker, Fan Yu will not be a coward. A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. From now on, he will not be afraid of anyone, nor will he lick anyone. While walking on the street, classmates kept recognizing Fan Yu. Wow, isn't this brother Fan Yu? You are so handsome. I like you so much. Roll. A sissy came up and started to act coquettishly, but was ignored by Fan Yu. Fan Yu, as the idol of the Dongda Licking Dog Gang, we want to nominate you to be our gang leader. Would you like to consider it? I can consider it, but when I become the gang leader, I'll castrate you first. Fan Yu continued walking forward without turning his head, scaring a disciple so much that he held his trousers tightly. Mr. Fan, you are actually very unlucky. You met the enchantress Maybelline. I heard that even those uncles and uncles outside are kneeling down and licking her skirt. If you have any videos or photos, please send them to my penguin mailbox, thank you. All decent men want it, right? While talking, many people hurriedly ran towards the auditorium. Hey, classmate, what happened? The school beauty is here. School beauty? Fan Yu was a little confused for a moment. It's by Ruoying, a sophomore in the music department. She's going to give a speech at the opening ceremony today, and the Licking Dog Gang organized a welcome ceremony for her. After saying that, the man ran away, even faster than a rabbit. Is the school bell so fragrant? When mentioning by Ruoying, some scattered memories appeared in Fan Yu's brain. She is the most beautiful campus beauty at Tokyo University, and gossip about her was circulating in the freshman group before school started. It is rumored that she is as beautiful as a fairy, with fair skin and a figure comparable to that of a model, and her face is purer than any other female star. My grandfather was a meritorious general, my father was a wealthy businessman in Donghai, and my mother was a university professor. A definitely fair, rich, and beautiful girl. What is even more talked about is that Bai Ruoying is not as aloof as other school beauties. She is a lively girl. Someone in the group uploaded photos of her participating in campus activities. In every photo, she had a sweet smile and a row of white teeth. Is Bai Ruoying really as good as the legend says? Fan Yu strode towards the auditorium with doubts. Chapter 2, Senior, can you please stop flirting with me? When we were almost at the door, we saw a group of boys holding red banners, standing on both sides of the road to welcome us. The words on the banner are quite shocking. Hello, Senior Sister. Senior Sister is wonderful. I can't sleep because of you thinking about me. School bell, go forward boldly. The Licking Dog Gang will always be your stepping stone. The sky is big, the earth is big, but not as big as the white school beauty. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, but not as beautiful as the white school beauty. Come on, you lick dogs, only hard work can make you successful. The school beauty Bai's dimples are empty, and the Dongda guy is drunk like a dog. The scene was filled with a dog-like atmosphere and the crowd was in an uproar. Oh my god. It's really Bai Ruoying. My goddess. She's so beautiful. Is there any room left in your Licking Dog Gang? I want to join too. I want to be Senior Bai's little puppy. Humph, what's so good about Bai Ruoying? If I put on a wig, I'd be no worse than her. Hearing the sound, Fan Yu looked towards the center of the storm. A sweet little face came into view. Hiss. Is she Bai Ruoying? She has long hair, a graceful figure, a sweet smile and beautiful eyes. She is thin, but very attractive. A chiffon shirt is as tall as a mountain. Two white and slender legs are vaguely revealed under the knee-length floral skirt. It's tempting indeed. However, before I clear myself of my identity as a bootlicker, I will not pay attention to any girls to avoid being misunderstood. Fan Yu retracted his gaze and prepared to enter the auditorium. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruoying suddenly glanced at him, and her gaze stayed on him for 3 full seconds. Fan Yu's heart suddenly turned cold as ice. I didn't expect you to be such a Bai Ruoying. Smiling at someone you don't even know means you either like him or you are making fun of him. Who is Fan Yu? The biggest bootlicker on the entire internet. Where is Bai Ruoying? The most beautiful campus beauty in Tunghai Private University. A school beauty actually smiles at a dog, you can imagine what that means. He. Fan Yu smiled bitterly. I suddenly felt very disappointed. I didn't expect that the school beauty could be so superficial. Fan Yu quickened his pace, walked into the auditorium with his head held high, and sat down in the 5th row on the left, near the aisle. 2 minutes later, a burst of fragrance came. Bai Ruoying also entered the auditorium under the watch of the crowd. He passed by Fan Yu and sat in the middle left position in the 1st row. Fan Yu could see her beautiful figure as soon as he looked up. I have to admit that Bai Ruoying is really beautiful. Even the back is so beautiful. The long black hair on one shoulder is silky and flowing, the narrow shoulders support the snow-white neck, the small and delicate ears are as translucent as jade, and the slightly exposed profile is so pure and beautiful. Fan Yu sat in his seat. It seemed that I could hear her chatting with her deskmate, and her giggles were disturbing and unsettling. This girl is really attractive. Fan Yu lowered his head to play with his mobile phone, trying not to look at it, but his peripheral vision still caught sight of Bai Ruoying. Damn it! What does she want to do? Bai Ruoying suddenly turned around and talked to a girl in the back row, glancing at Fan Yu a few times intentionally or unintentionally. The smile on her lips is still as sweet as ever. Do you want to tease me or mock me? Fan Yu's temper flared up, and the anger in his heart was burning. The martial arts core and sportsmanship retained from his previous life cultivated his unyielding personality. Can't stand any humiliation. Even if you are the campus beauty, you can't go too far. If you keep making fun of others, do you still have any sense of public morality? Fan Yu was just about to ask for an explanation. The 2 boys I met on the road just now walked over. Mr. Fong, can I sit in that seat inside? Fan Yu Gagei, I want to sit next to you, is that possible? Vomit. Fan Yu felt like he had eaten a fly and wanted to vomit. Who the hell is this person? Don't ever say that you are my classmates. I don't have such weird classmates. Please do as you please. Fan Yu stood up to give them his seat, feeling very angry. Think about us, the descendants of Yan and Huang, who have overcome many obstacles and experienced many hardships to create today's prosperous era. It is all based on our passion and fortitude. Nowadays, you are a bunch of unworthy scum, with greasy hair and powdered faces, men dressed as women, flashy and showy, trying to attract attention. It is also called the pursuit of feminine beauty. Fuck you. You have brought shame to our ancestors. Fan Yu really couldn't stand it. Green tea is in vogue, dog lickers are prevalent, and sissies are everywhere. Everything in this world gave him goosebumps. Give me some time and I will let you know what a real man is and what a true man is. Fan Yu's eyes were sharp and he was confident. Students, please be quiet. Our opening ceremony is officially beginning. Now, please welcome Principal Ma to give a speech. Everyone, please welcome. Pa pa pa. There was thunderous applause in the auditorium. Everyone's attention was on the school beauty Bai Ruoying in the 1st row. To be honest, I gave up my admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University just to become an alumnus with senior sister Bai. You're just bragging. You can get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. Why would you be interested in a private university like ours? Besides, there are no campus beauties in Peking University and Tsinghua University. That's different. Senior sister Bai won 1st place in the Yen Country School Beauty Contest. She is the most beautiful school beauty in Yen Country. What most beautiful campus girl? I don't care. My Fan Yu is still the prettiest. Look how handsome he is. Shoo, stop making noise, Senior Bai is about to go on stage. I want to record a short video so that I can be Sister Bai's liquor at night. Listen to everyone's discussion. Fan Yu couldn't help wanting to laugh. Bai Ruoying, is it really that good? A real man will never lack women. The fundamental reason why humans moved from matriarchy to patriarchy is that men's innate masculine strength makes them better able to adapt to the jungle life where the strong prey on the weak. When a man shows his masculine strength, does he still worry about not being able to attract women? After a while, Bai Ruoying took light steps and walked to the podium. The pink little face smiled slightly, charming the whole world. Good morning, leaders, teachers, and students. The sweet voice spread with the help of the microphone and floated in every corner of the auditorium. The freshmen in the audience were already immersed in it. Ah, Senior Bai's voice is so nice. Who among you has Senior Bai's Penguin account? I'm going to confess my love to her today. I advise you to give up on this idea. I heard that a senior in the 4th year has threatened that anyone who dares to go after Bai Ruoying will have his head blown off. Oh my god, who is so arrogant? This senior is called Jia Dawei, nicknamed the Black Whirlwind of the East China Sea. He is also the little bully of our school. His family runs a security company. I heard that half of the security guards in Donghai City are from his family. Black Whirlwind? He sounds very manly. I really want to meet this senior. Not only boys, but girls were also impressed by Bai Ruoying's beauty. Senior Bai is so beautiful. Her skin is so good that even with 30x zoom, there is no flaw at all. I am really envious. I wish I could be 1/10 as pretty as Senior Bai. Then I could fulfill my mother's request and help her find a rich husband. Why don't you go to Korea and get it fixed like Senior Sister Bai? How can I have money? In order to let me go to this aristocratic school, my mother sold our only house. Forget it, I'd better find a dog to earn some living expenses first. The boys are competing to be the bootlickers. The girls were busy making green tea. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Fan Yu closed his eyes silently and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time, the classmate next to him nudged his arm. Look, Senior Bai seems to be smiling at us. Fan Yu glanced towards the stage. As expected, he met Bai Ruoying's eyes. Bang! Sparks flying. Bai Ruoying's sweet face was smiling at Fan Yu. It's like the peach blossom wine in March, which makes people intoxicated. Fan Yu's face. It turned red in a flash. Senior sister, can you please stop flirting with me? Chapter 3, How dare you push my goddess against the wall? The other side of the auditorium. Jia Dawei and his men also stretched their heads and watched Bai Ruoying's speech with great interest. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Wei Gu is so happy. My brothers are so envious of me. It seems that Wei Gu hasn't gotten Bai Ruoying yet? Do you know how to talk? The school beauty will belong to Wei Gu sooner or later. Who dares to compete with Wei Gu? That's right, as long as Wei Gu keeps licking, he will definitely impress his sister-in-law. Jia Dawei nodded, touched his 6-month-old belly, looked at Bai Ruoying on the stage with lustful eyes and said, that's right, women are all emotional animals. As long as I have a sincere heart and keep kneeling and licking her, I will definitely be able to move heaven and earth and win over my junior sister Ruoying. Brother Wei, we're going to graduate next year, you have to hurry up. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to get junior sister Ruoying within 3 months. I am very confident about this. Jia Dawei knew very well that he didn't have much time left. Bai Ruoying, the school beauty, must be picked as soon as possible, so as to avoid any more trouble. Slurp. Junior sister Ruoying has a really beautiful face. Looking at Bai Ruoying on the stage, Jia Dawei opened his mouth and drooled all over the floor. Look, my sister-in-law seems to be smiling at Fan Yu. That's impossible. Fan Yu applied to our school? That's him, isn't it? Who doesn't know the #1 dog licker on the internet? Wei Gu even wants to learn dog licking techniques from him. Following Bai Ruoying's gaze, Jia Dawei indeed found Fan Yu. Damn, this guy is pretty handsome. He truly deserves the title of the internet's #1 bootlicker. Fan Yu is a really capable guy. He has already attracted the attention of Junior Ruoying at the beginning of the school year. We must be on guard against this guy and make sure he doesn't poach our students. Jia Dawei became inexplicably worried and felt that he had met an opponent. Although he is the bully of Donghai Private University, Fan Yu is no pushover either. If the Fang family hadn't gone bankrupt and turned from the richest family in Donghai into the poorest family in Donghai, they really wouldn't have dared to do anything to Fan Yu. Upon hearing Jia Dawei's concerns, his men immediately expressed their opinions. Don't worry, Wei Gu. After the opening ceremony, we will go and remind Fang Yu to give up the idea of having sex with my sister-in-law as soon as possible. Yes, it's a good opportunity to teach the freshmen a lesson and let them know who is the boss of the East China Sea. Remember, don't be so harsh. Fang Yu is an internet celebrity after all. Give him some face. Jia Dawei was very satisfied with his younger brother's suggestions. The fat on his face was squeezed into a ball. Only a slit remained of the eye. This way. Fang Yu was completely unsettled. What does Bai Ruoying mean? This was the third time she smiled to herself. Can you be so arrogant just because you are a rich, beautiful, and school belle? Although you look very pretty when you smile. But you can't humiliate a man of blood like this. Fang Yu couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to find Bai Ruoying to find out why she laughed at him time and time again. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Ding! Mission updated, chat up the school beauty. Task content, go up to the podium and do a wall bang on Bai Ruoying. Task reward, 51% of the shares of Donghai Private University. This. Are you sure it's a flirtation? If I do a wall bang on Bai Ruoying, will I get slapped? Never mind, a real man has nothing to be afraid of. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, stood up abruptly and walked towards the stage. Bai Ruoying was about to walk off the stage after finishing her speech when she was startled by Fang Yu, who suddenly appeared. How did you get up here? Bai Ruoying opened her mouth with a look of surprise and looked extremely shy. The people in the audience were also dumbfounded. Fuck! What does Fang Yu want to do? Why is he so close to Senior Bai? He's not going to molest the school beauty, is he? Of course not. He will only lick my ass. Senior, get away from that licking dog. Jia Dawei was also shocked. As expected of Fang Yu, he is really courageous. In front of thousands of people and the principal, he dared to go on stage and confess his love to the school beauty. Let me ask, how many people have such courage? No, this kid is trying to steal my people. Jia Dawei finally came to his senses and shouted, Fang Yu, get out of here and stay away from my schoolmate Ruoying. Looking at Bai Ruoying, who was as pink as a peach blossom in front of him, the surprised classmates in the audience, and the angry principal, Fang Yu remained calm and pushed Bai Ruoying to a corner of the stage. What do you want to do? Bai Ruoying was so frightened that she trembled and closed her eyes, not daring to look at Fang Yu. I'm sorry, Senior. Fang Yu supported himself on the curtain wall with one hand, aimed at Bai Ruoying's cherry red lips, and kissed her hard. Bo. Ding. Mission completed, rewards issued. Bai Ruoying covered her blushing face, ran off the stage with tears in her eyes, and rushed out the door. Fang Yu, that bastard, actually took away her first kiss. Woo woo woo. Bai Ruoying felt that she was no longer clean. The auditorium was in an uproar. Fuck. Fang Yu, you bastard, how dare you push my goddess against the wall? Fang thief, I have a grudge against you for stealing my wife. He is indeed the biggest bootlicker on the internet. He licked the school beauty on the second day of school. He must be the leader of our bootlicker gang. Down with Fang Yu. Fire Fang Yu. There were wailings from the audience. Some people see him as a hero, but more people want to beat him up. Jia Dawei couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Viagra, Viagra, wake up. The thug slapped the boss face, pinched his nose, and pinched his philtrum, and finally woke him up. Jia Dawei rolled his eyes weakly, his breath was weak and his heart was broken. I pursued her for a whole year, but I couldn't even touch her hand. Now someone kissed her in public. Damn it! Fang Yu, I'm going to skin you alive. As Jia Dawei said this, he was about to rush onto the stage, ready to tear Fang Yu apart with his bare hands. At this time, Principal Ma, who was sitting in the first row, also lost his temper. He stood up and shouted, Fang Yu, you are just fooling around. Get out of here right now. We at Donghai Private University do not welcome scum like you. The auditorium soon became quiet. He was expelled on the second day of school, and the news became a hot topic again. It's hard for Fang Yu not to be popular. Now, everyone's eyes were on Fang Yu, wanting to see how he would respond. Should I continue to act crazy or just leave school? Facing the criticism from thousands of people, Fang Yu walked up to Principal Ma calmly and said calmly, Principal Ma, Uncle Ma, there are some things I think it would be more appropriate to talk to you alone. Ma Si Yuan was stunned for a moment, then took a breath of cold air. A good father will have a good son. This kid is really brave. He can remain calm even in such a critical situation. Could it be that this guy still has money and wants to negotiate terms with me? Okay, let's go to my office. Ma Si-yuan's tone changed obviously. You can tell at first glance that he is a veteran. Some students in the audience guessed the inside story and booed and dispersed. But Jia Dawei couldn't swallow this. Everyone in the school knows that he is Bai Ruoying's #1 bootlicker and calls himself Bai Ruoying's flower guarding angel. Now Fan Yu pressed Bai Ruoying against the wall in front of so many people. It's just a slap in his face. What campus bully, what East China Sea black tornado, it's all bullshit. Even my dream lover has been defiled. How can I have the face to stay in Tunghai Private University in the future? No, even if Ma Si-yuan is willing to let Fan Yu go, we can't just stop here. Fan Yu must know that Bai Ruoying is my, Jia Dawei's, person. Let's go and wait outside the principal's office. As soon as Fan Yu comes out, beat him into a pulp. Jia Dawei gritted his teeth. He wished he could eat Fan Yu alive. Chapter 4, Fierce and Fierce Bai Ruoying. In the principal's office. As soon as Fan Yu entered the room, he sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. He looked very arrogant and looked down on others. Ma Si-yuan wanted to lose his temper but held back. Judging from the situation, this kid might actually have a few coins in his pocket. For the sake of money, I endure it. Fan Yu, your behavior just now seriously violated school rules. According to the rules, I should expel you immediately. For your father's sake, I will give you a chance. Tell me what you want to say. Ma Si-yuan tried to be hard at first and then soft, trying to test Fan Yu's strength. The meaning is very clear. If you don't have money, you are violating school rules and I can expel you immediately. If you have money, everything can be negotiated. Uncle Ma, do you still remember my dad? Fan Yu asked back. Ahem, how could I not remember? During the summer vacation, I went to your house and your father even drank with me. But that's all in the past, so let's not talk about it. Ma Si-yuan felt a little guilty. After the college entrance examination, Fan Yu wanted to apply to Donghai Private University in order to be with Mei Billion day and night. But he only scored less than 200 points, which was not even enough to reach the minimum score for promotion. Fan's father, who doted on his son, called Ma Si-yuan and gave him 3 million yuan in school construction fees. Only then was Fan Yu successfully admitted to the school. Of course Ma Si-yuan would not forget this. This kid mentioned his dad on purpose, he must be hoping that I would let him go because of our old friendship. But times have changed. Your father was the richest man in Donghai before, and he was very wealthy, so I naturally gave him face. But today your Fong family has gone bankrupt and is of no value to me. Why should I take care of you if you don't give me any benefits? Ma Si-yuan made up his mind that if Fan Yu couldn't come up with the money, he would definitely fire him. However, Fan Yu did not plead with Ma Si-yuan, nor did he give him money. Uncle Ma, you don't really think our Fong family is bankrupt, do you? Fan Yu sneered. This smile made Ma Si-yuan panic. Could it be that the Fong family didn't fall? But the news had already spread outside that Yongda Real Estate, owned by the Fong family, was insolvent and the Fong couple had already fled together. It must be Fan Yu who is cheating. Fan Yu, the mistake you made today has nothing to do with your family. No matter what your Fong family is like, you should be expelled. Ma Si-yuan was a cunning man who pretended to be impartial. Those who don't know him would think he is a good principal with clean hands. In fact, he is a hypocritical person. Fan Yu didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, so he stood up and stood in front of Ma Si-yuan, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on Ma Si-yuan's nose and said, Principal Ma, I want to tell you something. From today on, I am the largest shareholder of our school. Fan Yu, don't scare me. Uncle has a bad heart. Ma Si-yuan was so frightened that he shivered and fell down on a chair. Although Fan Yu is arrogant, he is not a 3-year-old child. He cannot tell such a lie. What should he do if he is really a major shareholder? Just then, the phone in the office rang. Hello, I'm Ma Si-yuan. What? Fan Yu is really the largest shareholder? Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I will take good care of Mr. Fan. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Ma Si-yuan was already soaked. His shiny forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It seems that the Fong family is not really bankrupt. Fang Yu actually holds 51% of the school's shares, which is worth more than 10 billion. My little ancestor, why didn't you say it earlier? My uncle was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Ma Siyuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked up to Fang Yu with a forced smile. He bowed his head and said, Fang Yu, it's Uncle Ma who was getting confused. He didn't understand the situation and believed the rumors outside. Just now, I said it in anger. Please don't take it seriously. Even if I have 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to fire you. Principal Ma, it's time to clean your room. Fang Yu deliberately stretched out his right leg and shook the AJ on his foot. Yes. I'll have someone clean it up later. Ma Siyuan understood immediately and knelt on one knee, wiping Fang Yu's shoes with the sleeve of his white shirt. Although he is the head of a school, to put it bluntly, he is just a professional manager. What good will come of offending the major shareholder? The key point is that Ma Siyuan's mind is not on school management at all. He came to be the principal of a private school just to make money. He would never mess with his own money. Not to mention using clothes to wipe Fang Yu's shoes, he would even lick them with his tongue. It was because Fang Yu saw through Ma Siyuan's greedy nature that he dared to tease him like this, so as to make him understand his current identity. Now Fang Yu and Ma Siyuan are in a boss and employee relationship, rather than the relationship between the principal and the students. Fang Yu shook the AJ on his feet again and said with satisfaction, not bad, it's much cleaner now. Hey, Fang Yu, if you have any problems at school in the future, just tell Uncle and he will do it for you. Ma Siyuan had a fawning smile on his face, having completely mastered the essence of a flatterer. Principal Ma, I admire people like you, who are flexible and sensible. Fang Yu patted Ma Siyuan on the shoulder and prepared to leave. He planned to keep this guy for now as he might be useful in the future. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Bai Ruoying and Jia Dawei and his gang arrived outside the principal's office almost at the same time. Junior Ruoying, it's all because of my uselessness and failure to protect you that you have to suffer this humiliation. Jia Dawei wiped his nose and said viciously, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. When Fang Yu comes out later, I will tear him into pieces. Yes, sister-in-law, with our Wei Gu here, we will never let anyone bully you. Sister-in-law, you need to tell Principal Ma about Fang Yu and have the school expel this bastard immediately. It doesn't matter whether he is expelled or not, we will beat him up so that he will drop out of school voluntarily. The lackeys also echoed. Jia Dawei was eager to protect Bai Ruoying and thought she would appreciate it. Who knows? Humph, you are a bunch of idiots. Who is your sister-in-law? Please stop talking nonsense. Bai Ruoying, however, scolded them. Also, you are not allowed to bully Fang Yu. This is a matter between the two of us. I will deal with him myself, and none of you are allowed to interfere. Bai Ruoying opened her eyes wide and glared at Jia Dawei and others fiercely. He looks so fierce and cute. Jia Dawei was stunned immediately. Why did Junior Ruoying speak for Fang Yu? Fang Yu kissed her in public, shouldn't she hate Fang Yu to death? Could it be that they have known each other for a long time? Ah, Fang Yu, you little brat, when did you hook up with schoolmate Ruoying? I'm not done with you. Jia Dawei was about to explode with anger. There are 10,000 hungry wolves roaring in my heart. But I can only endure it. In front of Bai Ruoying, he didn't dare to lose his temper. Being a bootlicker is so humble. You guys get out of here right now and don't try to get Fang Yu, do you hear me? Bai Ruoying dropped a sentence. I knocked on the principal's office door and walked in. The gangsters looked at each other. What's wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she siding with Fang Yu? That's right. Wei Gu cares so much about her, but she actually calls us idiots. Sister-in-law, you won't like that handsome guy Fang Yu, right? Have they already? Jia Dawei was so angry that he slapped his younger brother in the face. Fuck you, junior sister Ruoying is not that kind of person. It must be Fang Yu, the lickspittle, who used some tricks to deceive my junior sister Ruoying. When Fang Yu comes out later, beat him to death. If you dare to steal my people, I will kill you. Chapter 5. What young couple? Fang Yu and I are innocent. Bai Ruoying walked into the principal's office. He bumped into Fang Yu who was about to leave. Snort. Bai Ruoying rolled her eyes at Fang Yu angrily. Fang Yu shrugged and said nothing. The senior must be here to complain. Unfortunately, it's useless to look for Principal Ma. As the school's major shareholder, I am the only one who can fire him. Fang Yu suddenly didn't want to leave anymore and wanted to stay and listen to what Bai Ruoying had to say. If the senior knew that the school couldn't expel her, she would definitely be very angry, right? Ha, she looks very beautiful when she smiles. I wonder what she looks like when she is angry. Fang Yu sat back on the sofa and looked at Bai Ruoying silently. This little skirt is pretty. Ma Siyuan knew Fang Yu's identity and thought that they were in love, so he wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. So he said with a smile, "Classmate Ruoying, I was just looking for you, about what happened today." The words haven't been finished yet. He was interrupted by Bai Ruoying. "Principal Ma, I want to ask you a favor. Can you please not expel Fang Yu?" Hearing this, Fang Yu was stunned. The senior student is not here to complain, but to plead for herself? He pushed her against the wall in front of so many people, and she was trying to excuse herself? Bai Ruoying, what are you thinking about? Ma Siyuan was also more certain that the two were definitely dating. Student Ruoying, I was just about to tell you that after research by the school, it has been decided not to punish student Fang Yu. Oh, that's great, thank you Principal Ma. Bai Ruoying's expression changed immediately. It was cloudy just now, but now the sun is shining brightly. The sweet smile made Fang Yu even more confused. What is the senior sister up to? Ma Siyuan was eager to show off in front of Fang Yu, so he deliberately tried to bring the two of them together, saying, I can understand you young people. It's normal for young lovers to quarrel. Fang Yu was just impulsive and wanted to express his love for you in front of his classmates. You must not misunderstand his good intentions. Now it was Bai Ruoying's turn to be confused. Principal Ma, what are you talking about? What young couple, what admiration? Fang Yu and I are innocent. I understand. Ha, if there's nothing else, let Fang Yu take you back. Ma Siyuan gave Fang Yu a wink. It's obvious that he is trying to take credit. Fang Yu accompanied Bai Ruoying out of the principal's office in a daze. The two of them were seen walking out side by side. Jia Dawei and others who were guarding outside the door were all confused. Why did sister-in-law come out with Fang Yu? Look at how close they are, almost holding hands. They are basically provoking us, Wei Gu. Sister-in-law has no self-respect. The boss has been licking her for a whole year, but she has never looked at the boss straight in the eye. Now Fang Yu has only been in school for 2 days, and they are already arm in arm and even banging against the wall in public. This is simply too much. Listen to what the younger brothers said. Jia Dawei completely collapsed. Junior sister Ruoying, why do you treat me like this? Ah, why? Where did I lose? Junior Ruoying, what did I do wrong? Tell me and I will change it. I will change everything. Jia Dawei fell in front of Bai Ruoying and said with a sad face, please give me a chance, okay? I will agree to whatever you say. I will listen to you and not bully Fang Yu. Look how good I am. Please don't do this to me. Call. I can't stand it. Why are there so many boring boys in the world? Bai Ruoying wanted to escape, but Jia Dawei grabbed her feet tightly and her shoes were almost pulled off. Junior Ruoying, please, don't leave. I really like you very much. The thugs all turned their eyes to the side. The boss turned into a bootlicker. It's so miserable. It's horrible. Hey, go away. Bai Ruoying was angry and annoyed. She had just been pushed against the wall by that bastard Fang Yu, and now she was being grabbed by the feet by the campus bully. It's really annoying. Hey, why are you standing there? Can't you help me? Bai Ruoying said to Fang Yu unhappily. This guy too. Wasn't he very powerful when he was in the auditorium? Now he has become a coward. What is the point of being so tall? Even though the situation is so bad, you still refuse to help. If I had known, I wouldn't have pleaded for you. Tisk, why should I help you? Fang Yu tried to catch the enemy by letting him go. You step forward to help others when they don't ask for help. It seems like you are a hero saving the damsel in distress, but in fact you are just a bootlicker. You have to let the girl ask for help actively so that she will feel that you are really useful. Besides, Bai Ruoying kept making fun of herself. This account has not been settled with her yet. Humph, it's up to you whether to help or not, who cares? Bai Ruoying also had a stubborn temper and started a dispute with Fang Yu. There was nothing special about the conversation between the two. But in Jia Daoi's opinion, this was clearly flirting. It was like stabbing him in the chest. That's enough, you two. Do you think I'm air? Jia Daoi knelt on the ground, raised his fists and screamed to the sky, "Ah! I can't stand it anymore." His crazy look scared everyone. The thugs hurried to appease him. Don't get excited, Wei Gu. There are so many pretty girls. Let's not hang ourselves on a tree. Yeah, boss, let's change Wu to lick. Sophomore Maybelline is pretty good. Yes, yes, yes. Even Fong Yu is her bootlicker. It shows that Maybelline is really skilled. Fong Yu clenched his fist. Don't hit people in the face, and don't insult people by their shortness of voice. Please don't bring this into my head. Just about to go up and argue. Jia Daoi suddenly stood up and roared at Bai Ruoying, I don't care whether you agree or not, I will lick you within 3 months. The twisted, fat face looks like a black pig. Bai Ruoying was so frightened that her face turned pale and she stepped back repeatedly. Ding! Mission update, beat the licker. Mission content, beat up Jia Daoi and his gang. Task reward, 1x 10x live reward card. I'll hit you. After receiving the task, Fong Yu punched Jia Daoi's pig head. The force was so great that even he was shocked. It seems that the triple physical enhancement capsules are really effective. Ouch! All that was heard was a scream. Jia Daoi's fat body flew 3 meters away in an instant. You have no moral principles and actually attack me. Brothers, attack me. The 3 thugs rushed forward. Fong Yu quickly protected by Ruoying behind him. He kicked the man in front of him away with a flying kick and knocked down another one with a left hook. The third henchman was so frightened when he saw the bad situation that he dared not move forward. Fong Yu threw a straight hook right at the center. The henchman fell to the ground, holding his chest and rolling around in pain. Fong Yu was a free fighting champion in his previous life, and now his physical strength has increased threefold, so it is very easy for him to deal with a few campus thugs. Jia Daoi was so scared that he peed his pants. He crawled to the principal's office, knocking on the door and crying, "Principal, help! Someone's been beaten to death. Is there anyone in charge? 1 against 4, is this still scientific?" Ma Siyuan had already seen everything that happened outside through the window. But he didn't care. Let the students solve their own problems. He couldn't afford to offend any of the Fong, Bai, and Jia families, so he simply stayed out of it. Jia Daoi and his younger brothers howled for a long time, but no one came out. They couldn't beat Fong Yu, so they could only continue to lie on the ground and act pitifully. "Oh, I'm going to die. Come and save me. I want to drop out of school and go home." Looking embarrassed. Even Bai Ruoying couldn't help laughing. "Fong Yu, thank you. You're welcome. Come on, senior. I have something to ask you." Ding! Mission completed, rewards issued. Fong Yu and Bai Ruoying left side by side. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked like a young couple. Jia Daoi saw it and felt pain in his heart. Is poaching so open and above board these days? Chapter 6 Senior, let me help you blow. Tell me, what do you mean? Walking to a path next to the teaching building, Fong Yu stopped and asked. What do you mean? I should be the one asking you this question. Bai Ruoying pouted her lips. She was so cute that the air seemed sweet and it was impossible to get angry at all. Why are you? The two asked at the same time. You go first. Fong Yu turned his head away, not daring to look directly at Bai Ruoying. The senior schoolmate is really pretty, with a pair of big watery eyes that will easily make you fall into them if you are not careful. Why did you bully me at the opening ceremony? Bai Ruoying's tone was full of resentment. That was her first kiss. Suddenly, Fong Yu pushed him against the wall and he was gone. Are you angry? Fong Yu was honest and answered, Senior, it was wrong of me to push you against the wall, but you shouldn't laugh at me. You are slandering me. When did I ever laugh at you? Bai Ruoying was so angry that her tongue was tied. She was well educated since childhood and would never do such a thing as making fun of others. It's outrageous that this guy dares to doubt my character. If you didn't laugh at me, why did you smile at me 3 times? Fong Yu expressed the biggest question in his mind. Bai Ruoying frowned. 3 smiles at you? Junior, don't be so self-indulgent. Although you are very handsome, I am not a fangirl. Why should I smile at you? It's totally incomprehensible. Hey, what are you talking about? When did I smile at you 3 times? Fong Yu didn't want to argue with Bai Ruoying. After all, she is a girl, and a senior student at that. But he really doesn't want to be ridiculed by others as a bootlicker. The first time was before we entered the auditorium. You smiled at me for 3 seconds. The second time was when we were sitting in our seats in the auditorium. You were talking to students in the back row, and you took the opportunity to smile at me. The third time was when you were speaking on the stage. You kept looking at my position and continued to laugh at me. Fong Yu said them one by one. Bai Ruoying was speechless. Aren't people who love to laugh worthy of going out? There are so many beautiful women smiling on the street, don't you think they are all smiling at you? This person is so narcissistic. Fong Yu, are you kidding me? When did I smile at you? Bai Ruoying felt very wronged. She is an optimistic and cheerful person by nature, and is known as a lively girl. You can't expect all school beauties to be cold and indifferent. Fong Yu, you are indeed very handsome and stand out in the crowd. I may have glanced at you intentionally or unintentionally, but you can't slander me and say that I am laughing at you, right? Bai Ruoying revealed a little bit of her quirk. She likes looking at handsome guys. But it doesn't matter. Just like boys like to look at beautiful girls, is it wrong for girls to appreciate handsome guys? Besides, I don't look at all handsome guys. Only very handsome guys can get my attention. You should feel honored by that. Bai Ruoying glared at Fong Yu. As fierce as a little tiger cub. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Fong Yu smiled. It turned out that it was his handsomeness that attracted the attention of the senior. Bai Ruoying felt relieved when the misunderstanding was resolved. Looking at the silly Fong Yu, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Stupid, don't be so sensitive next time. There aren't so many boring people in the world. People pay attention to you because they may have seen your good qualities. Fong Yu nodded and felt a long-lost warmth. I'm sorry, senior. I hit you against the wall. I hope you're not angry. Fong Yu apologized like a gentleman. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruoying's face instantly turned as red as an autumn persimmon. You idiot, I didn't even want to think about it anymore. Finally you said it again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you're not ugly. Bai Ruoying finished speaking. I think this sentence is inappropriate. Oh my god. What am I talking about? Just because he is not ugly, he can press his fist against me? He must have been pissed off by this idiot. So embarrassing. Does he think of himself as a nymphomaniac? Bai Ruoying blushed and felt that her thoughts were not pure anymore. Fong Yu was very happy in his heart. It seems that the senior is not very angry. Being handsome really allows you to do whatever you want. I pressed my senior against the wall, but she said it was okay. Could it be that she? Fong Yu wanted to tease Bai Ruoying, so he deliberately asked, Senior, you are not planning to take advantage of me, are you? Otherwise, why would you show mercy to me? I find you're such a narcissist. I've already said it before, I just love to laugh, not just at you, I laugh at others too. Bai Ruoying flatly denied it. Do you like Fong Yu? Impossible. He is a famous rich second generation and also very playboy. How could I possibly fall in love with him? But I heard from my dad that Fong Yu's family went bankrupt, his parents are nowhere to be found, and he is also called a bootlicker by others. He is quite pitiful. And Fong Yu is really handsome, and he looks cool when fighting. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Okay, even if your smile to me was unintentional, how do you explain your pleading for me in front of Principal Ma just now? Fong Yu asked the right question. A normal girl would definitely ask the school to severely punish a boy if she was forcibly kissed by him. How could she plead for the boys? Bai Ruoying was at a loss for words. Is this Fong Yu really stupid or is he pretending to be stupid? Why are you asking so many stupid questions? Bai Ruoying was so confused that she blew her bangs in anger. Because I don't want to see you expelled right after you enrolled. I'm a kind and loving person. Can't I show some love to my junior? So that's how it is. Thank you, senior. Fong Yu stopped teasing Bai Ruoying. If he continued, she would probably become addicted. Senior is so funny. At this time, a small black insect floated over and drilled into Bai Ruoying's left eye. Ah. Bai Ruoying rubbed her eyes and tears came out, but she still felt uncomfortable. Senior, let me give you a blowjob. Fong Yu always loves to do good things. He is very willing to help his senior.
Bai Ruoying resisted instinctively, but when she saw Fong Yu's handsome and innocent face, she agreed.
All right.
Bai Ruoying raised her head, closed one eye and opened the other, and asked Fong Yu to help her blow the bugs away.
Hoo. Fong Yu lay on Bai Ruoying's left eye and blew gently twice.
I can't help but be attracted by her pretty face.
Senior's sister is so beautiful.
I have never seen such a beautiful girl.
Big eyes, pretty nose, red lips, soft skin.
Seeing Fong Yu staring at her, Bai Ruoying blushed even more.
He lowered his head and raised his left hand to rub his eyes.
I found that the bugs were blown away and my eyes were no longer sore.
Thank you, Fong Yu. I'm going back to the dormitory now.
Bai Ruoying thanked her and prepared to escape. If I continue to stay with Fong Yu, I will probably be seduced by this guy.
Although he didn't say anything, his damn aura was simply irresistible.
Fong Yu suddenly grabbed her left hand.
Senior, how did you get this mole on your wrist?
Bai Ruoying was stunned for a moment, then replied, I had it when I was a child.
I think it was something I was born with.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senior.
I didn't hurt you, did I? Fong Yu quickly let go of Bai Ruoying's arm.
But I began to feel doubtful. In his previous life, the girl he saved before being washed away by the flood also had the same black mole in the same place. It is as big as a soybean and shaped like a heart.
Fong Yu remembered it very clearly.
But the girl who was rescued was only 12 or 13 years old, obviously much younger than the senior.
Maybe they just happened to have the same mole and I was just overthinking it. Fong Yu was preparing to say goodbye to Bai Ruoying. Suddenly,
a beautiful girl dressed in seductively blocked her way.
Ha, you are worthy of being the #1 bootlicker.
You got the school beauty so quickly.
Chapter 7, we've already kissed each other and you still say it's okay? Maybelline, don't talk nonsense. There is no relationship between Fong Yu and me.
Bai Ruoying is not a weak person who can be easily bullied. Although she is a school beauty, she is not the kind of weak and morbid beauty. Of course she was a little scared when she met a stupid and rough guy like Jia Dawei.
But Maybelline is a recognized green tea girl in the school, so why should she be so bossy?
Bai Ruoying would not swallow her anger.
The one who blocked Bai Ruoying's way was Maybelline, a sophomore student at Donghai Private University. Fong Yu didn't want to study abroad and insisted on attending this school just to please her.
As a result, before school started, the Fong family went bankrupt and Fong Yu was kicked out by Maybelline.
The process of their acquaintance was also very strange.
When the Fong family was still the richest family in Donghai, Fong Yu was a well-known second-generation rich man on the entire internet. Many women tried every means to get close to him and often sent Fong Yu seductive photos. The scale is so huge that it is impossible to describe it.
Maybelline is a very scheming person.
She knows that she cannot compete with those vixens in society in terms of hardware, so she does the opposite. She is obviously a very flirtatious girl at heart, but she deliberately creates a pure persona. The photos on Weibo are all beautiful and artistic photos full of artistic conception. She usually wears a tube top and hot pants, but she deliberately changes into jeans and a white shirt when taking photos. She put layer after layer of makeup on her face, but deliberately said she was not wearing any makeup.
It's a scam anyway, so all you have to do is be thick-skinned.
Maybelline would add Fong Yu from time to time, posting some inspirational messages and life insights. Pretend to be a literary young woman who loves reading and has ideas. Fong Yu was tired of those alluring women who threw themselves at him, and suddenly a unique white lotus appeared. He was instantly attracted and began to interact frequently with Maybelline on Weibo. After a few interactions, the two of them started to hook up.
The first time, Maybelline deliberately went to the women's hospital to have a minor operation in advance. She pretended to know nothing and shyly asked Fong Yu to be her apprentice.
After that, she found all kinds of ways to satisfy Fong Yu and showed off her skilled driving skills anytime and anywhere. After gaining Fong Yu's trust, Maybelline began to slowly brainwash this simple-minded boy and trained Fong Yu to become a loyal bootlicker. Later, when she learned that the Fong family had gone bankrupt, Maybelline immediately dumped Fong Yu in cold blood. What's even more disgusting is that she also plays the victim in the live broadcast room every day, using the devaluation of Fong Yu to create a victim's personality, and even shamelessly said that she was clean and slandered Fong Yu for that aspect.
Maybelline wanted to train a new bootlicker and targeted Jia Dawei.
Although this guy is big and strong and dark, he is a genuine second-generation rich. I heard that his security company has tens of thousands of security guards spread across every corner of the East China Sea, and is also engaged in some shady businesses. Unexpectedly, Jia Dawei only had eyes for Bai Ruoying and was not interested in any other girls.
Bai Ruoying is prettier than Mei Billion.
She is recognized as the campus beauty of Tokyo University and comes from a wealthy family.
This made Maybelline even more jealous of her.
After hearing that Bai Ruoying was publicly pushed against the wall by Fang Yu, a bootlicker, at the opening ceremony today, Maybelline wanted to come and see the fun and take the opportunity to humiliate Bai Ruoying, who always stepped on her head. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. Seeing Maybelline, this green tea scheming bitch, Fang Yu was furious. The memories remaining in his mind made it impossible for him to remain calm. Maybelline, you'd better get out of here before I lose my temper.
Fang Yu was not joking.
He is now eager to get rid of his identity as a bootlicker and clear up the unwarranted insults on the internet, and the first target is Maybelline. If the senior student hadn't been there, he would have lost his temper on the spot. Maybelline thought Fang Yu was still the weak and easily bullied licker, so she put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "Fang Yu, you were so good, is Bai Ruoying's mouth so fragrant? After you kissed her, do you not know your own weight? You dare to talk to me like this, who gave you the courage?" The word angry has not yet been uttered.
There was only a pop sound.
Maybelline received a heavy slap on the face, and even much of her foundation was knocked off. Fang Yu took out a piece of paper, wiped the powder off her hands, and threw it into the trash can.
Maybelline was stunned. Isn't Fang Yu my most loyal bootlicker? He actually dared to hit me? Is it that he doesn't want to be a bootlicker anymore, or is it that his family has become rich again?
Maybelline covered her face with her hands, her head buzzing. Bai Ruoying also opened her mouth, her eyes full of surprise.
Didn't people on the internet say that Fang Yu was the one who played Maybelline? He doesn't look like her at all. He even dares to hit girls, he is really fierce. Maybe Maybelline had gone too far in the past, scolding Fang Yu so harshly on the internet. No one would be able to swallow this insult. Maybelline, Fang Yu, and I really have nothing to do with each other. Please don't humiliate Fang Yu or me again.
Bai Ruoying felt it necessary to explain things clearly to Maybelline to prevent her from spreading rumors and causing trouble in the future.
However, Maybelline took Bai Ruoying's kindness as an insult and thought she was provoking her, so she took out her anger on her. You're such a slut that everyone wants to fuck you, stop pretending to be innocent. You've already kissed each other and you still say it's okay. Are you kidding me? Bang! Another crisp slap hit Maybelline's face. You are totally unreasonable.
Bai Ruoying raised her hands and bit her white teeth in anger. Her fierce look was actually very cute. Maybelline covered her face with her hands and looked at Bai Ruoying and Fang Yu fiercely. You two bad guys teamed up to bully people, and one of you slapped me, and you still say you are innocent.
I'm going to fight you. Ah!
Maybelline shouted and pounced on Bai Ruoying with her teeth and claws bared.
Fang Yu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stood in front of Bai Ruoying and grabbed Maybelline's arm forcefully. It hurts.
Maybelline was immediately unable to move, and her face, which was covered with heavy makeup, was distorted.
Ding! Mission update, slap green tea. Task content, slap Maybelline 10 times. Mission reward, 1 East C number 9 Manor Villa. Note, including all items inside.
No wonder it is called the Crazy Young Master System. Even a soft-hearted man would not have the heart to slap a woman 10 times.
Fang Yu was happy to do as he was told. Beep beep beep. He hit Maybelline in the face 10 times in a row. Ding. Mission completed, rewards issued. Ah!
Maybelline screamed in pain. My whole face was burning and there were stars in my eyes.
I feel dizzy.
Fang Yu let go of her arm, and Maybelline sat down on the ground.
Bai Ruoying standing by stared blankly. It turns out that Fang Yu is a violent man. If I made him angry, would he hit me like this? So scary. Fang Yu, I'm leaving first.
Bai Ruoying was so scared that her heart was pounding and she walked away with her head down. After walking a few steps, he turned back.
Thank you, Fang Yu. Fang Yu just beat Maybelline to help her.
Although he was a bit harsh, I still want to thank him.
Senior, you don't have to thank me. This is a personal grudge between her and me. It has nothing to do with you. Fang Yu said this deliberately. If Bai Ruoying was left out,
May Bylan would have no reason to take revenge on her. Mabel May is a vicious person. She will definitely not let it go after being beaten so badly this time.
Let all the storms come at me, I'm an expert in water control.
Fong Yu thought it through carefully, but May Billion just wanted to make trouble for Bai Ruoying. Bai Ruoying, I want to challenge you on Douyin at 9 o'clock tonight. If you don't dare to accept the challenge or lose, you will no longer be worthy of being called the school belle.
Okay, go ahead and hit me.
I'm not afraid of you.
Same as Fong Yu.
Bai Ruoying would never give in front of her opponent.
Chapter 8 Sister Ying, how does it feel to be kissed? Girls' Dormitory 603. Bai Ruoying ate a piece of bread and lay down on the bed.
She had no appetite to eat or sleep.
Everything that happened this morning seemed like a dream.
She had dressed up beautifully and was going to the auditorium to speak on behalf of the senior students. But he was pushed against the wall by the freshman Fong Yu. In front of the principal and thousands of classmates. Now, she is more famous than before, and the whole school knows that Fong Yu forcibly kissed her.
Headline: School Beauty Bai Ruoying is being wall-banged by dog licker Fong Yu.
The #1 bootlicker on the internet, Fong Yu, made a strong counterattack and banged the school beauty against the wall in public, which shocked the whole audience.
Down with Fong Yu, give me back my school beauty.
If you want a larger picture of the scene, please add V123456. Looking at the posts on the school forum, Bai Ruoying was so angry that she stuffed her phone under her pillow.
What a mess this is. Fong Yu doesn't look like a bootlicker at all. He is so brave and handsome, how could he be a bootlicker? Aren't all bootlickers people like Jia Doi? But Fong Yu is really bad. Why did he have to press his fist against me in public? Couldn't he say it in private? So angry.
I lost my first kiss and was laughed at by my classmates.
How can I face people in school in the future? Woo woo woo, what should I do? It's all Fong Yu's fault, that bastard.
Principal Ma should have expelled him, but I ran over to plead for him.
What exactly is wrong with me? Why did I fall for his evil spirit? I can't be really in love with him, right?
Bai Ruoying licked her lips, remembering the situation when Fong Yu pressed her against the wall in the morning.
Is this what kissing between a man and a woman feels like? It doesn't seem to be anything special. It's just that my heartbeat quickened. But Fong Yu is a violent maniac. He beat May Billion so badly that I don't know if she can still do the live broadcast tonight. Oh, yes, what about the PK at night?
I only have a few hundred fans and I don't even have a big brother, so I will definitely lose. I hope God will give me a big brother.
If not, I will just vote for myself. We can't lose no matter what.
It doesn't matter whether I have the title of school belle or not, but I, Bai Ruoying, will not lose to others.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Bai Ruoying climbed out of bed and opened the door.
They are her 3 best friends.
Ruoying, we didn't go to the auditorium this morning. What happened? Zia Yingzi, I heard that you were trapped against the wall? Sister Ying, what does it feel like to be kissed? Tell us quickly.
Bai Ruoying lowered her head, and her shoulder-length hair drooped down like willow branches.
Don't mention it, I'm so unlucky that I don't even have the face to go out, woo woo.
Her best friend pulled her to sit on the bed. They massaged her shoulders and pounded her legs to comfort her.
Ruoying, I heard that Fong Yu, that Lick's dog, bullied you. Let's go find the principal and have him fired. Yes, even that jerk Jia Dawei didn't dare to come at me forcefully. How dare a freshman like him bully our little Yingzi? He's too arrogant. Sister Ying, what does it feel like to kiss?
Bai Ruoying turned over and lay on the bed, her face against the pillow, and said, forget it, he's only a freshman. If he gets expelled and has to go back to repeat his studies, there may not be any school willing to accept him next year.
Hey, did I hear you right, Sakurako? Are you speaking for that licking dog? What do you mean by licking dog? That's so ugly. It's not like I don't have a name. Bai Ruoying couldn't stand others calling Fong Yu a bootlicker. Although he is a bad guy, he is obviously not a bootlicker. The 2 best friends exchanged glances and locked their eyes on Bai Ruoying. It seems like something's going on with their school beauty. Hey, Ruoying, let's take you to the hospital. Bai Ruoying was confused and turned around to ask, I'm fine, why should I go to the hospital?
See the looks in my girlfriend's eyes.
Bai Ruoying was even more confused, why are you looking at me like that? Ruoying, according to my experience, if you don't have a fever, you must be in love. Sister Engying, you don't like Fong Yu anymore, do you? Bai Ruoying jumped up from the bed and said in a panic, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like that bad guy Fong Yu?"
Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly.
I can't be really in love with Fong Yu, right?
He is so bad and crazy, just like a big gangster.
God help me, don't fall in love with him.
Otherwise, my mother would peel off my skin if she knew. Bai Ruoying walked to the water dispenser, got a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp.
You two are such gossipers. How could Xiaoyi Yingzi like that? Fong Yu, let's talk business.
A close friend ended the topic of love in time.
Bai Ruoying let out a long breath and pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "What's the matter? Let's play PK with Mei Billion tonight." Ah, how did you know? Bai Ruoying was very curious. Maybelline said it herself. It's almost spread all over the girls' dormitory. She said she wanted to get revenge on you tonight because you slapped her. Xiaoyi Yingzi, I didn't realize you were so strong. Maybelline's face is swollen like a toad. We have no connection with Maybelline, why is she picking a fight with you? Bai Ruoying recounted what happened that morning truthfully. A close friend asked in surprise, "No way, didn't the internet say Fong Yu was Maybellion's boyfriend? How dare he hit Maybellion? So I think we may have misunderstood Fong Yu." Bai Ruoying unknowingly excused Fong Yu again.
She noticed that her bestie's eyes were not right, so she quickly changed the subject. "Sisters, you must help me tonight. You know, I have only been live streaming for a few days and I don't even have a big brother. I definitely can't beat Maybellion. Don't worry, Xiaoyi Yingzi. The three of us have made an agreement. Each of us will give you a gift worth 20,000 yuan, and you can give us another 20,000 yuan. With a total of 80,000 yuan, you should be able to win. It's great to have you guys. I'll treat you guys to a buffet this weekend." Bai Ruoying breathed a sigh of relief and hugged her three best friends one by one. 80,000 yuan is 800,000 sound waves, which should not be a small amount. Then I can hold a few more carnivals to attract popularity. It would be even better if I could meet a big brother passing by. Sister Engying, what does it feel like to kiss? Tell me about it. One of Bai Ruoying's best friends was very confused about this question and kept asking her questions. I didn't feel anything, just a little bit cold. I was also confused at the time and don't remember anything. After Bai Ruoying finished speaking, her face felt hot. The feeling of being pushed against the wall is actually quite exciting.
Fong Yu was a really mean guy. He kissed me with such force that I felt like I was suffocating. Xiaoyi Yingzi, what are you thinking about? Why is your face so red? The best friend touched Bai Ruoying's forehead and thought she had a fever. Bai Ruoying was so scared that she dodged quickly. I didn't think about anything. Sister Engying, do you want to be kissed? No, go ahead. I want to go to bed. Bai Ruoying pushed her best friends out of the dormitory and dived into bed. I don't want to live anymore. It's so embarrassing. Fong Yu, you bastard, why are you pushing me against the wall? I hate you so much. At this time, at Donghai Manor number 9, 5 kilometers away.
Fong Yu, who had just completed the villa handover procedures, sneezed twice in succession.
Hey, is someone scolding me? Is someone still thinking about me? Chapter 9, A Kiss Across Time and Space.
Military training doesn't start until the next day, so there is nothing to do in the afternoon. Fong Yu left the school and prepared to receive the villa rewarded by the system. Donghai number 9 Manor is the most upscale villa community in Donghai City. The price is not calculated by square meter, but each building has a different price. Fong Yu was very familiar with this place.
He had lived in one of the villas before.
Unfortunately, due to the bankruptcy of the Fong family, the villa had been sealed off and was being prepared for auction. The system reward is the Villa King, the most expensive villa in Manor number 9. It is rumored to be priced at 1 billion yuan and covers an area of more than 1,800 square meters.
It has an independent outdoor swimming pool, which is perfect for hosting open-air swimsuit parties. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. Fong Yu walked into the villa and took a look. Every room was finely decorated and had all the necessary daily necessities. Basically, one could move in with just a suitcase. If that is the case, why live in the dormitory?
However, this place is still several kilometers away from the school, so it seems I need to buy a car. Fang Yu walked into the underground garage and was shocked by the scene in front of him.
Oh shit. So many sports cars. Aren't they all yours?
The system seemed to specifically mention that the rewards included all the items in the villa, which meant that these cars were all yours, which was very comfortable.
Fang Yu checked them one by one. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce, McLaren.
9 luxury cars in total. Fang Yu was not sure about their specific models, but they did not look like ordinary models. For example, the Rolls-Royce was an extended version, and its headlights were also very large.
With a sports car every day, I can have a different one for at least a week. Freshness is enough.
In just half a day, he had a car, a house, and some money. The only thing he needed was a woman to warm his bed. Fang Yu raised the corner of his mouth to reveal a hint of sly smile, and thought of someone in his mind. White Cherry. When I was against her in the morning, I felt her lips were soft and sweet, and it felt great to kiss her. It's just that the time was too short and I didn't have time to savor it carefully. I wonder if there will be a chance to have an extended Waldong in the future. Giving up his wild thoughts, Fang Yu went to the double bed in the master bedroom and had a sound sleep.
I met Bai Ruoying in my dream.
It seemed to be in a corner of the campus, with no one around. Fang Yu was lying on the grass basking in the sun, and Bai Ruoying passed by him in a blue plaid JK skirt. Snow-white stockings wrapped around slender calves.
It was all Bai Ruoying's fault for not paying attention to the road.
She chose to walk past Fang Yu on such a large lawn. As a result, Fang Yu accidentally saw her skin-colored leggings. Fang Yu was a serious man and could not stand such teasing, so he reached out to grab Bai Ruoying.
Bai Ruoying cursed him as a bad guy and ran away.
Fang Yu didn't want to miss such a beautiful encounter, so he chased after her. After chasing for a long time, Bai Ruoying soon ran out of strength and was knocked to the ground by Fang Yu. A delicate little face appeared in Fang Yu's eyes, so beautiful. Lying on Bai Ruoying, Fang Yu's lips got closer and closer to hers, and finally they stuck together without any suspense. Fang Yu's wish came true, and he had a long and passionate kiss with Bai Ruoying. The senior sister's red lips were indeed soft and sweet. The feeling was so wonderful, more delicious and smooth than any fruit. Fang Yu was drunk and started to act naughty on Bai Ruoying, wanting to kiss her more places.
Hug her and kiss her. The dream is over. It was pitch black outside. Fang Yu opened his phone and saw that it was already past 7 in the evening. This dream was too real, so real that Fang Yu didn't want to wake up. The senior sister in the dream was so delicious that I couldn't feel full even after eating for so long. Fang Yu suddenly became interested and wanted to taste the real flavor of Bai Ruoying. Stop. What the hell are you dreaming about, Fang Yu? Have you smashed the sign of being a bootlicker? I'm so hungry. Fang Yu's stomach growled.
When I came to the kitchen, the refrigerator was empty, not even a bottle of beer or a drink of mineral water.
I can only order takeout. Fang Yu seldom ate takeout before because he didn't know what ingredients the food was made of or when it was produced. The delicious-looking beef brisket and potato rice might have been a semi-finished product made half a year ago. The takeaway shop heated it up in the microwave and delivered it to the hungry customers. Well, it tastes quite delicious. But now there is no choice but to make do with this meal. After dinner, Fang Yu opened Douyin. He did not forget the live broadcast of the PK between Bai Ruoying and Mei Bailan. He is going to implement a big plan, and tonight's PK is the first step for him to clear his identity as a bootlicker. I checked the live broadcast in the same city and saw Bai Ruoying, who was sitting in the dormitory chatting with her fans. Fang Yu was not late and the PK had not started yet. The previous Fang Yu loved watching live broadcasts. His Douyin account had a very high level and a weird name. He was discovered as soon as he entered Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room. Welcome, Donghai Yanzu, to the live broadcast room. Bai Ruoying's welcome speech was very stiff. She didn't even add the word brother. It was obvious that she had no experience. Fang Yu glanced at the upper right corner and saw 92 viewers online. Poor senior. There are less than 100 people. I can't believe this is the live broadcast room of the Tokyo University Beauty. Fang Yu clicked on Bai Ruoying's profile picture and went to her homepage to take a look. The number of followers is 347, and there is not a single video. That's not surprising. It's strange that you, a new anchor, have fans if you don't even post videos. Fang Yu frowned, not understanding Bai Ruoying's mysterious actions.
Maybillion is a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. I don't know where the senior sister got the courage to agree to compete with others. However, this spirit of not admitting defeat is still quite admirable, which is very similar to me.
Fong Yu looked at Bai Ruoying on the phone.
Her pink face made him feel overwhelmed.
Someone recognized Fong Yu. Fuck, isn't this Donghai Yanzu, Fong Yu's username? Fong Yu has announced his retirement from the internet. This may be a fake. It must be Fong Yu. Who would use someone else's nickname as a level 56 brother? He is useless.
I heard his family has gone bankrupt, so Maybelline dumped him. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Bai Ruoying's heart started pounding.
Could this, Donghai Yanzu, really be Fong Yu?
Why did he come to watch his live broadcast? It made others so nervous.
Does the anchor need protection? Fong Yu sent a barrage.
Bai Ruoying was not sure whether he was Fong Yu, so she answered as before, "Of course I need it, but it doesn't matter, I'm just broadcasting for fun anyway." No wonder the live broadcast room is not popular, it turns out that he is a Buddhist anchor.
Bai Ruoying shrugged, "Yes, I just broadcasted for fun, maybe I won't broadcast it after today. It seems I have to seize this last chance." Fong Yu sent a naughty smiley face.
Bai Ruoying felt a little uncomfortable. This man spoke strangely.
What did he mean by last chance? Was he Fong Yu? Donghai Yanzu, they said you are Fong Yu, are you? Bai Ruoying asked. If you think it is, it is. If you think it is not, it is not. Fong Yu wanted to tease Bai Ruoying, so he spoke vaguely on purpose.
Bai Ruoying really got angry. "You talk so strangely, if it's yes then it's no, if it's no then it's no, why don't you dare to admit it?" The host seems to be very concerned about this question.
Is it important who I am, or is Fong Yu important to you?
Fong Yu's words made Bai Ruoying so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her face turned red.
I'm so embarrassed that my secrets have been discovered. Yes, I do care about this issue because I really, really, really hate Fong Yu. If you are Fong Yu, please leave my live broadcast room.
After Bai Ruoying finished speaking, she silenced Donghai Yanzu for 10 minutes. Chapter 10, Tear off her ugly cloth piece by piece. Seeing that he was banned from speaking, Fong Yu couldn't help but smile at Bai Ruoying on the phone. Ha, this senior has quite a bad temper.
Is she still angry about him dotting her against the wall this morning?
In the dream, she clearly enjoyed her kiss. A reserved woman always says one thing and means another. She may say she doesn't want something, but in fact she really wants it. She may say she hates something very much, but in fact she likes it a little bit.
Am I right, senior?
Fong Yu got up and went to the restaurant, where he took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, 1982 Lafite. I changed to another bottle, Romane Conti from 1990.
That's it.
Fong Yu, holding the wine in one hand and the glass in the other, came to the living room, which was half the size of a basketball court, and sat on the soft and elastic leather sofa. While sipping red wine, I watched Bai Ruoying's live broadcast.
The senior sister is still very kind-hearted.
At least she didn't kick herself out of the live broadcast room, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to watch the live broadcast. The time soon came to 9 o'clock.
Maybelline showed up on time to provoke. Ha, this scheming bitch has utilized Yen Country's fifth invention to the fullest extent.
From the phone, her appearance seems to be comparable to Bai Ruoying.
The senior is undoubtedly a newbie. She probably doesn't even know how to use the beauty filter.
Fong Yu shook his head, but felt a little relieved in his heart. These days, female anchors who broadcast live without makeup are rarer than national treasures. Several true fans in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room also became worried.
Fuck, what does the anchor want to do? How dare he PK? Isn't the host on the other side that guy, the one that Fong Yu licked, what's his name? Maybillion. A female fighter who publicly called the second-generation rich dog lickers on the internet. The anchor must have lost.
The other party is a small internet celebrity with millions of fans.
Bai Ruoying was not worried at all.
She had the support of her best friends and had prepared 800,000 sound waves of ammunition. She had also watched PKs in other people's live broadcast rooms before. After a game, the most rewards were only tens of thousands of sound waves, and the least were only a few hundred or dozens of sound waves.
800,000 sound waves will definitely defeat Maybelline. Bai Ruoying was very confident and asked, "Tell me, how do we play?" It's simple. It's just a matter of who receives the most gifts. Stealing the tower doesn't count.
If you lose, you have to post a statement on the school forum and you will no longer be the campus beauty of Dongda University. Maybelline's words were very clear. She wanted Bai Ruoying to give up the title of school belle. Although there is more than one Bai Ruoying in school who is prettier than me, she is the only one who is more famous than me.
As long as she pushes Bai Ruoying off the throne of school belle, she will be the most popular beauty in Tokyo University. Will you still worry about not being able to find a rich bootlicker by then? Maybelline's calculations were clacking.
Okay, I can accept that, but what if you lose? Bai Ruoying agreed without hesitation. She has been a fair, rich and beautiful girl since she was a child, and has never lost to other girls in any aspect.
Why did Maybelline think she would lose? What if she did? Ha, you didn't even check the number of people in the live broadcast room, do you think I will lose? Bai Ruoying, this is not Dongda University, no one knows who you are, do you still think you are a princess high above everyone else, a campus beauty that everyone licks? Wake up, you have to rely on your strength to speak here, do you understand?
Maybelline had an arrogant look on her face and her words were full of frivolity.
I understand your sister.
Fang Yu, who was watching the game in the live broadcast room, punched the sofa.
This scheming bitch is so damn arrogant.
I really want to arrange for a tough doctor to give her physical therapy.
Isn't it just by belittling me that you gained a wave of brainless fans online? Otherwise, who would recognize you, a green tea?
Fang Yu drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp.
I couldn't help but feel sorry for the innocent Bai Ruoying on the screen.
The virtual network is so dark and dirty that a pure person like my senior sister cannot access it at all. You thought the goddess in the live broadcast room was an 18-year-old little girl, but in fact she was a 48-year-old old aunt. You thought that those who lived in luxurious apartments were princesses, but in fact, she was the maid of the top brother. Fang Yu felt the pain deeply. Thanks to that scheming bitch Maybelline, he is recognized as a bootlicker, a bad boy, and impotent in the eyes of people on the internet, but no one stands up to question whether these insults are true or false.
Who cares what the truth is?
Only those who have experienced it can understand how painful it is to be framed. No matter what you say, no one will believe you, while those who slander you pretend to be miserable and try to gain sympathy from everyone.
Just like Sun Wukong, who was wrongly accused by Elder Tang.
Even though it was the white bone demon that was killed, you were scolded as a murderer and the tight hoop curse was recited to give you a splitting headache.
It's so fucking miserable. Fang Yu is now a major shareholder of Donghai Private University.
He can fire Maybelline with just one word, but that would be too easy for her. Just like a blood-sucking mosquito, you can kill it with a slap, or you can first twist off one of its legs, then pull off its other leg, and finally pull its two wings. If you want to completely clear yourself of all the bad reputation, you must tear off the veil covering Maybelline's shame piece by piece.
Fang Yu has already planned a chess game. Tonight, I will strip Maybelline completely naked. Maybelline, don't be too proud.
We originally had no grudges against each other, but every time you see me, you speak ill of me and even challenge me by name. I don't know why you do this, and I don't care, but I will never admit defeat today.
Bai Ruoying pouted.
The unyielding spirit is like the winter sweet blooming in the cold winter, proudly standing out against the frost. Maybelline rolled her eyes and said with contempt, okay, Bai Ruoying, if you beat me, you can make any request, and I will agree to it.
It's a deal.
Bai Ruoying and Maybelline agreed on the rules and punishments. Then the two of them reconnected their microphones and started a 10-minute PK.
Thanks to my big head brother for the hot air balloon. Thanks to my fat brother for bringing you home. Thanks to my big-headed brother for the sports car. Thanks to my fat brother for the plane.
Maybelline sent a message to the fan group in advance and greeted the big brothers.
The sound waves exceeded 10,000 in less than a minute after the PK started.
The two people who mainly gave gifts were Big Head Brother and Fat Brother. The reason they worked so hard was to compete for Maybelline's January girlfriend rights. Simply put, whoever is number one on the list tonight, Maybelline will be that person's girlfriend for a month, and she can do anything for him or her.
As long as I can win, a girlfriend for 1 month doesn't matter.
I will go to the hospital tomorrow to recover my body, which will surely move the top brother to great joy. Looking at the screen full of gift special effects, Maybelline was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
I will definitely win this PK.
Let us look at Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room. Only a few true fans gave a few small gifts here and there, not even one with special effects, and the total sound waves just exceeded 100. Fuck, the opponent is too strong, using hard stuff right from the start.
Host, admit defeat. There are more than 6,000 people online on the other side, and we have less than 200 people. What's the point of fighting? It's better to just turn it off to save yourself the embarrassment.
I went to the live broadcast room across the street and saw 3 guys over level 50, more than 20 guys over level 40, and only Donghai Yinzu in our live broadcast room who was over level 30, and he's a broke guy.
The host is very brave. I will go to the other side to grab a lucky bag and come back to give it to you. Brothers, I'm soft-hearted. I'm going to withdraw first.
Seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room was decreasing instead of increasing, and the health bar was almost invisible, Bai Ruoying remained extremely calm. Not even a word of canvassing for votes.
Fang Yu was about to take action. Boom! A rocket suddenly took off into the air in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room. Forever Love Sakura give away 1 Douyin account. Chapter 11 The anchor should be reserved.
Seeing the screen full of rocket special effects, Fang Yu was stunned for a moment and slowly put down his hand that was about to give a gift. No wonder the senior sister sat there as steady as a rock. It turned out she had the big brother protecting her.
Love Sakura forever? What a sexy name.
In that case, let's wait a little longer.
It is better to provide timely help than to add icing on the cake.
Now the senior sister has the support of the big brother, Forever Love Sakura, so if she gives gifts again, the senior sister may not see it and will at most say you are a good person.
It would be better to wait until the senior sister is unable to beat the other party, and then stand up for her.
That way you can turn the tide, and the senior sister will remember your kindness in her heart. Tonight's game of chess was played with great precision and everything was under control.
Fang Yu is confident of victory, and the best is yet to come. Holy crap! TikTok number 1. The anchor is about to take off, woohoo! I told you, how could such a beautiful anchor not have a big brother? What a joke! It's true that there is a big brother, but his rank is so low, I'm not sure if he can help me or not.
When Bai Ruoying saw the gifts her besties gave her, she immediately perked up and made a heart shape with her hands, smiling.
Thank you for the gift from Forever Love Sakura.
That's right, the ones who gave Bai Ruoying gifts were her 3 best friends. Each of them contributed 20,000 yuan to help Bai Ruoying to play PK, and they even registered a special account named Forever Loving. Together with the 20,000 yuan that Bai Ruoying paid out of her own pocket, a total of 800,000 Dubi coins were recharged in this account. If all of them are played out, it would be equivalent to 800,000 sound waves. Donghai Private University is the most famous aristocratic college in Donghai and even in Yin country.
Most of the students who can study here are from wealthy or noble families.
Bai Ruoying's best friends are all girls from wealthy families, and 20,000 yuan is only half a month's living expenses for them. Like Bai Ruoying, they didn't know much about live streaming and thought that 800,000 sound waves would definitely win. Seeing the constant flow of gifts in the opposite live broadcast room, the girlfriends couldn't hold their excitement anymore.
Forever Love Sakura give away 1 carnival. Forever Love Sakura give away 1 carnival. Bai Ruoying's best friend played 5 carnivals in a row. Each carnival costs 3,000 yen Gua coins, which is equivalent to 30,000 sound waves.
Including the Douyin number 1 just now, Bai Ruoying's sound waves have reached 160,000, and her health bar instantly surpassed Mei Bailan. There was joy in the live broadcast room.
Fuck!
There are so many carnivals, they blind my titanium dog eyes.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. I have goosebumps all over my body. Brother number 1 on the list is awesome, crass. Look, the host is smiling so sweetly, it makes my heart melt. Host, please be reserved. Don't let yourself be seduced by the number 1 guy on the list. Thank you Bonnie for the carnival, love you.
Bai Ruoying smiled as bright as a flower and playfully put her hands on top of her head and made a heart shape, feeling very happy. At critical moments, best friends are more reliable, unlike some people who only know how to bang girls against the wall. Fang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa watching the game, suddenly sneezed.
Is someone saying bad things about me behind my back? Dog head doubt, JPG.
Carnival is a gift to the world, and barrage can be seen in all live broadcast rooms. The 5 carnivals attracted a lot of popularity, and the number of people in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room soon exceeded 10,000.
Some passing brothers were also attracted by Bai Ruoying's beauty and gave her some gifts.
For a moment, gifts floated across the screen in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room, with gorgeous special effects appearing one after another.
Looking at the live broadcast room on the opposite side. Seeing Bai Ruoying's health bar rising, Mei Bailan felt anxious and angry. You are so good, by Ruoying.
No wonder you, a small anchor with only a few hundred fans, dare to compete with me. It turns out you also have a big brother. Ha, even with this, she is still called a pure school beauty.
Bah!
You are still a slut who relies on men to buy gifts.
What is the difference between you and me? Don't pretend to be an innocent person in school anymore, it's disgusting.
You are not worthy enough to compare your acting skills with mine. It's just a few crappy carnivals, wait and see how I crush you. Maybelline was furious, but she said tenderly, big head brother, fat brother, the big brother on the opposite list is so fierce, he is almost riding on my head, can you bear to see me being bullied? She is indeed a movie queen level green tea. Maybelline, who turned the beauty filter to the maximum, looked very pink and tender. When she acted like this, the big brothers in the live broadcast room were instantly aroused. Born with big head give away one carnival.
Fat brother is not fat give away one carnival.
Born with big head give away one carnival.
Fat brother is not fat give away one carnival.
Maybelline's big head brother and fat brother also started to visit the carnival. In order to get the right to be Maybelline's girlfriend for 1 month, the two of them competed with each other and neither of them was willing to fall behind.
This is exactly what Maybelline wanted. Competition brings motivation.
Why do anchors love to play PK?
Because only in PK can the big brother's strength, identity and status be displayed.
No matter who they are in real life, they speak through gifts in the live broadcast room. Whoever gets the most votes is the boss, and can get the anchor's praise, add the anchor's WeChat, and take the anchor out to eat, sing, and play games.
Everything is so simple and crude.
Maybelline has already mastered the live broadcasting skills to perfection. From time to time, she would pull the straps down to deliberately reveal a little bit, but without letting anyone see anything. The size was accurate to the millimeter level. The hungry wolves in the live broadcast room were drooling with envy.
Fuck. So white.
I seem to have seen it, but I also seem not to have seen it.
What about you? Brothers, let's bring out the positive energy.
Big head brother and fat brother, don't stop, use carnival to hit the anchor hard. The live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular, with more than 50,000 people online.
Maybelline was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling.
Her beautiful face almost disappeared, and her swollen face appeared from time to time. Then she quickly stopped smiling.
Thanks to my big head brother and fat brother, love you guys, Moa. Maybelline blew a kiss to the two dogs from a distance.
The two big guys, born with big head, and fat brother is not fat, immediately became excited, and each of them quickly replenished their ammunition.
After a contest, Maybelline's health bar once again surpassed Bai Ruoying's, but the gap was not that big.
Bai Ruoying has now harvested a total of 320,123 sound waves, while Maybelline has harvested 389,438 sound waves. There are only more than 4 minutes left for Park.
Bai Ruoying's girlfriends couldn't sit still anymore.
In this PK, you cannot steal the tower, which means you must closely follow the opponent's sound waves.
Forever Love Sakura give away one carnival. Forever Love Sakura give away one carnival.
In order to prevent their best sister from losing, her best friends gave Bai Ruoying 10 carnivals in one go.
He left Maybelline behind in an instant. We should be able to win this time, right?
Bai Ruoying raised her head and puffed out her chest proudly, which made Fong Yu feel overwhelmed.
Chapter 12. The three best friends were seen clearly. 10 carnivals are blowing up the world.
Passerby fans poured into Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room like a tide, and the number of online people soon exceeded 30,000.
Wow! The anchor is so beautiful. There are so many beauties on TikTok. It's like entering a palace. I feel like I've become an emperor.
Upstairs, there is not only the emperor in the palace, but also eunuchs.
What nonsense are you talking about?
No matter how beautiful the anchor is, she is still the top of the list.
We, the blank vote party, are destined to be eunuchs.
If this continues, the anchor will probably be removed from the top of the list soon.
Sigh, another flower is going to be destroyed. It's so happy to be the top brother on the list.
Bai Ruoying was so happy that she was beaming with joy and gave several hearts to her righteous girlfriends.
Thank you, Forever Love Sakura, thank you.
Seeing Bai Ruoying's sweet smile, some passers-by couldn't help themselves and threw a few gifts to her. The live broadcast room was once again filled with special effects, and its popularity soared. Fong Yu, who was watching the battle in the number 9 villa in the East China Sea, was sitting on the Daiou Yutai.
Forever Love Sakura actually got 10 Huazi. It seems that this guy really loves his senior.
Not only does his name sound sexy, but he is also generous in giving her gifts. But you still underestimate the green tea girl Maybelline. Her millions of fans are not the result of the wind.
Others may not know. Fang Yu was very clear about Maybelline's tactics.
In order to win the PK tonight, she will beg her elder brother to give her gifts at all costs.
Fang Yu's experience from previous lives told him that the more aggressive he was at the beginning, the more miserably he would lose later.
It's still early, and it's not too late to help the senior at the last minute.
Wouldn't it be great to have a timely reign at the most critical moment?
Maybelline was also a little surprised at this time. I stared at the phone screen with wide eyes, unable to believe this was real.
What? 10 carnivals.
By Ruoying, you bitch, what benefits did you promise to the big brother on the list to make him kowtow to you like this? But this also shows that it was right for me to challenge Bai Ruoying. She is a small anchor with only a few hundred fans, but she can generate hundreds of thousands of sound waves.
Isn't it because of her title of school beauty?
If I take his place, it will be very easy to harvest the bootlickers in the future.
Humph, I must defeat Bai Ruoying tonight no matter what. If you think you can win by just brushing 10 Huazi, you are underestimating me.
Maybelline began her performance and showed off in the live broadcast room.
Is there not a single real man among the tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room? Don't you feel any pain at all when you see others being bullied?
Originally, I was thinking that if anyone helped me win this PK, I would treat him to a month's meal.
I've never treated a boy to a meal before, aren't you hungry?
When Maybelline said this, she licked her lips and tugged at her suspenders.
The force is a little bit stronger.
Just a hint of snow-white mountain peaks was revealed. I have to admire that Maybelline knows men's minds so well.
Which man can withstand such teasing, let alone in the middle of the night?
The hungry wolves are looking for food, and suddenly a piece of fat meat is delivered to their mouths.
Who wouldn't want to lie down on it and take a bite?
The group of wolves in the live broadcast room went completely crazy.
My son. So white. You almost killed me.
No more words, just take a screenshot and record a short video.
Brothers, charge. I can't stand it anymore. If I had known I could eat the anchor for a month, I would have sold my kidney.
Big head brother and fatty brother, don't be scared, start giving out gifts. He was tempted by Maybelline and instigated by the blank ticket party in the live broadcast room. Born with big head and fat brother is not fat are both ready to make some moves. If you give in now, all the gifts you just gave will be wasted and of no use at all. They were all old fans of Maybelline and knew this bitch's temper. She would not even look at the small gifts they gave her, let alone ask them out for dinner.
Tonight's opportunity is indeed rare.
By taking advantage of Fang Yu's incident to hype things up without any bottom line, Maybelline is now very popular and has become a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. If one could ask her out and tell her about it in front of his friends, it would be very face-saving. Besides, only green tea girls like Maybelline are worth dating. A real big anchor or a rich girl will not give you any chance no matter how many gifts you give her.
Unless he is a top rich second generation like Fang Yu. We are a good match and everything can be negotiated.
Now, as long as you give gifts, you can make Maybelline your girlfriend for a month and eat free meals for a month.
This deal is quite cost-effective.
Born with big head and fat brother is not fat have taken action, ready to use up all the ammunition in their accounts.
Maybelline's live broadcast room became hot again.
Born with big head give away 1 carnival.
Fat brother is not fat give away 1 carnival.
Born with big head and fat brother is not fat started to show off gifts to each other again. He was determined to win Maybelline. Other fans who had previously sold tickets to Maybelline sporadically also began to watch the performance of the two.
Everybody saw it. Tonight's contest is between Born with Big Head and Fat Brother is Not Fat. If anyone else interferes, they would be ignorant of the rules.
And at this rate, Maybelline will definitely win even if other fans don't send gifts. Born with Big Head and Fat Brother is Not Fat did not disappoint everyone. Each of them played 10 carnivals, which together was equivalent to 600,000 sound waves.
Maybelline's health bar is far ahead of Bai Ruoying.
The popularity of the live broadcast room also reached its peak, with more than 100,000 people online.
Thanks, Big Head Brother. Thanks to my fat brother.
Maybelline floated up again, and her hands holding the suspenders pulled down again and again unconsciously.
The snow on the mountain peaks is whiter.
As she watched her health bar being surpassed by Maybelline, the smile on Bai Ruoying's face gradually disappeared. She knew very well that she was bound to lose this PK. I thought that 800,000 sound waves would definitely win, but I didn't expect the opponent to be more prepared. It's also my own fault for being careless.
How could a big anchor with millions of fans lose to me? Forget it, I'll just accept the defeat. Since you can't beat them in PK, just admit defeat. Bai Ruoying's girlfriends were also panicking. Even if they spent all the remaining Douyin coins, they couldn't save the situation. Unless you recharge. There are more than 2 minutes left for Park, so if you rush quickly, you should still have time. 3 girlfriends came from the next dormitory to Bai Ruoying to discuss countermeasures. Sister Ruoying, shall we top up some more money? Yes, Sister Yingying, we won't let you lose. Xiao Yingzi, this account is bound to my VLP card, and there is no limit on the recharge amount. Bai Ruoying shook her head, no more, we may not win if we continue to fight, the other party is well prepared, let's just admit defeat, it's just a false title of school beauty, I don't care anyway. None of them noticed. The 3 best friends all appeared in the mobile phone camera and were seen clearly by the people in the live broadcast room. Fang Yu, who had been waiting in the live broadcast room, also heard their conversation. It's time to take action. Chapter 13 Welcome Feng Xiao, the king returns. There was a commotion in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room. Oh my god. 4 beautiful ladies. It turns out that the person who gave the anchor gifts was her roommate. Wow, they are all wealthy ladies. After all this time, there's no big brother in the anchor. It looks like I have hope again. I'll give the anchor position to you. The girl with the ponytail next to her is mine. Wake up guys, the anchor is going to lose. Everyone then noticed that no one voted for the anchor, his health bar didn't move, and there was only a little over a minute left for the PK. Fang Yu was also sure. Bai Ruoying doesn't have any older brother. The people who just gave her gifts were actually her roommates, and they didn't plan to top up their accounts anymore. The opportunity has come and the plan can be implemented. System, activate the 10-fold return card for live broadcast rewards. Ding! The 10x reward card for live broadcast has been activated, valid for 30 minutes. Fang Yu put down his wine glass, rubbed his hands, tapped the screen of his mobile phone, and gave Bai Ruoying a superstar. An extremely huge star immediately appeared in the live broadcast room, emitting dazzling light. Dong Hai Yanzu gives away 1 superstar. Superstar is a new gift launched by Douyin and also the gift with the highest unit price. One is worth 100,000 Douyin coins and requires 10,000 Yenghua coins. Fang Yu has activated mobile payment and can pay for gifts directly. The bank's SMS reminder also came, your savings card with the last number 1734 withdrew 10,000 Yenghua yuan and received 100,000 Yenghua yuan at 21:18 on September 6, and the current balance is 5,000,956 yuan. With one transaction, he made a net profit of 90,000. The more you swipe, the more rewards you get. The items rewarded by the system are really useful. After receiving Fang Yu's gift, Bai Ruoying's PK health bar immediately increased. The audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Fuck! Superstar! Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen it. Who isn't having a first time? It's so damn cool, it blinded me. As Fang Yu handed out the gifts, someone recognized him again. Is Dong Hai Yanzu Fang Yu? It must be him. There is only one level 56 guy in the live broadcast room. Who else could it be besides him? Didn't Fang Yu's family go bankrupt? How did he still have money to buy gifts? I don't understand this. The bankruptcy of their parents' company has no impact on their children. Maybe his father left him a large sum of money before he ran away. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. I've witnessed this today. Master Fang is awesome. The anchor is saved. See the full screen special effects. Bai Ruoying opened her mouth in surprise, and her silly look was so adorable. She had just driven her best friends away and was ready to admit defeat. But the gift from Dong Hai Yanzu gave her hope again. Is he really Fang Yu? If so, why would he give himself gifts? Could it be that he? Thinking of a possibility, Bai Ruoying blushed and said shyly, "Thank you for the gift from Dong Hai Yanzu." "You're welcome, senior. I don't give gifts just for you." Fang Yu smiled at Bai Ruoying on the phone screen and prepared to swipe for another superstar.
Suddenly, the PK ended.
There was only 1 minute left. How come it was over? Fang Yu was stunned.
Bai Ruoying was also stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned.
What's going on? It's not time yet. Why did you turn off the PK? Could it be that the host wants to cheat because he can't win? Which eye of yours saw that the anchor would lose? With Master Fang here, we will definitely win this game.
That's right, he's a superstar at the first move, only our Fang Xiao has such courage. Bai Ruoying quickly shook her hands to prove her innocence. It really wasn't me who turned off the PK.
My hands didn't touch the phone. Even if I lose, I will admit it. Fang Yu was also puzzled.
I just killed one superstar, and Maybelline still has the advantage, so there is no need to turn off the PK.
The senior student will definitely not turn it off.
Even though we've only known each other for a day, it's clear that she is not the type of person who can't stand losing. At this time, someone told the truth in the comments section.
Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. It's not the host who shut down the PK.
It's the other party's live broadcast room that was blocked.
The live broadcast room was blocked? This is too outrageous.
Didn't you guys see that the host on the other side just tore off the shoulder straps of the sling and there's nothing inside?
I testify, I saw it, it was very white. Bai Ruoying breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost lost.
Before the time came, Maybellion's live broadcast room was closed, so this PK should not count. Fang Yu sat on the sofa and suddenly wanted to laugh.
What the hell is this? Just as he was about to take action, Maybellion was blocked.
The reason was also very strange, he actually tore the suspenders apart.
What a talented person. Is it necessary to work so hard just for a PK? Maybellion, can you please be a little more promising? You can't prop up a wall with mud.
The previous Fang Yu actually fell in love with a girl like this.
I really don't know what attracted him to Maybellion. Never mind, even if we don't compete, we still have to give the gifts.
Otherwise the 10 times return card will be wasted. Fang Yu moved his fortune-making fingers and started giving Bai Ruoying gifts crazily.
Dong Haiyan Zhu gives away 1 superstar. Dong Haiyan Zhu gives away 1 superstar.
One after another, stars appeared in Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room, as spectacular as a meteor shower. The live broadcast room exploded immediately.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Damn, faster than a meteor. 1 superstar is 10,000 Yenghua currency, which is more than my monthly salary. Master Fang is so domineering. Master Fang, please put away your magic quickly. We surrender. Who said that Master Fang was a bootlicker before? Are you blind? He doesn't look like a bootlicker at all. Thanks to that bitch Maybellion, Master Fang has been reborn from the ashes. Welcome back, Master Fang. Welcome back, Master Fang. Bai Ruoying was also dumbfounded. This. What does Dong Haiyan Zhu want to do? 1 or 2 is love, more than that is a debt. Dong Haiyan Zhu, I don't want to owe you a favor. Dong Haiyan Zhu, stop brushing.
I don't need a gift, really, don't waste your money.
The PK is over. If you keep spamming, I will go offline.
Bai Ruoying talked for a long time but still failed to stop Dong Haiyan Zhu.
How can you stop making a net profit of 90,000 by sending a superstar? Fang Yu, that's enough. If you keep swiping, I will ignore you. Bai Ruoying became angry.
He simply mistook Dong Haiyan Zhu for Fang Yu and shouted loudly in the live broadcast room.
You know what, this trick really works. Dong Haiyan Zhu no longer sends gifts. Fang Yu was frightened by the last sentence. You may not make money, but you cannot break up with your senior. The gifts suddenly stopped, and Bai Ruoying became even more certain that Dong Haiyan Zhu was Fang Yu. This bad guy, why does he give himself so many gifts? Is he crazy? Fool. It's so infuriating.
Bai Ruoying bit her lip, looking angry, with a deer beating around in her heart.
In just a few minutes, Fang Yu had swiped 366 superstars.
Bai Ruoying received 36,600,000 sound waves and unsurprisingly became number 1 on the hourly list. 80,000 people flocked into the live broadcast room, and the number of online viewers exceeded 100,000.
Bai Ruoying is famous. But she wasn't happy at all. Fang Yu gave me gifts, maybe he had some conspiracy, maybe he wanted to harm me. This bad guy is so bad. What to do? Are we going to be captured by him without any help?
Bai Ruoying was anxious and angry, pouting and saying, Fang Yu, even if you give me so many gifts, you should not have any improper thoughts about me.
I will return the gifts to you sooner or later. Chapter 14 by Ruoying's rapid breathing. Fang Yu smiled slightly.
The senior is indeed a pure-hearted, rich, and beautiful girl. If it were the other female anchor, she would have been so excited to call the top guy dad after receiving so many gifts from him. More than 30 million sound waves is not a small amount. The anchor can get more than 1 million, which is enough to buy an apartment in a third-tier city.
But the senior student wanted to go back. Ha, you wish. If you return it, won't my tenfold rebate be confiscated?
Fang Yu posted a comment in the live broadcast room, Senior sister, don't worry.
I'm giving you gifts.
First, I apologize to you for pushing you against the wall this morning.
Second, I have my own reasons. As for the reason, I really can't tell you. Fang Yu, what are you talking about? I'm so mad at you.
Bai Ruoying covered her face with her hands, and her ears felt hot.
Woohoo, so embarrassing. Fang Yu, you are such a bad guy.
How can I face people when you say you pushed me against the wall in front of tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room?
Are you stupid or doing this on purpose?
Now not only does the whole school know that you forcefully kissed me, but it's also been posted online.
I probably won't be able to get married in the future. Bai Ruoying was so angry that she didn't want to talk.
The spectators in the live broadcast room had already brought their small stools.
Mr. Fang is really awesome.
He just entered college and already pushed his senior girl against the wall.
He is truly a role model for our generation. Mr. Fang, please accept my knee.
Every failure makes one wiser.
Isn't such a pretty anchor sister more attractive than that bitch Maybelline?
Mr. Fang's comeback this time also proves that the rumors about him on the internet are pure rumors.
Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. Look, the host seems to be shy, so cute.
Such a pure anchor who doesn't worship money, Mr. Fang must cherish her.
I wish I could marry a wife like this anchor.
Looking at the nonsense of netizens in the comment section, Bai Ruoying was so angry that she wanted to end the live broadcast. At this moment, someone suddenly asked her to play PK.
Bai Ruoying didn't want to answer it at first. But when I saw the name, I had no choice but to answer it. Because this person is Maybelline.
Just now, in order to canvass for votes, Maybelline used too much force and directly tore off the suspenders on her body.
The towering peaks are exposed.
I was so scared that I quickly turned off the live broadcast. After changing her clothes, touching up her makeup and going to the bathroom, Maybelline came to compete with Bai Ruoying again.
There was no winner in the previous game. After connecting online, Maybelline was stunned. What exactly happened in these few short minutes? How did Bai Ruoying receive so many sound waves? Why were there so many people in her live broadcast room? MD. There are actually 100,000 people online.
I have millions of fans, but I have never enjoyed this treatment.
I don't accept it. Bai Ruoying, did you spend money to buy popularity?
Maybelline knew nothing about what had just happened.
What are you talking about? What do you mean by buying popularity? Can you buy popularity through live streaming?
Bai Ruoying has only done live broadcasts a few times and is a complete novice in this area.
Not to mention buying popularity, she can't even recognize all the gifts.
Okay, without further ado, let's play another round.
Let's keep the same bet as before. Do you dare to play? Maybelline is still full of confidence.
I didn't know yet that Fang Yu had returned as a king.
Bai Ruoying was a little hesitant.
It's not her temper not to hit him. If she hits him, Fang Yu will probably give her gifts again.
She really didn't want to accept any more gifts from Fang Yu.
The debt of favor is the hardest to repay.
What if Fang Yu bullies me again in the future?
Seeing that Bai Ruoying was hesitant to answer, Maybelline thought she was scared.
Then he challenged me with a contemptuous tone. What, you don't dare to fight?
It's okay if you don't want to fight, or you can just admit defeat to avoid embarrassment.
Who said I don't dare to fight? I'm just afraid that you will lose, so I don't want to fight with you. Bai Ruoying was telling the truth. As long as Fang Yu takes action, 10 Maybellions cannot defeat Bai Ruoying. But Maybelline burst out laughing. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
You don't dare to fight, but you pretend to be afraid of me losing.
If I hadn't had an accident just now, you would have lost a long time ago. Okay, let's fight. Let's start. Bai Ruoying really couldn't stand Mei Bailan's arrogance.
Just fight me, at most you'll owe Fang Yu a favor.
Bickering with Fang Yu is much more comfortable than quarreling with Mei Bilian.
So the two of them started another 10-minute PK. Maybelline repeated the same old trick, but changed her strategy. She no longer relied on her peaks to attract attention, but instead showed off the black stockings on her legs. Brothers, my stockings have a hole in them and I don't have money to buy new ones.
Can you guys raise some money?
Maybelline acted coquettishly while stroking her black stockings with her hands and licking her lips with her tongue.
The action is extremely provocative.
The evil wolf in the live broadcast room was so greedy that his nose was bleeding.
Oh my god. It's so hot.
Guys, I licked the screen, it was delicious.
Host, please name a price. How much are the stockings on your legs? I'll buy them. Can you show me the broken part? My roommate wants to see it.
Where are the two big brothers who were giving out gifts just now?
Hurry up.
Fang Yu, who had just come back from peeing, saw this scene and couldn't help but want to go to the toilet again.
Damn. I finally understand why Fang Yu, the former rich second generation, would become this bitch's bootlicker. What decent man can resist this? Don't say anything more, just brush it.
Fang Yu took a sip of red wine and started to give Bai Ruoying gifts crazily.
Dong Haiyan Zhu gives away 1 superstar. Dong Haiyan Zhu gives away 1 superstar. Bai Ruoying's health bar increased rapidly and her popularity soared.
Maybelline's eyes widened in shock, and she leaned over her phone, staring at Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room.
Damn, this is not scientific.
He is a superstar right away, and he gets 100,000 Douyin coins for each.
Did your family's money come from the wind?
When Maybelline clicked on Bai Ruoying's top spot, she almost gasped.
Isn't Dong Haiyan Zhu the dog that licks Fang Yu's boot? He actually gave Bai Ruoying the superstar award. Didn't his family go bankrupt? A bunch of question marks were spinning in Maybelline's eyes.
After much guessing, there is only one fact: no matter whether the Fang family goes bankrupt or not, Fang Yu still has a lot of money in his hands.
If I had known, I wouldn't have broken up with him. Ah, I regret it so much. Maybelline was completely depressed.
She slumped down on the chair, with 1,000 ants crawling in her heart. The live broadcast room was also deserted. The gifts on the opposite side are so fierce, all of them are superstars, who can beat them?
If you swipe a few Huazi on there, wouldn't that be humiliating yourself? This is not a PK, it's a crushing victory.
Just like a canoe versus an aircraft carrier, the waves created can drown you.
What the hell?
Maybelline looked ashen and sat there without saying a word. Fang Yu's fingers were swiping and clicking non-stop. From the beginning of the PK to the end of the PK, his hands never stopped for a moment. In 10 minutes, a total of 1,024 superstars were swiped. The total sound waves are 102400000. Bai Ruoying remained silent the entire time, quietly watching Fang Yu give out gifts, her mind going blank. Her little face was flushed and her breathing became rapid.
I don't know whether to be happy or angry. The only thing that is certain is that Fang Yu must be crazy. There is no point in persuading him anymore.
I might as well just watch his performance and settle the score with him later. Bai Ruoying's live broadcast room was burning hot. The comment section was speeding like cars on a highway, and it was impossible to tell what the netizens were saying.
It's time to PK. Maybelline lost miserably.
Bai Ruoying's total sound waves exceeded 100 million, while Maybelline's was less than 10,000.
Fang Yu became the biggest winner.
Not only did he make a small profit, he also became the great god admired by 100,000 people on the Douyin live broadcast tonight.
No one remembers that he was once insulted as a bootlicker.
Everyone only knows that Fang Xiao is back as the king.
Tell me, what do you want me to do?
Maybelline turned on the microphone and asked Bai Ruoying.
Chapter 15, the senior is so nice, is she an angel? Both parties placed a bet before the PK. Bai Ruoying lost and was no longer the campus belle of Tokyo University. Maybelline lost, so he did whatever Bai Ruoying asked her to do.
Now that Bai Ruoying had won, Maybelline had to accept the punishment. What should she be punished for?
Bai Ruoying couldn't make up her mind for a moment.
I have no grudge against her and I don't know why she came to provoke me.
Tell her not to cause trouble to herself again in the future?
This makes it seem like I, by Ruoying, am afraid of her. It's all the fault of that bad guy Fong Yu. Maybelline must have come to cause trouble on purpose because of him. The news of their relationship has been widely discussed on the internet, but no one knows whether it is true or not.
Fong Yu is so stupid, doesn't he know how to come out and clarify? Bai Ruoying didn't believe that Fong Yu was a bootlicker at all. He was so arrogant that he dared to push me against the wall in public and even hit Jia Dawei. How could he be a bootlicker? It would be better to let Maybelline apologize to Fong Yu online to show that he is not a bootlicker. Anyway, all the gifts tonight were bought by Fong Yu, so it's not too much to help him. Bai Ruoying thought for a while and finally made up her mind. Maybelline, before the PK, you said that if you lose, you will do whatever I tell you to do, right? Yes, tell me, what do you want me to do? There are more than 100,000 people in the 2 live broadcast rooms combined, so Maybelline doesn't dare to cheat. Otherwise, how can I survive in the live streaming circle in the future? Bai Ruoying heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had made a great decision, and said, Maybelline, I want you to post a statement online. You have to clarify for Fong Yu and explain that he is not that kind of person. Clarify Fong Yu? Clarify what? Say he's not a bootlicker? When it comes to Fong Yu, Maybelline's tone changes obviously. Become very light, very soft, very innocent. The actress started her performance again. Bai Ruoying nodded, yes, those are the false accusations. You have to apologize to Fong Yu. Fong Yu, who had been staring at the live broadcast room, felt a warm feeling in his heart. Senior sister is so nice. Is she an angel? She had pushed her against the wall, causing her to be laughed at by so many people, but she actually let bygones be bygones, repaid the grudge with kindness, and made Maybelline apologize to her. I am touched, really touched. Fong Yu had another idea. It would be a waste of talent if you don't pursue such a good senior. But there is no rush. Let us clear the bad reputation first. Let us see if Maybelline will agree to the senior's request. Beyond everyone's expectations. By Ruoying, I would have done the same thing even if you didn't tell me. You may not know that I have been feeling guilty for a long time. I said so many angry words online. I feel sorry for Fong Yu and let him bear the unwarranted infamy. Maybelline was a completely changed person. In the live broadcast room, she was clearly a little girl who had done something wrong and was apologizing in shame. There were even tears welling up in his eyes. I would like to say sorry to Fong Yu here. Tomorrow I will issue a statement to formally apologize to Fong Yu. Having said this, Maybelline wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I was young and ignorant, and I loved him too deeply. Suddenly, I broke up with Fong Yu, and I couldn't bear it for a while, so I said those irresponsible words. I regret it very much now, and I feel very guilty. I hope Fong Yu won't be angry and can forgive me, woo-woo. After saying this, Maybelline started crying in the live broadcast room. The pear blossoms are wet with rain, looking so pitiful. Bai Ruoying was as innocent as water, and had no idea that Maybelline was acting. She kindly comforted her, Maybelline, it's okay as long as you know you're wrong. There's no need to cry about it. After all, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. The ignorant audience in the live broadcast room were deceived by Maybelline's superb acting skills. If a pretty girl wearing cool clothes cries in front of you, which boy would not show sympathy to her? Don't cry, my heart hurts. To be honest, when I saw the anchor crying, I felt that way. Me too. This may be a man's natural desire to protect. I really want to comfort the anchor. No one is perfect. As long as you kneel down in front of Master Fong and repent deeply, Master Fong will definitely be moved by your tears. Isn't Mr. Fong in the live broadcast room? Let Mr. Fong come out and say a few words. Fong Yu, who was sitting on the sofa in the villa watching the live broadcast, was already laughing to the point of being out of breath. What a great acting skill! This is why Maybelline cannot be fired easily. She is too good at acting and pretending. There is no way to defeat her unless you unravel her true nature and expose it completely. Even if she disappears from the earth, those groundless insults will not disappear, but there will be no evidence to prove them. Now Fong Yu is the major shareholder of Donghai Private University. He can fire Maybelline with just one sentence, but what happens after that? She will continue to play the victim, confuse right and wrong, and talk nonsense online. Ignorant netizens will still be deceived by her and rumors will still fly. Nowadays, no matter how awesome a person is, he is afraid of making mistakes on the internet.
Once you fail, it's all over and you'll never be able to get out of this situation. It only takes one sentence to spread a rumor.
Clarifying rumors will torture a person to death. Even if you die, you may not be able to prove your innocence. There must be evidence. Fong Yu is collecting evidence.
He has spent $5 million to hire the most powerful public relations company in Donghai, and will be there tonight to collect all the evidence about May Billion.
Everything that happens in the live broadcast room is recorded and saved. Even if Maybelline performs again, she can't escape. Seeing someone at him, Fong Yu posted a comment. "Senior, let's have a 3-person video chat. There are some things I want to say in public." "Okay, wait a moment."
Bai Ruoying obediently turned off the PK, turned on the multi-person chat mode, and pulled May Billion and Fong Yu in.
3 video frames appeared on everyone's phone screen.
When she saw Fong Yu, May Billion's eyes lit up. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he pretended to be pitiful and started sobbing.
"Fong Yu, I'm sorry, how have you been these days?" "Good acting."
Fong Yu took his phone, stood up from the sofa, showed the living room and said, "Look, I'm living a good life, better than before."
May Billion was immediately stunned.
Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned.
"Fuck. Is this young Master Fong's home? It's so extravagant and inhumane.
The living room is bigger than my house, so playing basketball is no problem at all. So this is what the richest man's home looks like.
I've really learned a lot today. Look at that crystal chandelier, it's so bright and dazzling, it must have cost at least 500,000, right? Young man, you look down on Mr. Fong. I am just a lighting installer. This light won't cost you more than 5 million. Fuck. 5 million for a lamp? I'm on my knees. Mr. Fong, does your family need a doorman? I can call Wong Wong.
I saw people in the live broadcast room worshipping Fong Yu exaggeratedly.
Bai Ruoying didn't understand why there was anything worth worshipping about a house.
She had lived in a general's building with its own gate and courtyard since she was born, so of course she could not understand the thoughts of ordinary people.
For example, Maybelline.
She could no longer control herself and wanted to return to Fong Yu's arms.
"Fong Yu, I'm relieved to see that you're doing well.
The weather has turned cold recently, so remember to cover yourself with a blanket when you go to bed at night.
You used to love kicking the blanket off. You have to take good care of yourself without me around."
These words were spoken with true feeling.
There is care in the words.
It fully reflects a girl's love for her ex-boyfriend.
I give it full marks.
Fong Yu held back his laughter and continued to show off his villa and luxury car.
Chapter 16. What are you doing at Fong Xiao's house in the middle of the night?
I know there have been a lot of rumors about me recently, saying all sorts of things, but I believe everyone can make their own judgment on what is right and wrong.
Fong Yu did not defend himself. Instead, continue to show the villa.
From the first floor to the third floor, netizens in the live broadcast room saw it inside and out.
Wow! This house is so luxurious. I love it.
Blind guess, at least 100 million. It's more like adding a zero at the end.
Whoever said the Fong family went bankrupt is simply lying. Mr. Fong, I support you. Although you are playful and like to play, I absolutely do not believe that you are impotent. Didn't May Billion just say that those were all just words she made up in anger? No one would believe it. It is said that wealth should not be shown off. But tonight, Fong Yu wanted to show off his wealth.
It's not to show off, but to let everyone see his strength and shatter the rumors on the internet.
By the way, lure May Billion into the trap.
Arriving at the garage, Fong Yu showed off his luxury car again.
You know I love to have fun, so when I see a car I like I want to buy it, and I accidentally bought so many. The live broadcast room exploded again. Mr. Fong, you are being so Versailles again. 1, 2, 3. Shit. 9 in total. It's a nice car, but unfortunately I don't even recognize the logo. Can anyone introduce it to me?
I only recognize the extended version of the Rolls-Royce, so I guess it's a small target. There happened to be a senior car fan in the live broadcast room, and he took the opportunity to show off.
Come on, look carefully, I'll introduce them to you from left to right. The first carbon gray sports car on the left is the Lamborghini Sixth Element. It is limited to 20 units worldwide and is priced at approximately 20 million. The second red sports car is a Ferrari LaFerrari.
A used car was once auctioned online with a starting price of 30 million. The third sapphire sports car, the Bugatti Veyron convertible, is estimated to be worth 60 million or more. The last pearl white sports car, the McLaren P1, accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.8 seconds, and the price is no less than 15 million. This netizen knew everything about it, and even Fong Yu gave him a thumbs up.
There are indeed many hidden talents on the internet.
Bai Ruoying couldn't help but be amazed when she heard the prices of these cars.
Oh my god.
These cars are so expensive.
Fong Yu's family is so rich. So, the Fong family did not go bankrupt at all, but why did my father say that the Fong family still owed him money? Maybelline couldn't even close her eyes.
With her mouth slightly open, she wished she could get into the phone screen and immediately knelt down at Fong Yu's feet.
How did Fong Yu suddenly own so many luxury cars? Did he hide his strength before and deliberately test himself? Maybelline, you big idiot, why did you break up with Fong Yu?
I really want to slap myself a few times.
Maybelline regretted it so much.
No, I must get back together with Fong Yu no matter what, and beg for Fong Yu's forgiveness no matter what the cost.
No matter what means, he must climb back into Fong Yu's bed. Fong Yu, is this your new home? Maybelline asked cautiously. Haha, I took the bait.
Fong Yu had long expected that once he showed her the luxury cars and villas, Maybelline would definitely drool with envy. For a gold digger, money is the most delicious delicacy in the world. Yes, the previous villa was a bit old, and we were going to renovate it, so my family bought a new villa. Fong Yu said as he left the garage and returned to the living room.
Oh, is the new villa also in the same community as before? Maybelline inquired step by step.
Fong Yu deliberately revealed to her, yes, it's still in the same community as before, so we don't have to move back and forth.
Are uncle and aunt asleep? It seems like you are the only one home. They went on vacation, and now I'm alone at home. I'm so bored. Alone? Bored?
Maybelline's heart was so excited that it was about to overflow.
Isn't this just a hint to myself?
Fong Yu, I still have a few of your clothes here, how about I send them to you?
Maybelline immediately seized the opportunity.
Fong Yu looked embarrassed. It's so late, it's not convenient for a girl like you to go out. Why don't you just forget it and throw away a few old clothes?
I can just take a taxi and get there. It's very convenient. It would be a shame to lose it.
Maybelline was anxious and didn't care whether Fong Yu was worth it or not, she just wanted to catch him.
Bai Ruoying watched them ask and answer questions. He was so angry that he raised his eyebrows. You two want a date, but why can't you do it in private? Are you treating me like a third wheel?
But it would be impolite to end the live broadcast abruptly. After all, Fong Yu was number one on her list. Bai Ruoying had no choice but to continue sitting there. At this time, tens of thousands of people poured into the live broadcast room, and the comment area was filled with comments.
That's not right. Did they get the wrong script? That's right. Young Master Fong was giving gifts to his senior sister. Why did Maybelline join in the fun? She even wanted to give young Master Fong clothes. What did she want to do? What can you do at Fong Xiao's house in the middle of the night? You can guess it with your toes.
From this perspective, Maybelline is the one who is licking the dog.
I guess she will kneel down and lick Mr. Fong tonight. Mr. Fong, don't turn off the live broadcast, show us some buoyancy.
Seeing the teasing in the live broadcast room, Maybelline pretended to be shy and said with a red face, "Don't talk nonsense, I really just want to send clothes to Fong Yu, I won't do anything else."
Ha, you are trying to cover up your mistake. Fong Yu knew Maybelline's intentions very well. Can't do anything else? Of course, because I can only do one thing. Yes, everyone, please stop making trouble. People on the internet say that I'm not good at that, but I really can't do anything else. Fong Yu said deliberately. Maybelline understood immediately that Fong Yu's words were obviously a complaint to her for slandering him as impotent online. He is a playboy who knows a lot of things, how could he be impotent? Just slap him in the face. Taking the initiative to clarify things to Fong Yu will actually win his favor. Fong Yu, you are still angry with me. I'm sorry, everything I said was a lie. Let me clarify for everyone here, Fong Yu is not incapable, he is very strong.
After saying this, Maybelline pretended to be shy and covered her face with her hands.
I was actually very happy.
She had already thought about the good things that were going to happen tonight and couldn't wait. After breaking up with Fong Yu, she found a few uncles and grandpas as backups, but each of them became weaker than the last. She really missed the time she spent with Fong Yu.
The wolfhounds in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it anymore. My goodness, did I hear correctly? Maybelline said that Mr. Fong is very strong? Mr. Fong must be very strong.
If I were as rich as him, I would be stronger than him.
I guess a fierce battle will break out tonight, huh?
Maybelline, I'll give you a tip, can you please not turn off the live broadcast?
Brothers, let us raise funds together and see the buoyancy together. Bai Ruoying was about to explode with anger. So embarrassed.
They actually discussed this topic in public, polluting other people's pure hearts.
No, I want to stop broadcasting. Sorry, it's a bit late. I'm going to log off now. Bai Ruoying couldn't stand it anymore and turned off her phone. Back to reality. Like a puddle of water poured onto the bed. Headache. Feeling confused. Heat. Disturbed.
Fong Yu, you are such a bad guy, I will never talk to you again.
Bai Ruoying buried her head in the bed. Here, Maybelline was ready to attack Fong Yu. Chapter 17 The Truth Comes to Light.
Bai Ruoying suddenly closed the live broadcast room.
The video chat automatically disconnects.
Fong Yu, I'll bring you some clothes right now, please wait for me for a while.
Maybelline immediately sent a WeChat message to Fong Yu.
Although she dumped Fong Yu, she did not delete his WeChat.
This is the difference between a green tea girl and an ordinary girl.
Let the ex-boyfriend continue to be a spare tire, and use him to relieve boredom when you are in a bad mood.
Okay, I'll wait for you at the door of the villa. Fong Yu actually agreed.
Maybelline jumped up with joy, immediately changed into a white silk skirt, and ran out of the dormitory excitedly. Maybelline had been to Fong Yu's neighborhood before, so she was familiar with the place and found the place quickly.
Arrived at the gate of Donghai No. 9 Manor Villa.
A pearl white sports car was parked on the side of the road, very eye-catching in the dark night. Maybelline recognized that this car was one of the ones Fong Yu had just displayed in the live broadcast room.
He is really infatuated and took the initiative to come outside and wait for me. Watch how I eat you tonight.
The car window rolled down, and a handsome face appeared.
It was indeed Fong Yu. Fong Yu, you should just wait for me at home, why did you come out? I'm so touched. Maybelline wiped her eyes hypocritically. Fong Yu smiled and said, let's get in the car. The water supply in the villa has been cut off today. Let's stay in a hotel. The water outage was fake.
The real reason was that he didn't want that dirty girl named Maybelline to enter his new villa. Maybelline got into the car happily, staring at Fong Yu with her charming eyes.
Unfortunately, Fong Yu is no longer the same Fong Yu as before, and he has become alienated from Maybelline.
With a step on the accelerator, we arrived at a nearby 5-star hotel.
Fong Yu took Maybelline to the room that had been booked in advance.
With the help of the bright light, it was discovered that Maybelline was obviously well prepared. She wore a semi-transparent silk shirt on top, and her pink underwear was clearly visible. Below are super short sexy pants, so short that they can't even cover the entire buttocks. A pair of very tempting thighs. Below that is a pair of over-the-knee white stockings, exuding the aura of a youthful girl.
Charming yet pure, Maybelline's outfit is really a headache.
As soon as the door was closed, Maybelline hugged Fong Yu and leaned forward with her charming red lips. Fong Yu, I miss you so much.
Go take a shower first.
Fong Yu reached out and covered Maybelline's mouth, and his hand was stained with lipstick.
Okay, I'm going to take a shower.
You wait in bed, little rascal. Maybelline bit her lip, threw a coquettish glance at Fong Yu, and walked into the bathroom without any precautions.
Fong Yu took advantage of this break to check the equipment.
That's right, this was a trap prepared in advance by the PR company.
There are several cameras installed in this room.
Fong Yu is not a voyeur, he is helping the public relations company collect evidence. When Fong Yu was practicing martial arts in his previous life, his coach once told him that if someone hits you, you should return the punch double. Fong Yu's character determines that he will never swallow his anger when being insulted, but he is not a simple-minded and strong man.
To deal with people like Jia Dawei, just do it. If you want to make a scheming bitch like Maybelline admit defeat completely, you can only use your wits. Everything Fong Yu did tonight was to obtain enough evidence to expose Maybelline's true colors. Fong Yu doesn't have to do these things himself, just leave everything to the public relations company. They are professionals. Soon.
Maybelline came out wrapped in a bathrobe, with the water droplets on her hair still wet.
Damn, use the ultimate move right at the start.
For men, a woman who has just taken a shower is the most lethal, especially the breasts, which can kill people without them even realizing it. Fang Yu is a serious man, it is impossible for him not to react, because any man will have a reaction. But he won't touch this dirty woman again today. Because he already has someone he loves. I'm so tired today, can I skip taking a shower? Fang Yu was lying on the bed with his limbs facing the sky. Maybelline immediately came up and said coyly, then don't wash it. I just like the smell of you. I don't believe it. Don't you dislike me? Hate you, who would dislike you? I love you so much that I can't wait. Maybelline acted coquettishly, and her hands wandered dishonestly on Fang Yu's body. Then why do you still call me a bootlicker and incompetent? Fang Yu turned over and deliberately avoided Maybelline's hand. Maybelline thought Fang Yu was still angry with her, so she quickly said, Fang Yu, don't be angry. I've already said in the live broadcast room that those are all lies. I will publicly apologize to you. It doesn't matter whether you apologize or not, I just don't understand why you said those things online. Fang Yu played with the car keys in his hand for a while, his expression somewhat cold. Maybelline realized that if she didn't tell Fang Yu the truth, he would definitely not forgive her. I can't be stupid this time. I have to get Fang Yu back no matter what. Putting aside his villa and luxury car, the reward he gave to Bai Ruoying tonight alone was over 10 million, which was real money that he could get. If she could make him happy, she would be able to become a wealthy woman in the future, and even marry Fang Yu would not be impossible. I will never be stepped on by rich girls like Bai Ruoying again. Maybelline stood up and knelt in front of Fang Yu, confessing devoutly. Fang Yu, I'm sorry. I was also a victim of rumors. There were rumors online that your family had gone bankrupt, and I believed them. I broke up with you because I was afraid of being implicated. Later, someone gave me an idea that I could use your fame to hype myself up and accumulate fans to make money as a live streamer. It just so happened that school was about to start and I needed money, so I listened to other people's slander and said a lot of lies about you online. I know that what I did is immoral, but you also know that my family doesn't have much money and can't even afford the tuition. My mother let me study at the University of Tokyo in order to catch a rich husband. I am very grateful to have met you. It's all my fault that I didn't seize the opportunity. Please give me another chance, okay? Fang Yu, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I am willing to do anything for you. It doesn't matter if you don't take a shower. I just like this smell. As Maybelline spoke, she took off her bathrobe and threw herself towards Fang Yu. The truth has come to light. Mission accomplished, Fang Yu stood up, patted his butt and prepared to leave. Maybelline, don't forget to send your apology statement tomorrow. What's going on? Fang Yu actually ignored him? He actually dared to leave? Maybelline protected the pair of headlights with both hands, sat on the bed and shouted loudly, Fang Yu, stop right there. Why, what do you want to do? Fang Yu turned around and walked back to the bed, looking at Maybelline coldly and asked. Maybelline was startled. She had never seen Fang Yu so cold before. So she immediately changed her expression, grabbed Fang Yu's hand and rubbed it against her chest, crying, Fang Yu, please don't leave, I beg you. Get out of here, you damn bitch. Fang Yu's hand almost touched, and he pushed Maybelline away. He left the hotel without looking back. The truth has been revealed and will be posted online at 12 noon tomorrow. After getting into the car, Fang Yu sent the following message to the public relations company. Chapter 18. The first time a man held me in his arms. Slept in the villa for one night. 7:30 in the morning. Fang Yu drove the Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car all the way to school. Today is the first day of military training. As a student, it is best not to be late. Although he is now a major shareholder of the school, he still needs to study. These days, knowledge is money. Working for the same food delivery company, the delivery man toils for a month in wind and rain, but only earns a few thousand yuan, while the programmer who graduated from a prestigious university can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. In his previous life, Fang Yu hated the fact that he had not read enough books and felt regretful for not having gone to college. Now that he has traveled through time as a college student, he must of course cherish this opportunity. The quality of girls in college is obviously much higher than outside. Just for this reason, you have to study hard. Arriving at the school gate, Fang Yu deliberately parked the sports car in the parking lot outside. There's no need to show off in front of your classmates, otherwise it'll be hard to make new friends. I parked the car and just entered the school. The sissy I met yesterday ran over and said breathlessly, "Brother Fong, you should go out and hide quickly. Someone is trying to cause trouble for you and said he wants to cripple one of your legs." I'm scared to death.
Break one of my legs? Ha, you're quite arrogant. Thank you for your reminder. Let's go. It's okay.
Fong Yu suddenly realized that the sissy could be reformed. After all, he was not a bad person at heart.
You don't know Brother Fong Yu.
He looks ferocious, 2 meters tall, with fists like sandbags and arms thicker than my thighs.
He almost scared me to death.
The sissy folded his arms over his chest, bent over and stretched his head.
Like a mouse encountering a cat, trembling all over. Fong Yu patted him on the shoulder and said loudly, "What's there to be afraid of as a man? Speak properly in the future and don't piss yourself with fear."
I don't want to, but I just can't control myself.
Brother Fong Yu, you are so manly. I like you more and more.
Fong Yu shook his head, feeling that this man was simply hopeless. Let us go and see who doesn't want to live anymore. The sissy led Fong Yu towards the playground. After chatting for a while on the way, Fong Yu learned that the sissy was named Zhang Ruyu and was his classmate.
No wonder he looks so effeminate, the name is wrong.
When I arrived at the entrance of the playground, I saw a tall and strong man standing there. He was in his 20s and was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt. His muscles were like a bodybuilder, in large clumps, and looked very exaggerated.
Brother Fong Yu, this is the person who wants to cause trouble for you.
Zhang Ruyu leaned over and whispered in Fong Yu's ear. She was afraid that the muscular man would find out and think he was telling on her. Fong Yu pushed Zhang Ruyu behind him, strode towards the muscular man, raised his head and asked, "I am Fong Yu.
I heard you have something to ask me? Fong Yu, I want to fight with you."
The muscular man clenched his fists and roared like a lion. Damn, he wants to fight as soon as he comes up.
Could this be the legendary fighting machine?
Fong Yu sneered. Ha, I won't fight with strangers for no reason.
You'd better tell me your family first.
If I hurt you, I can contact your family and send you to the hospital. Hearing Fong Yu's kind words, the muscular man seemed insulted.
He suddenly got angry. You are so arrogant, don't worry about who I am. If you can defeat me, I will kneel on the ground and call you master.
Okay, good disciple, let the master teach you a few moves.
Fong Yu took 2 steps back and prepared to fight.
Based on his experience in his previous life, Fong Yu had already seen that the other party was just strong in appearance. It was okay to scare a coward like Zhang Ruyu, but if a real fight broke out, all his muscles would not be able to exert any strength.
A professional kickboxer can knock someone unconscious with just one powerful punch.
To deal with this muscular man in front of me, the fight would be over with 3 punches at most. But Fong Yu was still a little worried. Afraid of punching too hard and killing the opponent. After taking the physical enhancement capsules rewarded by the system, he felt that his strength was at least twice as strong as it was at his peak in his previous life. Yesterday, when I taught Jia Dawei and others a lesson, I only used the strength of a dragonfly skimming the water and easily knocked them to the ground. Fong Yu planned to start with light punches and then move on to heavy ones, gradually increasing the power of his punches. This will ensure that the other party will not be hurt too seriously. Half an hour before the military training started, the freshmen arrived at the playground one after another. More and more students gathered around, forming a black mass, surrounding Fong Yu and the muscular man in a circle.
Most people are not optimistic about Fong Yu.
Fong Yu is so brave, he dares to compete with this big guy. I think he's getting more and more crazy. Yesterday he pushed the school beauty against the wall, and today he got into a fight with someone.
Why hasn't the school expelled him yet?
It's no use if I don't fire him. I think an ambulance will come and take Fong Yu away soon.
Why?
Idiot, if Fong Yu fights with this hunk, he will either die or be crippled.
The muscular man was enraged and punched Fong Yu.
Suddenly, a clear voice was heard.
Stop. Bai Ruoying came into the crowd at some point without knowing it.
Following the sound, I saw that she was fully armed, wearing a white sun hat and a pair of black sunglasses, as if she was afraid that others would see her.
Looks cool and sassy. Stop it now, this is a school, not a martial arts school. You can't act so recklessly here.
Bai Ruoying approached the muscular man and said sternly, "Who are you and why are you causing trouble at our school? Get out of here right away, or I'll call the police."
Fong Yu was stunned.
The muscular man was also stunned.
Everyone at the scene was stunned. Is the school beauty Bai Ruoying protecting Fong Yu? He looks so cute when he looks fierce and aggressive. Senior, this is my apprentice. We are just sparring for a while and it will be over soon.
Fang Yu looked relaxed, as if he was not afraid at all.
Bai Ruoying was extremely anxious. Where does this guy get his confidence from?
The opponent is taller and stronger than you, but you don't run away quickly, but fight with him foolishly.
You are such a child. Fang Yu, don't show off here.
It's almost time to assemble.
Go find your team as soon as possible. Bai Ruoying wanted to get Fang Yu away. The muscular man suddenly threw a punch.
The muscular man was furious when Fang Yu called him a disciple in front of so many people.
He pushed Bai Ruoying away and punched Fang Yu on the head. Bai Ruoying staggered and almost fell. Fang Yu was quick to act and quickly hugged Bai Ruoying and took several steps back.
The muscular man missed. Through the thin clothes, Fang Yu and Bai Ruoying could both feel each other's body temperature.
Bai Ruoying blushed and her little heart was beating fast.
This was the first time she was held in a man's arms. It feels so strange. The students who were watching could not bear it any longer and became very excited.
Damn it, where did this big guy come from and dare to push our senior sister? Are you a man?
You dare to bully such a beautiful schoolgirl.
Fang Yu, hurry up, don't you like the school beauty? Now is the time for you to show off. Fang Yu was already furious.
He took a deep breath of Bai Ruoying's fragrance, protected her behind him, and punched the muscular man on the temple. There was only a muffled bang sound. The muscular man's head was hit crooked, his legs stepped back a few steps, his body lost balance, and he sat down on the ground.
Chapter 19 Brother Fang Yu, I'm afraid.
The scene was filled with horror.
Fuck. Fang Yu is so fierce. No way, are these two acting? Fang Yu can knock down a muscular man with one punch? What a ridiculous act. If you don't believe me, let Fang Yu punch you and see. Master Fang, kill this big guy and avenge the school beauty. The crowd was talking at once.
Bai Ruoying opened her small mouth slightly and swallowed gently. I couldn't believe what just happened.
Fang Yu is such an awesome guy, has he ever practiced boxing?
He knocked such a strong bad guy to the ground with just one punch.
My god, he is so strong. Brother Fang Yu, you are so great. I love you so much.
Jiang Ruyu covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Fang Yu with admiration, as if she wanted to eat him up.
Damn, that guy stood up, someone said.
The muscular man rubbed his temple, his head buzzing. After being confused for a while, he struggled to stand up. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but yelled, Fang Yu, be careful.
Don't worry, senior.
Fang Yu smiled at Bai Ruoying, feeling happy inside. He didn't expect that his senior sister cared about him so much.
Bai Ruoying's face suddenly turned red to her ears. You kid, you're looking for death.
The muscular man swung his sandbag-sized fist at Fang Yu again. Fang Yu dodged easily, went around the muscular man, and punched him in the waist and ribs. I'll hit you.
Ah.
With just a scream, the muscular man fell to the ground sideways, curled up and rolled over. If I'm not mistaken, at least 2 ribs were broken. Fang Yu rubbed his fist, which was hurting from the shock, and ended this battle without any suspense.
Damn. Fang Yu is too fierce. Is Fang Yu Iron Man? His fist is so hard that I seem to hear the sound of bones breaking.
Mr. Fang, you will be the leader of Dongda University from now on.
We, the suck-up gang, will follow you.
This guy looks strong, but I didn't expect him to be so weak.
He's just weak and bloated. It's all caused by eating protein powder. In the final analysis, Master Fang is the best. If it were me, I would have been scared away long ago.
Seeing the muscular man being knocked down by Fang Yu's punch, Bai Ruoying's head finally fell to the ground. Fang Yu had indeed not lied to himself, he could really defeat his opponent.
It's completely different from the rumors on the internet.
Why is he so powerful? Looking at it this way, he is really handsome. Unfortunately, he got back together with Maybelline.
I don't know if they were together last night. What was I thinking? Thinking of that mess, Bai Ruoying blushed with shame.
Fang Yu smiled at Bai Ruoying and prepared to interrogate the muscular man to find out who sent him. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind.
Ding. Mission updated, transform the sissy.
Task content, let Jiang Ruyu slap the muscular man 3 times.
Quest reward, God level singing skill plus 100 out of print songs. Is there still room for improvement for Jiang Ruyu? Fang Yu expressed doubts about this. However, since it is a task issued by the system, we can only give it a try. Jiang Ruyu, come here for a moment. Fang Yu waved to Jiang Ruyu, who was hiding in the crowd. Jiang Ruyu immediately came up to him, holding her chin with both hands, blinking and asking, "Brother Fang Yu, you were so fierce just now, I was so excited that I almost peed." Hee, is there something you want to ask me? Didn't I tell you, don't call me brother in a sissy way anymore, just call me Fang Yu. Fang Yu was so angry that he went crazy. It was not easy to reform such a sissy classmate. If Jiang Ruyu beats this muscular man, he would probably be scared to death. Let us see how he reacts first. Jiang Ruyu, slap him 3 times. Fang Yu pointed at the muscular man lying on the ground and groaning. As expected, Jiang Ruyu was so scared that she took several steps back. Brother Fang Yu, are you kidding me? Are you trying to scare me into peeing by asking me to hit him? It's okay, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Fang Yu stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Ruyu's hand, dragging him in front of the muscular man. Hit me, use your greatest strength, hit me 3 times. Brother Fang Yu, I really don't dare. Jiang Ruyu was so scared that she was shaking all over like a woman. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Fang Yu, just forgive him. Look at how cowardly he looks. If this woman dares to hit the big guy on the ground, I'll call him daddy. Yes, Mr. Fang, you didn't live in the dormitory yesterday, so you might not know that Jiang Ruyu didn't dare to sleep alone at night, so she ran to the first floor and chatted with the dormitory auntie all night. Mr. Fang, please don't make things difficult for this sissy. If you need help, we have more than 100 brothers in the Licking Dog Gang, and we are all at your disposal. Fuck. This guy is really scared, huh? Seeing Jiang Ruyu being as cowardly as a mouse, Fang Yu was so angry that he wanted to slap him a few times. But it's no use beating this kind of person. He must be allowed to overcome his inner fear and bravely take the first step. Jiang Ruyu, follow me and I'll show you how to do it. Fang Yu slapped the muscular man on the face a few times and showed it to Jiang Ruyu. But Jiang Ruyu still didn't dare to stretch out her arms, and said in a feminine tone, "Brother Fang Yu, I'm scared. Just fight like this, what are you afraid of?" Fang Yu was about to collapse. He took Jiang Ruyu's hand and slapped the muscular man hard on the face 3 times. All I heard was 3 slapping sounds. The muscular man didn't even dare to hide, because he knew very well that if he hid, the consequences would be even worse. Ding! Mission completed, rewards issued. After completing the task, Fang Yu let go of Jiang Ruyu's hand and asked, "How is it? Is it not as scary as you imagined?" Well, it was a little bit cool, but it still scared the baby to death. Jiang Ruyu sat down on the ground, his face pale, as if he had lost his soul. The crowd laughed again. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but cover her mouth. The appearance of such a rare talent among classmates is like a pistachio, adding a lot of joy to campus life. Fang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He walked up to the muscular man and stepped on his hand. "Tell me, who asked you to come?" The first time Fang Yu saw the muscular man, he knew that this guy must have been sent by someone to scare him. Who it was, he wasn't sure. Is it Jia Dawei or Mei Bilian? Fang Yu felt that the former was more likely. Not only did he steal Jia Dawei's goddess, he also beat Jia Dawei up. This guy will definitely not let it go. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Fang Yu kept pushing harder with his feet, and the muscular man screamed in pain, and soon gave away the mastermind behind the incident. I said, it was Jia Dawei who asked me to come here. He said that you stole his goddess, so he asked me to teach you a lesson. After finding the mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yu released his feet. It turned out to be Jia Dawei. What a joke this kid is. I just punched you, and you actually found someone to beat me up. Are you going to give up only if I fire you? At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Shit, Principal Ma is here, retreat quickly. Chapter 20, Senior Sister is so good. When they heard that the principal was coming, the crowd scattered. Only Fang Yu and Bai Ruoying were left, along with the muscular man lying on the ground, groaning. Fang Yu, don't talk for a while. I'll explain to Principal Ma. Bai Ruoying was worried that Fang Yu would be expelled from school if he kept getting into trouble. He just pushed me against the wall at the opening ceremony yesterday and got into a fight with someone today. The principal will definitely not let him go. Since he helped me in PK last night, I will help him again. As soon as these words came out, Fang Yu felt a warm feeling in his heart. Why is the senior student's attitude towards me like a roller coaster, up and down? Senior, she is really good at it.
I gave her so many gifts last night, but she didn't seem very touched. But today she took the initiative to protect me.
I'm afraid she doesn't know yet that she is Ma Siyuan's boss. Fangyu, are you okay? Are you injured?
Ma Siyuan, along with several security guards, trotted over to Fangyu and carefully examined Fangyu's entire body. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no problem.
Principal Ma, don't blame Fangyu.
This is not his fault.
It was the big guy on the ground who took the initiative to come to the school to cause trouble.
Bai Ruoying immediately pleaded for Fangyu in front of Ma Siyuan.
Fangyu smiled, feeling very pleased.
It's really touching that my senior sister protects me like this.
I know. Fangyu is certainly not to blame for this. Fangyu is the victim.
Ma Siyuan replied to Bai Ruoying, then immediately bowed his head and said to Fangyu, "This is all my fault. It was because I did not do a good job of school security that allowed the gangsters to enter the campus."
What is going on? Bai Ruoying was a little confused. Principal Ma's attitude towards Fangyu was obviously wrong.
In the past, Principal Ma was notoriously strict and would often ask students to call their parents for help. However, Fangyu kept causing trouble, but Principal Ma was particularly polite to him.
Could it be that Principal Ma has been bribed by Fangyu? No wonder Principal Ma didn't give Fangyu any punishment even though he dodged her against the wall.
It turns out that this guy knew the school would not punish him, so he was so arrogant. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept my business to myself, to show that I cared about him so much. Bai Ruoying regretted it so much that she felt very confused. She pouted her little lips and glared at Fangyu from time to time, her beautiful eyes as clear as lake water. Fangyu saw all of this and had already guessed Bai Ruoying's thoughts. Principal Ma, the guy on the ground might have broken ribs. Send someone to take him to the hospital. Fangyu was just worrying about how to deal with the muscular man, and someone came to help, so he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity.
No way, Fangyu, you were the one who injured this guy? Ma Siyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. In fact, I only punched this guy twice.
Senior Bai also saw it and can testify.
Fangyu deliberately glanced at Bai Ruoying.
Bai Ruoying didn't want to speak for Fangyu, but she couldn't pretend she didn't know, so she had to testify for him. Yes, Principal Ma, it was the man on the ground who started it first, and ended up getting hit by Fangyu twice, and then he lay on the ground and couldn't get up.
Wow! Fangyu, you are so awesome.
You knocked such a strong thug to the ground with just 2 punches.
You are really strong.
I will post a commendation in school later to praise your heroic act of bravery and love for the school. Upon hearing this, Ma Siyuan immediately started to flatter him.
Never miss any opportunity to please the boss. This is Ma Siyuan's way of survival.
Fangyu quickly shook his hand. Forget about the praise, take this person away quickly and investigate this matter thoroughly.
Okay, I'll take this bad guy away right away.
Ma Siyuan waved his hand, and several security guards immediately carried the muscular man away. Fangyu was about to go to the assembly when Ma Siyuan stopped him again. By the way, Fangyu, the weather is very hot recently. If you don't want to participate in the military training, I can tell the instructor to exempt you from the military training.
What do you think? Forget it.
Military training is a compulsory course for every college student.
I also want to take this opportunity to exercise my body. Fangyu was not being polite.
He really wanted to take this opportunity to recover his strength.
The former rich second-generation Fangyu often spent his time in debauchery and was in poor health.
Fortunately, the system rewarded him with 3 times the physical strength, which allowed him to take advantage of the military training to practice the free fighting skills he had learned in his previous life.
Okay, I respect your choice. Having a motivated student like you is the pride of our Dongda University. Ma Siyuan said nothing more.
He had already made the corresponding arrangements, flattered the emperor and left. Fangyu was also about to leave, and said to Bai Ruoying with a smile, "Senior, I'm going to military training, thank you for speaking well for me."
Wait a minute, I'll go with you. Senior sister also wants to participate in military training? Fangyu asked puzzledly.
It was Principal Ma who arranged this. He asked me to be the freshman instructor for Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department and to supervise your military training.
Bai Ruoying rolled her eyes at Fangyu, still seeming angry. Fangyu couldn't help but laugh, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This Ma Siyuan is indeed good at observing people's expressions.
He must have thought that Senior Bai and I were a couple, so he deliberately placed Senior Bai next to him. What a cunning guy. But he did a pretty good job on this matter. Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you during this period. Don't worry, I will definitely take the military training seriously and try not to cause any trouble for you. Fan Yu was speaking the truth. He understood the significance of military training, which was actually to allow students to receive basic military training and national defense education. In a word, every citizen has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of his country. Military training is the obligation of every college student, so Fan Yu would naturally not escape it without reason. Bai Ruoying did not appreciate it, but said fiercely, "You'd better not cause trouble for me, I won't flatter you like Principal Ma." Senior seems to be in a bad mood. Is she prejudiced against me? Fan Yu had already seen that Bai Ruoying was feeling angry. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding about myself. No way. My bad mood has nothing to do with you. I will find a way to return the gift you gave me last night. Don't bully me just for excuses. After saying that, Bai Ruoying walked quickly in front with her long legs. Mentioned yesterday's PK. Fan Yu guessed it instantly. Was it because that bitch Mabillion said last night that she would send him clothes, and the senior student became jealous? Don't explain it to her yet. At noon, everything will be clear. The public relations company will promptly expose Maybelline as passed on the internet, and the trending search list has already been purchased. After seeing what kind of person I am, you will naturally know clearly what kind of person I am. Once I smash the sign of being a dog licker, I can start a new life in the new world. Looking at Bai Ruoying's beautiful back and her pair of white legs, Fan Yu had a thought that any normal man would have. Senior, wait for me. Fan Yu caught up with Bai Ruoying, and the two walked side by side to the northeast corner of the playground. Arrived at the gathering place for the freshmen of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. A group of virgin solos were drooling with envy. TSK, Mr. Fong is really awesome. He got the school beauty so quickly. The school beauty looks so beautiful today, and Fang Yu is so handsome, the two of them are such a perfect match. College life is so wonderful. After the military training is over, I will also find a girlfriend. Me too. Have you seen the strength of our gang leader? If you want to join the Licking Dog Gang, please come to me and sign up. The membership fee is 100 yuan per person. It's very attractive. Only one person was very dissatisfied. This is Jiang Ruyu. Senior sister Bai is really something. She even didn't let go of the freshman and snatched my brother Fan Yu away. Humph, I will get him back sooner or later. Chapter 21 Woohoo, I've got the wrong idea again. As a famous aristocratic school in Yin country, Donghai Private University mostly enrolls children from wealthy families. Military training is just a formality, for fear of tiring these children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. There was basically nothing to do on the first morning of military training. Everyone introduced themselves and then lined up. The freshmen in the Civil Engineering Department are basically all men. Everyone's eyes are on the school beauty Bai Ruoying, and they have no time to train. The instructor also turned a blind eye. In the past, some instructors were too strict and received collective complaints from the rich second generation of Dongda University, so now they simply don't care. Fan Yu felt like he hadn't even warmed up yet and the whole morning had already passed. It seems that the plan to exercise through military training is impossible to achieve. As the freshman counselor of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department, Bai Ruoying reminded everyone several times, but no one listened. He was so angry that he stamped his feet. It was lunchtime, and Jiang Ruyu immediately ran to Fan Yu and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Fan Yu, let's go eat. I heard that the food in the second cafeteria is delicious." It's still some progress, at least he doesn't call me brother. Fan Yu was just about to give Jiang Ruyu a chance and take the opportunity to continue to transform him. Li Xiuhu, a capable member of the Licking Dog Gang, also introduced himself and took the initiative to invite Fan Yu to have lunch together. "Mr. Fan, I am the publicity officer and recruitment committee member of the Licking Dog Gang. Would you mind having lunch with me?" Damn, whatever you fear will come true. The word dog licker is what I hate the most now, but you just keep hanging around in front of me again and again. If it weren't for the fact that we're classmates, I would really want to kick you away, you useless guy. Well, transforming a sissy is also a transformation, and adding a bootlicker is not too much. Just stew it in one pot. In that case, let's eat together. Jiang Ruyu, you'll pay for the meal. Lead the way. When Jiang Ruyu heard Fang Yu agree to have lunch with him, he smiled happily with his hands covering his mouth.
That's great, thank you Brother Fang Yu. No, Brother Fang Yu. The three of them were preparing to go to the second cafeteria for dinner.
Bai Ruoying suddenly called Fang Yu. Wait a minute, Fang Yu, I have something to tell you.
Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Fang Yu came to Bai Ruoying and asked, Senior, is there anything wrong? Do you want to have dinner with us? No, are you still coming to the military training this afternoon? Bai Ruoying looked embarrassed, as if she had something to hide.
The little face full of worry makes people feel a little distressed.
Come here, what's wrong, senior sister?
Fang Yu felt pity for her unconsciously.
Fang Yu, you saw it just now.
The students don't want to train, and the instructors don't really care about them. Please help me think of a way to motivate the students to participate in the military training.
Bai Ruoying was born in a military family.
Her grandfather was a general who had made great military achievements. Patriotism runs in her bones. Seeing my classmates being so slack, I felt a sense of frustration like a hopeless case of a pile of mud. Moreover, she is the freshman counselor and is also responsible for supervising her classmates' military training. If the training effect is too poor and she makes a fool of herself at the military training graduation ceremony, she will be embarrassed. No matter from which aspect, Bai Ruoying wants to change the status quo and let the freshmen train well. The reason why she looked for Fang Yu was, of course, because Fang Yu's bravery left a deep impression on her. He taught Jia Dawei and his gang a lesson yesterday, and today he beat up a gangster.
In Bai Ruoying's eyes, Fang Yu is the bravest man in Dongda University. Okay, I'll think about it while we eat, and we'll talk about it this afternoon. Fang Yu agreed readily.
He is always willing to help others, let alone the campus beauty senior. Fang Yu, who was a fighting athlete, couldn't stand his classmates' careless attitude. Hearing that Fang Yu would find a way, Bai Ruoying couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Fang Yu.
Fang Yu and Bai Ruoying were talking and laughing.
Jiang Ruyu, who was not far away, saw this and snorted in jealousy. Li Xiuhu was full of envy, muttering to himself, Mr. Fang is so awesome, he licked the senior sister till she was all smiles. I really want to learn his dog-licking skills. After saying goodbye to Bai Ruoying, Fang Yu went to the cafeteria with the two of them to eat.
It was 12 o'clock noon.
The evidence collected by the PR company appeared on the internet in due time. Almost all media, big versus, and internet celebrities received the video and graphic revelations about Maybelline, and they hyped them up immediately.
Breaking news.
The secrets of how internet celebrity Maybelline rose to fame are revealed. Exclusive insider information, evidence of new internet celebrity Maybelline framing Fang Yu exposed.
Fang Yu is not impotent.
Maybelline herself admitted that he is very strong. Maybelline's innocent image has collapsed. It turns out she is actually a green tea girl. Weibo, official accounts, Douyin, Tuxio, all major platforms are paying attention to this matter.
Maybelline's revelations also appeared on some dark websites and spread quickly.
Some people even sell the original videos for high prices. On the campus of Tokyo University, the students who were eating with a mobile phone in hand soon discovered this trending search.
Look, explosive news.
Maybelline is actually trying to seduce Fang Yu in the hotel.
Shit. It's all leaked.
If anyone has the full version of the video, please post it to the group as soon as possible so that we can share the good stuff together.
Fang Yu is so wronged. He was harmed so badly by that bitch Maybelline. It's totally unfair. Just looking at Mabel's headlights, you'll know it's worth it. That's right.
If it were me, I would also be willing to be a licker.
I would also like to lick.
Jiang Ruyu and Li Xiuhu also saw the revelations and immediately showed them to Fang Yu, who was eating at the same table. Brother Fang Yu, you and Maybelline were secretly photographed when you checked into a hotel. You idiot, you're not only a sissy, you're also an idiot. It's obvious that someone took the initiative to expose it.
Fang Yu took a quick look at the various reports on the internet and expressed satisfaction with the work of the public relations company.
Because they strictly followed the requirements and eliminated all information about Bai Ruoying.
The few live broadcast pictures that occasionally appeared also had Bai Ruoying blurred out.
There was no trace of the senior at all.
It not only exposed Maybelline's past, but also did not hurt Bai Ruoying.
The PR company completed this task perfectly.
Fang Yu immediately transferred the balance.
Bai Ruoying, who had returned to the dormitory to rest after eating in the cafeteria, also saw the revelations on the internet and was deeply shocked. It turns out that what Mei Billion said in the live broadcast room was true, and the rumors about Fong Yu on the internet were all false. She really went to deliver clothes to Fong Yu. However, Fong Yu refused her request at the hotel. So, Fong Yu and Mei Billion have completely broken up? He was acting last night. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I didn't even notice it. Bai Ruoying slapped her head in annoyance, and an inexplicable joy rose in her heart. It seems that my guess was correct. How could Fong Yu, such a handsome and brave boy, be that kind of person? He should be the toughest guy in the University of Tokyo. But what does this have to do with me? What are you doing to make yourself happy? Woohoo, what should I do? I've got the wrong idea again. Bai Ruoying felt that she was hopeless, and her little face turned red with shame as she lay on the pillow. Chapter 22. What a cute senior. The revelations released by the public relations company continued to ferment online. More and more people learned the truth and began to insult Mei Billion on her Weibo, accusing her of deceiving everyone's feelings. Some negative information about Maybelline was also constantly exposed. Some people say that Maybelline was a green tea girl a few years ago and openly stole her best friend's boyfriend. In order to buy an Apple phone, she forged a test report at a printing shop and pretended to be pregnant to cheat a man of his money. Others said that Maybelline deliberately applied to an aristocratic school in order to marry a rich second-generation man, but ended up not being able to afford even the tuition. In order to make money, even old men in their 70s and 80s are not spared. Some Douyin netizens also said that Mei Billion was suspected of fraud, and did not deliver on her promise to give the top brother the buoyancy, and only showed a pair of legs in the full-body video chat. Fong Yu has more and more supporters. Many people apologized for their previous inappropriate remarks on his Weibo, saying that they were deceived by Mei Billion's acting and had wronged a good person. Weibo also quietly removed the puppy logo from Fong Yu's profile picture. The wind direction has completely changed. Fong Yu's dog-licking incident took a 180-degree turn. People pointed the finger at Mei Billion, and Fong Yu became the victim. The farce instigated by Maybelline finally ruined Maybelline herself, and the image of the pure and innocent victim that she had worked so hard to create completely collapsed. Our ancestors were right when they said that you will only shoot yourself in the foot. Fong Yu walked out of the cafeteria and met many classmates who greeted him along the way. He is no longer seen as a bootlicker by others. His handsome face also added a lot of points to him, and the girls often smiled at Fong Yu. Fong Yu, can I add you on WeChat? Those who are brave enough can directly ask Fong Yu for his WeChat ID. Li Xiuhu standing by was very envious. Jiang Ruyu, however, looked unhappy and glared fiercely at the girls who added Fong Yu on WeChat, as if she had met a love rival. Master Fong, when you have time, give lessons to our brothers in the Licking Dog Gang and teach us how to chase girls. Li Xiuhu bought a bottle of ice-cold Fat House Happy Water from the canteen and handed it to Fong Yu with both hands. It's actually very easy to chase girls. Fong Yu opened the icy Happy Water and took a sip. Wow, it felt so refreshing. Mr. Fong, you are handsome and rich, so of course you think it's easy. But for us guys who have nothing, girls don't even look at us. Apart from licking, we can't find any other way. Li Xiuhu complained bitterly, and what he said was actually true. Many boys who have been solo since birth feel that they are not good enough and are not worthy of the goddesses who are high above them. Not to mention pursuing them, they don't even have the courage to talk to them and ask for their WeChat. So they can only join these organizations to seek help. I fantasize that one day I can master the art of being a dog licker and impress the goddess. After drinking the iced Happy Water, Fong Yu told Li Xiuhu 3 tips. First, change the name of your Licking Dog Gang. I think the name of the Sky Blasting Gang is quite good and sounds very domineering. Second, you should actively and generously show your masculine charm in front of girls, such as being more manly during military training, seizing opportunities to show off your ball skills, etc. Third, you should be moderate in your care for girls. Too much is as bad as too little. You can't be completely indifferent, but you can't be too servile either. Li Xiuhu opened the notepad on his phone and wrote them down one by one. Seeing his sincere attitude, Fong Yu told him the last point: the most important thing is to be bold and take the initiative. Don't be shy or timid. Be bold in expressing your feelings and don't be afraid of failure. When you take the initiative to ask a girl for her WeChat, you are already halfway to success. One word from you is worth 10 years of reading. Li Xiuhu suddenly understood something, and felt as if he had been enlightened. A cheerful smile appeared on his face, as if he saw girls coming towards him in groups.
Brother Fangyu, can you please teach me how to pursue a strong boy? Zhang Ruyu also came to ask for advice.
Fangyu quickly waved his hands. I really can't teach you this, but I will slowly transform you, just wait.
Reform me? Transform me completely into a woman?
That's great, Brother Fangyu, you are so good to me.
Zhang Ruyu stretched out her index finger and poked Fangyu's chest. Fangyu almost vomited his lunch.
I quickly took a sip of ice-cold happy water to calm my nerves. In order to take care of the emotions of the rich second generation, the military training in the afternoon did not start until 3 o'clock, just to avoid the hottest time at noon.
The three of them returned to the dormitory and took a nap. Just after 2:15, Fangyu was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It shows an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Fangyu asked while lying on the bed. Fangyu, it's me.
A sweet female voice came from the phone.
Fangyu recognized it and asked, is that Senior Bai? How do you have my number?
Idiot, it's on the freshman roster. Oh, I didn't remember it for a moment.
Senior Bai, do you want to talk to me about something? Is it convenient for you to come to the playground now? I have something to discuss with you. Bai Ruoying couldn't wait to meet Fangyu.
In fact, after seeing the news online, she was so excited that she lay in bed and couldn't sleep all afternoon.
I don't know why I'm happy, I just feel inexplicably happy.
The scene of Fangyu dodging her kept appearing in her mind. He licked his lips from time to time, as if he was savoring the taste, or as if he was looking forward to it.
The whole person is completely impure.
Since the school beauty had spoken, Fangyu was too embarrassed to refuse and agreed, okay, Senior, I'll be there right away.
10 minutes later, Fangyu arrived at the playground.
From a distance, I saw a tall girl in a white dress standing under the shade of the tree, extremely eye-catching.
When I walked closer, it was indeed Bai Ruoying. No hat, no sunglasses.
It is completely different from her outfit in the morning, and her pure temperament comes across. No eyebrows drawn, no lipstick applied. Her clean bare face highlights her fair skin, which is so pink and smooth. There is no flaw at all, it can only be described as perfect.
Fangyu's heart began to beat fast. Staring at Bai Ruoying intently.
Bai Ruoying felt embarrassed being stared at and her face turned red with bashfulness.
More and more charming. Senior, you are so beautiful. After saying that, Fangyu took a step forward, leaned over and kissed Bai Ruoying's pink face. Boo. A gentle kiss. It made Bai Ruoying tremble all over. Damn that bad guy, he kissed me again.
Bai Ruoying clenched her fists, wanting to hit Fangyu, but she couldn't lift her arms, so she had to slowly loosen them.
You bad guy, you bully me again.
Bai Ruoying rolled her eyes at Fangyu and pouted angrily. Fangyu quickly apologized, I'm sorry, Senior Sister, I really can't control myself.
Your beauty is enough to make people commit a crime. Stop using sweet words here. If you bully me like this again, I will. I can't beat him.
There's no point telling Principal Ma.
How can we punish this bad guy?
Bai Ruoying paused for a second, then pretended to be angry and said, I will just ignore you. Looking at the fierce and aggressive Bai Ruoying,
Fangyu couldn't help but laugh. What a cute senior sister. Okay, senior sister, I will never force a kiss on you again. I will let you kiss me first.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that her bangs were blown away, and her bright eyes were moist and clear.
Looks more charming. Chapter 23 Senior, don't doubt my motives.
Stop talking nonsense, come here, I have something to tell you.
Bai Ruoying walked to a bench in front and sat down. Fangyu sat next to her.
If you don't know, you might think they are a campus couple.
Fangyu, let me apologize first. I've read all the reports online. I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry. It's okay, senior sister. Many people have scolded me in the past because you were all blinded by lies. Now the truth is out, and I have cleared my name. What happened in the past is in the past, and I won't hold it in my heart. Fangyu thought Bai Ruoying was just apologizing for being called a bootlicker. Who knows? Bai Ruoying said more than that. Fangyu, and about what happened last night, I thought you and Mei Billion had reconciled, and she even went to look for you, so I secretly scolded you all night. Fangyu was surprised and speechless. Hey, senior sister, I didn't expect you to be such a big sourpuss. No wonder you looked unhappy this morning, turns out you were sulking because of this. In your eyes, am I Fong, that kind of casual person? I wouldn't even want someone like Maybelline even if they were given to me for free.
It seems that the senior sister has a deep misunderstanding of me. Fong Yu had to explain it again.
Senior, I was acting on purpose last night. I had to use the beauty trick to clear my name. I understand everything. You don't need to explain. Bai Ruoying was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look Fong Yu in the eye. She tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep. All she could think about was Fong Yu.
One moment she thought about how he pressed his fist against her against the wall, and the next she hated him so much that she was going crazy.
She was almost going schizophrenic. Fong Yu still had a question he really wanted to know the answer to. But senior sister, why did you scold me all night long? Bai Ruoying couldn't sit still anymore.
He stood up, walked a few steps forward, and said with his back to Fong Yu, I don't know why, but I was really angry with you at that time.
This explanation is too weak. Fong Yu already knew the answer. The senior student must care about him. She was jealous, that's why she was angry. It's just that she didn't dare admit it. Senior, you don't have to say anything, I understand your heart. Fong Yu said a word.
Let Bai Ruoying break down her defense.
Could it be that I really like Fong Yu? It's over.
You must not fall in love with him.
Mom and Dad 1T agree.
Every time the Fong family was mentioned, my father would grit his teeth in hatred because the Fong family still owed him hundreds of millions in construction fees. My mother also doesn't like a playboy like Fong Yu, and she always uses Fong Yu as a negative example in class. If they knew that I liked Fong Yu, they would definitely kick me out of the house.
Bai Ruoying didn't dare to think about this question anymore.
He quickly changed the subject and turned around to ask Fong Yu, let's not talk about this.
Have you figured out a solution to the thing I told you about this morning?
There is a way, but I don't know if senior sister will agree to it. Fong Yu did come up with a good idea that could immediately increase the students' enthusiasm for military training.
What method? What do you need me to do? Bai Ruoying was very interested. I heard that the senior is from the music department and sings very well. If she sings a song for us every day during military training, I think everyone will definitely train actively. Fong Yu, you are trying to make fun of me again. I am not that charming.
Bai Ruoying thought Fong Yu was teasing her again, so she came up with such a bad idea. Unexpectedly, Fong Yu took out a song he had prepared in advance from his pocket and handed it to Bai Ruoying. Senior, this is what I got from a senior.
Take a look at it first.
This morning, the system rewarded Fong Yu with God-level singing skills and 100 out of print songs. Before lunch break, Fong Yu looked up these 100 songs and found that they were all classics from his previous life, but did not exist in this world. So I copied down the first song and wanted to give it to Bai Ruoying to sing.
This can just be used to increase students' enthusiasm for training. Bai Ruoying got the lyrics and saw the name of the song as Wish.
I glanced over the lyrics and found them to be very majestic and full of sincere emotions. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but hum the music softly. After singing a few lines, he seemed to have discovered a new world.
He looked at Fong Yu happily and said, "Wow. This song is so nice." Fong Yu, are you kidding me? Of course I'm not kidding, senior.
I hope you won't doubt my motives so easily in the future.
Okay, I know. Bai Ruoying couldn't wait to continue singing the music.
Fong Yu listened quietly to her practicing singing. Before we knew it, it was time for military training. The freshmen came to the playground in 2s and 3s, dragging their feet. After just standing in military posture for a while, some people began to feel unbearable.
Instructor, I want to drink some water. Instructor, I need to go to the bathroom. Instructor, I forgot to bring my cell phone.
The instructor was about to agree to let them step out of the line when Fong Yu walked over and whispered something to the instructor.
Ma Siyuan had greeted the instructor in advance, so the instructor knew Fong Yu's identity.
Following Fong Yu's instructions, he said to the freshmen, classmates, in order to increase everyone's enthusiasm for military training and make our training less boring, sophomore Bai Ruoying took the initiative to propose that as long as everyone trains well, she is willing to sing a song for us every day.
What do you think? It was just as Fong Yu expected.
A group of single guys in class 2 of the civil engineering department immediately started partying.
Okay. I fully agree. The school beauty sings for us? Brothers, is there anything more exciting than this? Ha ha. For my senior sister, I am willing to die on the military training ground.
It would be more refreshing if I could drink a cup of milk tea from senior sister.
What the hell are you dreaming about?
Be careful, Master Fawn will blow your head off.
Senior Bai, you didn't lie to us, did you? Since Fawn Yu had already asked the instructor to make the matter public, Bai Ruoying couldn't refuse. Quan Quan walked in front of everyone and said, the instructor didn't lie to you.
As long as you are willing to train diligently, I am willing to make a fool of myself and sing a song for everyone every day.
Yeah.
Hurry up and sing, senior sister, I can't wait. Yes, senior sister, if I could hear your heavenly voice, I would definitely train hard. Now, please welcome Senior Bai to sing for us.
Please applaud and welcome her.
The guys in the civil engineering department are not good at chasing girls, but they are very good at making trouble. Bai Ruoying originally wanted to sing after the training was over, but now she was in a dilemma and had to agree to the freshman's request.
Okay, now I'm going to sing a new song for you. Please forgive me if my singing is not good.
Clearing his throat, Bai Ruoying took out the song as wish that Fong Yu gave him and began to sing it.
You are the long road. Lights in the mountain fog. I am a child. Walking in your eyes.
If you've ever been more bitter than I am sweet.
I want to live your wish.
I hope it will not be in vain, I hope I can move forward courageously.
This prosperous world every day. A gentle yet powerful melody, coupled with Bai Ruoying's ethereal voice.
The song was performed beautifully and touchingly.
Everyone listened with fascination.
Fong Yu was also immersed in Bai Ruoying's singing, unable to extricate himself for a long time.
Chapter 24, Drinking the Senior's Milk Tea.
Bai Ruoying was engrossed in singing. The men in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department were even more fascinated by what they heard. They all pricked up their ears and stared at Bai Ruoying intently, like children watching cartoons.
Someone held up their phone and turned on the camera mode.
This way you can enjoy the view slowly when you return to your dorm at night. Li Xiuhu was drooling and listening with great interest like a teddy dog.
Jiang Ruyu was also impressed by Bai Ruoying's singing skills.
She held her cheeks with both hands, with an incredible expression, and looked very effeminate. Fong Yu, who possesses god-level singing skills, heard some flaws in Bai Ruoying's singing, but was also deeply impressed by her unique voice. After all, the senior student just got this song and is not familiar with the lyrics and music yet. Even without any embellishment, just based on her interpretation of this song, the senior sister is definitely at the level of the Yin Country Voice Finals. I didn't expect that the senior sister is not only a great beauty, but also a little queen with great potential. Fong Yu smiled slightly, as happy as if he had found a treasure.
I will also see the world you have never seen. Write the poem you haven't written yet. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. Meet you for a clear life. Like your young face. The song is over.
Bai Ruoying let out a breath, her forehead already covered with sweat. This song is very difficult to sing, and it poses a great challenge to breath and pitch.
Fortunately, I persisted and there was no lack of breath or breaking of voice.
There was silence for a few seconds in the audience before they realized the song was over, and suddenly there was a burst of whistles and shouts.
Wow! That sounds good. Senior is the best. Long live the school beauty. Bai Ruoying, I love you. I can't get enough. One more song.
Bai Ruoying ignored the crazy talk of the freshman, put away the smile on her face, and said sternly, "Okay, I have met your request and sang a song for you. Now it depends on your performance." The students whose ears were pregnant responded positively.
Don't worry, senior sister, we will definitely train well. We won't stop until we tire the instructor out today. After listening to the senior song, the guys in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department are the happiest guys in the world. There is no way back. Senior, go and rest quickly and prepare for tomorrow's song. We still want to hear you sing. Bai Ruoying smiled and prepared to rest under the shade of the tree.
Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Fong Yu. And Fong Yu was also looking at her. The two people's eyes collided violently. Bai Ruoying felt her face getting hot again, and suddenly she had a lot to say to Fong Yu.
I want to ask him where he got the song as wish. I want to ask him if he can sing. I want to ask him if he has other songs.
It's a pity that he still has to go through military training.
I could only watch him quietly from the side.
Bai Ruoying was sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree, in a daze. Suddenly a handsome figure appeared in front of him.
It was Fong Yu.
"Senior, here, wipe the sweat off your face."
Fong Yu handed over a wet wipe.
He just noticed the beads of sweat on by Ruo Ying's forehead and knew that she had put a lot of effort into singing this song. Many people think that singing is an easy thing and they can just open their mouths and sing. In fact, for professional singers, singing a song well is not easy, but a very energy-consuming and strenuous job. So you can often see that some singers have sweat on their faces after singing a song.
Because the breath of professional singers comes from dantian, they need to use the abdominal muscles.
Ordinary people can only sing with their voices, and not only can they not sing high notes, but the sound quality is also very thin.
Fong Yu didn't understand this before, but after he acquired God-level singing skills, he understood the knowledge. Thank you, Fong Yu. This guy really knows how to care about others.
Bai Ruoying took the wet wipes and gently wiped the sweat off her face, not noticing that her face was already turning red.
Senior, you performed the song very well just now. There are some places where you can pay more attention. We can discuss it after the military training is over. I'm going to participate in the training first. Well, go ahead. Fong Yu strode back to the team. Bai Ruoying sat for a while and then left.
Soon someone noticed that the senior student was missing, and just when everyone was curious about where the school beauty had gone, Bai Ruoying came back carrying 2 large handbags. Following behind was a delivery man in a yellow robe, also carrying 2 large bags filled with iced milk tea.
Fong Yu, come and help.
Bai Ruoying didn't know why she asked Fong Yu for help. These milk teas are not bought for him alone. Fong Yu was also surprised when he heard Bai Ruoying calling him.
It seems that I already have a place in the senior's heart. Fong Yu quickly came to Bai Ruoying and helped her distribute the milk tea to her classmates. Thank you, senior. Thank you, Mr. Fong. It's all thanks to you that we can drink senior sister's milk tea.
Yes, senior sister must have wanted to buy milk tea for Fong Yu, but she was embarrassed to let him eat alone, so she invited all of us to drink together.
Fong Yu is so lucky. If I could beat you, I would really want to beat you up. Let Master Fong treat us to milk tea tomorrow.
It's because senior sister is biased and only asked Master Fong to help.
The men in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department had already seen it. There was an unusual relationship between Fong Yu and the school beauty, and everyone started to make a fuss.
Bai Ruoying, who had never been in love, could not stand such a joke.
She glared at Fong Yu angrily and ran away.
Shut your mouths now, or I'll feed the milk tea to the dogs instead of giving it to you bastards.
Fong Yu waved and pointed at the crowd, scaring them so much that they quickly started drinking milk tea. I listened to Bai Ruoying's songs and drank Bai Ruoying's milk tea. The afternoon military training went exceptionally smoothly.
Fong Yu naturally became the instructor's assistant, assisting him in training new students, with very good results. After standing in military posture for an hour, most people had mastered the basic skills.
The mental outlook is completely renewed.
It was in stark contrast to the loose and slack look in the morning. When the training was almost over, the school conducted daily evaluations on each freshman class, and unsurprisingly, Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department ranked first in the school.
Bai Ruoying's face was full of smiles. I didn't expect that my song could make my junior classmates behave so well. But all this is thanks to Fong Yu. It was he who came up with this idea, and it was he who gave himself the song as wish. I must find a chance to thank him properly. Soon, the day's training was over.
Fong Yu left the playground with his classmates, preparing to go to the dormitory to take a shower and then return to the villa to sleep. Bai Ruoying called him from behind.
Fong Yu, wait for me. Fong Yu greeted her classmates, walked over and asked, Senior, is there anything else you want to arrange? Fong Yu, do you have anything to do later? I would like to invite you to dinner. Bai Ruoying bit her lip, looking shy. Apart from group dinners, this was the first time she took the initiative to invite a boy to dinner. Firstly, it was to thank Fong Yu for helping her, secondly, it was to discuss the song as wish, and thirdly, it was to discuss with Fong Yu about last night's reward. Okay, but I need to go back to the dorm and take a shower first. Fong Yu agreed readily. There is no need to hesitate about this kind of thing. He is not a straight man. Well, I have to go back to the dormitory as well, so let's meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock. Bai Ruoying tried hard to hide her feelings, but a smile still appeared at the corner of her mouth. The beautiful face looks more and more attractive, like a ripe red apple, making people want to take a bite. Chapter 25, The Girl Who Just Started to Fall in Love. 6:30 in the evening.
After taking a shower, Fang Yu, wearing a clean white t-shirt, arrived at the school gate on time.
Soon, Bai Ruoying also came.
Fang Yu discovered that the senior had changed her clothes again. She wore a sky blue silk short-sleeved shirt on top and an off-white knee-length skirt on the bottom, looking very pretty and elegant. The youthful breath of the girl is overwhelming.
So nervous. Is this a date?
After seeing Fang Yu, Bai Ruoying felt uneasy and uncomfortable. She is obviously a senior, so why would she be afraid of Fang Yu, a junior?
Senior, you look so beautiful in this outfit.
Fang Yu praised Bai Ruoying from the bottom of his heart.
There was not the slightest element of flattery.
No matter in the past life or this life, the senior sister was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. A lotus flower emerges from clear water, naturally without any decoration. A beauty like you, who is naturally beautiful, is probably the only one in the entire universe.
After Fang Yu said this,
Bai Ruoying's face turned even redder, her heart beat faster, but she felt extremely sweet. The young girl who was just beginning to fall in love has no idea that the bud of love has slowly grown into a seedling.
She wants to fall in love. Fang Yu, stop talking sweetly here, what do you want to eat?
Bai Ruoying had agreed to treat everyone, so she took the initiative to ask. Fang Yu was not very familiar with the area around the school, so he gave the choice to the senior sister. Senior sister, you decide.
We can eat whatever you want. I am not picky about food. Well, I heard that a Sichuan hot pot restaurant opened in the city. I want to try it. Do you want to eat it?
Bai Ruoying looks innocent, but she likes to eat strong-tasting food.
She particularly likes spicy food.
Hot pot, malatang, skewers, barbecue, duck neck are all her favorites.
Even so, my skin is still smooth and hydrated, without any acne.
He is truly God's favorite, and has a good life with God chasing him and feeding him.
Okay, I haven't had hot pot for a long time, so let's go.
When eating with my senior, it doesn't matter what we eat, everything tastes delicious.
Just watching the senior sister eat is a pleasure.
Fang Yu is a real man and he won't hide his love for beautiful women.
Should we take the subway or a taxi? Bai Ruoying didn't know that Fang Yu was driving.
Although her family is a prominent family in the East China Sea, she was brought up in a strict family and does not have the arrogance and extravagance of a rich lady. She is a down-to-earth girl and often takes the subway to and from home and school. When Fang Yu heard Bai Ruoying suggest taking the subway, he couldn't help but look at her with wide eyes.
The character of the senior sister is really impressive. Senior, I'm driving, let's go. Bai Ruoying nodded and walked towards the parking lot with Fang Yu. The Bugatti Veyron convertible worth 60 million has been surrounded by crowds of people.
I don't know who discovered it first, took a photo and posted it on the school forum. Some sports car enthusiasts and girls who like driving rushed over after hearing the news and started taking pictures of the sports car.
The brave girls even lay on the car.
Her two thighs were pressed tightly against the car door and her slender waist was twisting and turning.
I can't wait to get in there.
Seeing this scene, Bai Ruoying was too embarrassed to move forward, let alone watch.
This posture is really obscene. Fang Yu walked over and said with a smile, have you guys taken enough photos? Sorry, I have to drive.
The girl who was lying on the sports car and enjoying herself blushed with shame and quickly slid down from the car.
Make way, Fang Yu is coming. I found that Mr. Fang has become a completely different person recently.
Not only is he more handsome, he also seems to be richer than before. My mother gave me the task of catching a rich husband.
If I could become Fang Yu's girlfriend, my mother would be so happy. Forget about it. Fang Yu and Bai Ruoying have already formed a couple. What can you compare with that school beauty? Yes, they are a perfect match, so let's just break up. Everyone dispersed consciously.
Bai Ruoying then slowly walked over, Fang Yu opened the car door, and the two of them got in. During the live broadcast yesterday, Bai Ruoying already knew Fang Yu's strength. 9 luxury cars and a big villa, definitely a super rich second generation.
Bai Ruoying actually had no idea about these things.
The people she had come into contact with since she was a child were either rich or noble. Even some big shots who often appeared on TV had held her in their arms when she was a child. In her eyes, Fang Yu was no different from her classmates. But in the eyes of outsiders, the Bugatti Veyron convertible is like a god.
Driving on the road, the surrounding cars all gave way. If you run into it, it's a house.
Fan Yu drove a sports car in his previous life, so he was an excellent driver and he arrived at his destination quickly and smoothly. The hot pot restaurant that Bai Ruoying mentioned is located on the 7th floor of Donghai Shopping Center. This is the most upscale shopping mall in Donghai. Bai Ruoying buys most of her clothes here. Because her father is not short of money, her mother said that girls should wear high-end clothes so that they can show their temperament. When they arrived at the Sichuan hot pot restaurant, they found a seat by the window and sat down facing each other.
Fan Yu, do you want to eat anything?
Bai Ruoying scanned the QR code on the table and prepared to order. Fan Yu's mind was not on the hot pot at all, and he answered casually, "As long as senior sister likes it, I like it. Senior sister treats me to a meal, and everything I eat is delicious." There is a lot of ruffian in his words and deeds. Bai Ruoying bit her lip and rolled her eyes at him. This guy is a masculine and handsome man at one moment, and a smooth-talking little ruffian at another.
I really don't know which one is the real Fan Yu. Then I ordered it. Okay, thank you, senior.
Bai Ruoying moved her fingers and checked tripe, goose intestines, beef, potatoes, enoki mushrooms, yellowthroat, fish balls, crispy pork.
These are all must-order signature side dishes for hot pot, plus 2 bottles of Yuanqi Forest.
After a while, the red oil at the bottom of the 9-grid pot began to boil, emitting hot steam.
The two began to eat hot pot.
Bai Ruoying picked up a piece of tripe and put it into the red beef broth, tossing it up and down, then scooped it out and put it in Fan Yu's bowl.
Thank you, senior.
Fan Yu dipped the tripe in the sauce, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing happily.
Wow! So spicy, so satisfying.
Looking at Fan Yu sucking his lips, Bai Ruoying couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, and her heart felt like it was eating honey. A sweet feeling fills my heart.
Fan Yu, thank you for helping me train these new recruits today. It's all trivial.
You don't need to thank me, senior sister.
I can't stand their laziness either. It's better for young people to be more energetic.
Bai Ruoying nodded and ate a string of enoki mushrooms, which ended up making her mouth feel too spicy.
Hiss, it's so spicy. Drink something quickly. Fan Yu unscrewed the bottle of Yuanqi Forest and handed it to Bai Ruoying's mouth. Thanks. Bai Ruoying took the drink and took a sip. My heart feels even sweeter. Is this what dating feels like?
No, Fan Yu was not her boyfriend. Bai Ruoying blushed unconsciously.
I'm so embarrassed. Why do I always let my imagination run wild?
Bai Ruoying secretly glanced at the handsome Fan Yu opposite her and quickly lowered her head, fearing that he would discover the secret in her heart.
Chapter 26 Fan Yu, you are so nice. The two of them ate and chatted.
Most of the food was quickly consumed.
Fan Yu burped, and Bai Ruoying's stomach also felt bloated. So we stopped to rest for a while. Fan Yu, where did you get this song, As You Wish? Why have I never heard of it before?
Bai Ruoying has been curious about this question for a long time. She started learning vocal music at a young age and is currently studying in the music department. She knows all major genres in the music world and is familiar with the latest pop songs, but she has never heard of the song As Wish. Judging from the style of the lyrics and music, it must be the work of a master.
How could Fan Yu, a layman, get such a masterpiece? Bai Ruoying really wanted to know the answer.
Fan Yu had long expected Bai Ruoying to ask about As Wish. This song is the first of 100 out of print songs rewarded by the system, and it is a new song from the previous life. He could have claimed it as his own work.
But this is so immoral.
Senior, this song was written by a senior. He doesn't want to reveal his identity, and I don't want to go against his wishes.
Please understand. Fan Yu told a lie. In that case, Bai Ruoying did not ask any more questions.
Fan Yu added, I still have a lot of unpublished works of my predecessors.
If you are interested, I will slowly sing them to you. Is this appropriate? If I sing these songs, will it infringe on the copyright of my predecessors and be disrespectful to them?
As the daughter of a music professor, Bai Ruoying has a strong awareness of intellectual property protection. She is unwilling to sing songs written by others without permission. Senior, please rest assured.
Senior has authorized me.
The copyrights of these songs are all in my hands.
You don't have to worry about infringement. Fan Yu dispelled Bai Ruoying's doubts. The songs rewarded by the system belong to you, don't they? Fan Yu, thank you for being so kind to me. I feel really bad and like I owe you a lot.
Bai Ruoying felt inexplicably moved. This guy Fong Yu always looks fierce in front of other people, but he is almost obedient to me.
He must like me to do this, right? It must be.
To Bai Ruoying's surprise, Fong Yu did not show any intention in this regard.
Don't be polite, senior. From the moment I pushed you against the wall, I owed you. Everything I'm doing now is just to make up for my rudeness. Oh. Hearing this, Bai Ruoying's heart suddenly sank. So that's how it is. I thought he liked me? It seems I was just being sentimental. But why did he press himself against the wall?
This bad guy dares to do it but dares not admit it.
Humph, so angry.
Bai Ruoying's expression changed, her smile gradually disappeared, and her little mouth pouted unconsciously.
Fong Yu, please calculate how much you gave me as a reward last night. I will return it to you now. What happened to senior sister? Why are you bringing up the issue of paying back the money for no reason?
Fong Yu was about to refuse when the system's voice rang in his mind.
Ding. Mission updated, equal communication. Task content, accept Bai Ruoying's reward. Task reward, one-time shopping 10x cashback card x1. Receive the task. Fong Yu had to change his mind.
Okay, senior sister, since you don't want to accept my reward, then do as you wish. Opening his phone, Fong Yu checked the reward amount and showed it to Bai Ruoying.
1,391 superstars, a total of 13.91 million yen country currency. Does senior sister have so much money? After deducting the platform's share, how much will she get? Fong Yu was a little worried. What if the senior student couldn't pay it back? Unexpectedly. Okay, send me your card number and I'll transfer it to you. Bai Ruoying opened her mobile banking app and prepared to transfer money to Fong Yu.
Yesterday she received more than 7 million in gifts, which, together with the money she saved, was enough to repay Fong Yu.
Fong Yu was surprised. I can't believe that my senior is actually a wealthy woman. But it's not surprising.
The Bai family is a famous family in East China Sea, and they are well connected in both the political and business circles. As the apple of the Bai family's eye, the senior sister certainly has no shortage of money to spend. After thinking about it, Fong Yu added Bai Ruoying's Penguin account and sent her the card number.
Bai Ruoying transferred the money immediately. Soon, Fong Yu received a text message from the bank. The money has arrived. 13.91 million, not a penny less. Ding. Mission completed, rewards issued. Bai Ruoying felt very lost and had mixed feelings. Although she had made up her mind last night to return all the reward money to Fong Yu. But this guy didn't even say a word of politeness and just took the money. This is so infuriating. He doesn't even have himself in his heart. After worrying for a while, Bai Ruoying suddenly figured it out. If he really accepted Fong Yu's reward, he would no longer be on equal footing with him. Fong Yu's approach was correct. Take the money back so you don't have to bear any burden. Only then can we maintain an equal and relaxed relationship. Thinking of this, the dark clouds on Bai Ruoying's face dissipated and the sky became sunny again. The two continued to sweep up the remaining ingredients. I'm so full, thank you for the hot pot, senior. Fong Yu wiped his mouth, he really couldn't eat anymore. Bai Ruoying quietly touched her bulging belly and said, Me too, I feel so full. Bai Ruoying paid with her mobile phone. The two walked out of the hot pot restaurant and took the elevator downstairs. There seemed to be an event going on in the atrium on the first floor of the shopping mall, and it was crowded with people. Fong Yu looked up at the words on the big screen, Warm Veterans Charity Sale. Suddenly I had an idea. Senior, please follow me. Bai Ruoying was confused when Fong Yu pulled her hand. Arrive at the event. Fong Yu discovered that it was a toy manufacturer and the Civil Affairs Department that were holding a charity sale. For every toy a customer buys, the manufacturer will donate 50% of the sales amount to the Veterans Pension Department to help retired veterans. Wow, that white polar bear is so cute. Bai Ruoying turned into a young girl and couldn't let go of the stuffed toys on the scene. Salesperson, please help me get that polar bear. I want to buy it. Okay miss, this bear costs 199 yuan. Bai Ruoying took out her mobile phone and was about to scan the code to pay. But he was stopped by Fong Yu. Waiter, is your person in charge here? I want to talk to him about the donation. Fong Yu's words left Bai Ruoying confused. What does this guy want to do?
Upon hearing that someone wanted to donate, the manufacturer's manager and staff from the Civil Affairs Department quickly came over. They recognized Fong Yu at a glance.
Mr. Fong, thank you for your attention to our event. What do you think?
Fong Yu pointed at the polar bear that Bai Ruoying wanted to buy and said with a smile, "It's like this, you too. I want to buy this bear for 13.91 million. After deducting 50% of the sale price, I want to donate the rest to the veterans."
Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
This is a great thing, Mr. Fong. Thank you for your support for our veterans' pension work.
The factory manager and Civil Affairs Department staff all agreed.
Fong Yu paid the bill readily.
He handed the polar bear to Bai Ruoying. "Here, senior sister, this is for you.
Thank you for treating me to hot pot."
See what Fong Yu did. Bai Ruoying was so surprised that she was speechless. With tears in her eyes, she sniffed, "Fong Yu, thank you, you are so kind."
She wasn't happy about getting a cute polar bear.
Instead, he was moved by Fong Yu's love for the veterans.
Because her grandfather is a veteran. Chapter 27 Senior Sister, you need to be more reserved.
Holding the polar bear in her arms, Bai Ruoying smiled.
I started crying while laughing.
Bean-sized tears rolled down her fair cheeks, fell in the air, and hit Fong Yu's heart.
Fong Yu suddenly panicked. How come buying a teddy bear made my senior sister cry? Even if she was moved by her own righteous act, she shouldn't have cried so hard. If you don't know, you might think you are bullying her. What's wrong, senior? Don't you like this bear? Fong Yu asked quickly.
Bai Ruoying did not answer, but carried the bear to the secret door of the fire escape.
There are too many people outside and it would be embarrassing to cry in public.
She didn't want to be watched and pointed at by others. There was no light in the fire escape, only a sign for an emergency exit emitting a dim green light. Burying her head in the polar bear's arms, Bai Ruoying began to cry. Fong Yu is good at teasing girls, but he is not good at coaxing girls. Seeing Bai Ruoying crying, Fong Yu tried to persuade her but to no avail, so he could only let her cry.
It's okay to cry it out, it's okay to cry it out. This is a line that often appears in movies and TV dramas. Fong Yu thought it made sense. Since I can't persuade her, I might as well let her cry for a while. When your tears have dried up, you will naturally stop crying. Sure enough, after a while, Bai Ruoying stopped crying on her own.
Senior, are you okay?
Fong Yu asked cautiously.
He didn't want to make his senior cry again. Bai Ruoying shook her head and slowly said to Fong Yu, you may not know that my grandfather is a veteran. I have seen the scars on my grandfather's back, the scars left after being shot through by a bullet. I asked my grandfather if it hurt, and he said it didn't hurt at all, but I felt it hurt just looking at it. How could it not hurt when a cold bullet pierced through flesh and blood? As she spoke, Bai Ruoying's eyes were filled with tears again.
Fong Yu couldn't help but feel respect for Bai Ruoying's grandfather.
It turns out that Grandpa is a veteran who has fought in the battlefield and was shot. He is a true old hero. Senior sister, if I have the chance, I will definitely pay a visit to listen to the old man's teachings. Bai Ruoying wiped her tears and continued, Grandpa said that compared to his comrades, he was very lucky.
At least he was still alive and well.
Some of his comrades died on the battlefield, while others survived but were tortured by pain all their lives. When I was a child, I went to visit his comrades with my grandfather, and he often helped them.
Fong Yu understood completely.
It turns out that the senior has a special feeling for the veterans. When she donated the money to veterans, it just touched the softest string in her heart.
Yes, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Our current happy life was earned by the blood of many ancestors. But many people in this world have long forgotten the past history and the heroes. Instead, they are keen on chasing after those young handsome men with greasy hair and powdered faces, and are keen on celebrating foreign festivals, completely forgetting that humiliating history. Fong Yu couldn't help but sigh.
Bai Ruoying didn't expect Fong Yu to say such profound words, and she couldn't help but be attracted to him. Although I couldn't see his face clearly in the darkness.
But the vaguely revealed outline exudes a masculine and upright aura. I didn't realize it, but this guy is actually quite positive. Bai Ruoying was even more impressed by the handsome junior student beside her. Some ignorant people even confuse right and wrong, calling a black cat a white cat, and confusing the audience. A patriotic movie that was released some time ago was originally a top-notch work praising the soldiers for defending the territory and bravely killing the enemy.
However, some people publicly criticized it online, saying that some scenes were too bloody and not good for children's physical and mental health. It is really malicious and extremely hateful. Speaking of this, Fong Yu gritted his teeth in hatred. I really want to find the person who said this, slap him in the face, and ask him if he knows what shamelessness means. Thinking of these memories that remained in his mind, Fong Yu became furious. Heroes never die, and their noble spirit lives on forever. Fong Yu became more determined about the path to take next. Transform sissy men into sissy men and promote masculinity and righteousness. To eliminate evil and promote good, to punish the wicked and eliminate evil. Senior, don't worry too much. The country is now rich and people are kind-hearted. The veterans will not be forgotten. Fong Yu consoled. Bai Ruoying wiped away her tears and calmed herself down. Suddenly, both the bear and the man lay in Fong Yu's arms. Damn it! Senior sister, please be more reserved. I, Fong Yu, am not Lu Xiaohui and cannot withstand such a test. Fong Yu, hug me. Bai Ruoying seemed to be acting coquettishly, but not necessarily. To be exact, it's not about being spoiled. It is in order. Fong Yu's mind went blank. The fragrance emanating from Bai Ruoying rushed straight into Fong Yu's brain through his nose. I almost felt dizzy. But a pair of hands hugged Bai Ruoying very obediently. Even through the polar bear, I could still feel the warmth of the senior sister. It was so hot that it could melt people. The dim environment was already depressing, and now Fong Yu was almost suffocating. Through a thin silk shirt. Fong Yu's hand could clearly touch Bai Ruoying's smooth skin, which was as pink as a baby's face. Bai Ruoying buried her head in Fong Yu's shoulder. The rapid breathing emitted waves of heat, which made Fong Yu's hair stand up. The polar bear doll had no heartbeat, but Fong Yu could hear thumping sounds. That was Bai Ruoying's little heart beating rapidly. Bai Ruoying was a young girl in love. Her first contact with a man was like discovering a treasure trove of pearls. She was both happy and scared. She wanted to take the initiative to seize this unprecedented happiness, but she didn't dare to go beyond the line. The scene of being pushed against the wall by Fong Yu is still vivid in my mind, and the kiss in the afternoon seems to still be on my face. Bai Ruoying longed for more, but was too shy to express it. The stuffy space made the two of them sweat quickly, and the hot air almost caused sparks to form. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll make a big mistake. Bai Ruoying, let go, you can't do this. A voice in Bai Ruoying's mind kept reminding her. Finally, Bai Ruoying came to her senses and abruptly left Fong Yu's arms. He walked out of the fire escape holding the polar bear. When they arrived at the atrium of the mall, the bright lights made Bai Ruoying unable to open her eyes and she almost fainted. Fong Yu, who was following closely behind, quickly supported her. Senior, be careful. I'm fine. Bai Ruoying's face flushed red, and she took a few deep breaths before gradually calming down her inner anxiety. I just remembered that I had something to do. Yes, buy a mobile phone for Grandpa. Bai Ruoying slapped her forehead, turned around and said to Fong Yu, I want to buy a smartphone for Grandpa, so that he can watch TikTok to relieve boredom and also video chat with his comrades. Okay, I just saw a store selling mobile phones, let's go back and look for them. Fong Yu took Bai Ruoying around the mall and indeed found a Huawei mobile phone store. Who knew that as soon as I walked in, I met a pair of enemies. Jia Dawei and Mei Bilian were actually buying mobile phones with their arms around each other. Damn it! How did these two top-notch people get together? Chapter 28, The Man and Woman Who Beat the Dog. Dawei, I want this latest model of P60, it's only 20,000 yuan, not expensive at all. Okay, Bilian, I'll buy you anything you want as long as you like it. Jia Dawei agreed readily. A dirty hand kept drawing circles on Maybelline's buttocks. Dawei, I want to buy 4. Baby, you can't use so many phones by yourself. My parents worked very hard to support me in my studies. My brother's phone just broke. I want to buy one for each of them. Is that okay, Dawei? Mei Bilian, with her face fully painted with rouge and powder, came close to Jia Dawei's fat pig head and tried her best to act coquettishly. Okay, it's just tens of thousands of dollars. Waiter, give me 4 P60 phones. Dawei, you are so nice. I will let you lick me well tonight. Grass. It's so disgusting. Fong Yu's chest surged. Mei Bilian, you bitch, you actually turned a blind eye to the overwhelming criticism on the internet and even hooked up with this guy Jia Dawei and showed your face in public. You're too strong mentally, aren't you?
Do you want to be a little more confident? And you, Jia Dawei, don't you know what kind of bitch Maybelline is? You want to lick this kind of bastard? Can you do that? You are the king of dog licking. You even dare to find some thugs from society to come to the school to cause trouble. You must be tired of living. Don't you know that Donghai Private University is my property? If this gets out, how will I recruit students next year? Fang Yu clenched his fists and strode over. Waiter, pack up all the P60 phones in your store. I want them all. Fang Yu deliberately disgusted this pair of accomplices. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. I'll use courtesy first and then force. I'll make you mad to death. Jia Dawei was really unconvinced. Fang Yu, you are deliberately looking for trouble, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Are you not convinced? Fang Yu stood in front of Jia Dawei, looking so majestic that no one dared to look directly at him. You. Jia Dawei was angry but dared not say anything, and immediately became scared. The injuries on his body after being beaten by Fang Yu last time have not healed yet. Originally, I wanted to let the big guy from the security company go to the school to teach Fang Yu a lesson, but he ended up having 3 ribs broken by this guy. It's so fucking cruel. Maybelline, who wanted Jia Dawei to buy her a mobile phone, felt that she could not beat Fang Yu, so she quickly advised, Dawei, we don't need to buy P60, it's the same if we buy P50. Well, Maybelline is still sensible. Jia Dawei teased Maybelline's face and said to the waiter, give me 4 P50 phones. Still want to buy P50? Ha, I'll make sure you can't buy a mobile phone today. Fang Yu attacked again. Waiter, pack up all the mobile phones in your store. I will pay for them now. The young waitress was stunned. She had already recognized the man in front of her as the rich second-generation Fang Yu, but she was still skeptical. Mr. Fang, we have hundreds of mobile phones in our store, which together cost several million yen currency. Are you sure you want to buy them all? Sure, please pack it in a box for me and tell me how much it costs. Okay, Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. The waitress quickly called her colleagues for help, quickly calculated the prices, and packed all the mobile phones into several large boxes. Mr. Fang, there are 637 mobile phones in total, with a total value of 3,684,200 yuan. Good. Fang Yu silently activated the one-time shopping 10-fold cashback card awarded by the system. Then he took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment code. I swiped my fingerprint and paid, and received a cashback of more than 30 million yuan. The cash register immediately spit out a receipt, and the waitress put both hands in Fang Yu's hands with an extremely sweet smile on her face. Mr. Fang, you helped us complete this month's sales in no time. Thank you so much. Do you need to add my WeChat? If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. I provide door-to-door service 24 hours a day. No, thank you. Fang Yu declined the waitress's attentive service. He took out a P60 phone from the box and handed it to Bai Ruoying. Senior, give this phone to Grandpa. I will give the rest to the Veterans Pension Department and ask them to deliver it to the veterans from Donghai. Okay, I'll do as you say. Bai Ruoying had no concept of money. A few million should not be too much for Fang Yu. And judging from the situation, Fang Yu is obviously targeting Jia Dawei and Maybelline, so just let him do whatever he wants. It's normal to spend some money to vent your anger these days. I watched Fang Yu buy all the mobile phones in the store. Jia Dawei and Maybelline couldn't bear it anymore. A few million is not a lot of money. It's extremely insulting. Walk in other people's paths and leave them with no way to go. Fang Yu's behavior is really too much. This is intolerable. What else can we not tolerate? Fang Yu, don't go too far. Jia Dawei glared with round eyes and shouted, you snatched my school beauty, so I will snatch your woman away. Humph, I can play with the same woman that you, Fang Yu, have played with. What's so great about that? As he said this, he pinched Maybelline's plump but hard. Being pinched by Jia Dawei. Maybelline immediately became excited. After being slapped 10 times by Fang Yu, she didn't dare to get angry at Fang Yu directly, so she directed her anger at Bai Ruoying. Hey, isn't this the school beauty Bai? Ha, no wonder Fang Yu doesn't want me anymore. It turns out that he was seduced away by a vixen like you. Maybelline glared at Bai Ruoying fiercely, her face as ferocious as a ghost. Result. All I heard was a pop. Fang Yu slapped Maybelline and sent her flying. Ding. Mission update, beat the dog couple with a stick. Mission content, beat up Jia Dawei and Mei Billion. Task reward, debt repayment 10x cashback card x1. Ha, the crazy young master system is really awesome. Just when Fong Yu was about to teach this couple a lesson, the system issued a task. In that case, just go for it. Mei Billion, you bitch, not only are you unrepentant, but you are also so arrogant. I will beat you to death. After receiving the task, Fong Yu picked up Mei Billion like a pheasant. One after another, the big ears popped up. New and old grudges were all mixed together. All the unhappiness suppressed in her heart turned into slaps, hitting Maybelline's thick skin. Ah! Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the entire mobile phone store. It sounds painful. Maybellion's face soon swelled up like a pig's head, covered with bruises, which matched Jia Dawei very well. Fong Yu, stop hitting me, please. Dad, I changed. I will never be a green tea lover again, and I will never talk nonsense again. Maybellion was beaten so badly that she kept calling Fong Yu dad. Bai Ruoying couldn't bear it anymore. He directed the salesperson to help move the box full of cell phones outside, then handed it to the staff of the Veterans Pension Department and explained the situation. In the store, Jia Dawei was almost scared to death. He was trembling all over and wanted to sneak away when Fong Yu wasn't paying attention. Stop! Fong Yu dropped Mei Billion in his hand, strode forward, and punched Jia Dawei on the pig head. Ouch! Jia Dawei fell to the ground, covering his face and howling like a pig being slaughtered. Fong Yu kicked again, and Jia Dawei rolled on the ground like a barrel. Ding! Mission completed, rewards issued. Call! Fong Yu let out a long sigh. All the unhappiness that had been suppressed in my heart finally came out. The story about Mei Billion is over. From now on, I will start a new life. Fong Yu dusted himself off and walked out of the mobile phone store with his head held high. Chapter 29, Senior, 1T you invite me in for a drink? Do you feel better? Walking out of the Donghai shopping center, Bai Ruoying asked Fong Yu with a smile. She knew that Fong Yu must be feeling very depressed these days. Fong Yu must have felt very uncomfortable being insulted like that by Mei Billion on the internet, being misunderstood by so many people, and being pointed at wherever he went. Now that the truth is out, and he's beaten up Mei Billion and Jia Dawei, he should be able to vent his anger now, right? Yeah, much better. Fong Yu smiled and asked Bai Ruoying, Senior, do you think I'm violent and I fight with others all the time? You stinky junior, you have self-awareness. You are indeed a bit violent. He beat him so badly. The screams were heart-wrenching and it sounded very painful. But Bai Ruoying gently covered her mouth, looked at Fong Yu and said, I think it's okay. It's not something you initiated. People like them really deserve to be beaten. It's unreasonable to reason with them, and they also say mean things to hurt others. Don't mention you, didn't I slap Mei Billion in the face, too? That's right. If the senior was a boy, she might be even more fierce and violent than me. Fong Yu raised the corner of his mouth and made a good-natured joke. Bai Ruoying was so angry that her face changed immediately. She pouted and said, Fong Yu, stop talking nonsense. I don't want to be a boy. I'm not irritable at all. Luckily you're not a boy, otherwise I would be in trouble. Thinking of the situation where he forcefully kissed Bai Ruoying, Fong Yu felt a little scared. The senior schoolmate had a bad temper, but she was very tolerant of me. I pressed her against the wall and kissed her secretly, but she didn't resist. Ha, it seems that the senior student doesn't hate me in her heart. Maybe even like me a little? Bai Ruoying seemed to have heard Fong Yu's inner thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, if I were a boy, I would definitely beat you up right now for always bullying me. Humph. After saying this, Bai Ruoying touched her face unconsciously. The embarrassing scene came to mind again, and she immediately lowered her head in shame. Senior, let me take you back to school. Fong Yu suggested. I want to give my cell phone to my grandfather. Fong Yu, can you take me home, please? Okay, no problem. The two men came to the parking lot and got into the convertible sports car. Fong Yu started the car, the engine made a beast-like roar, and slowly drove towards the road. By the way, senior sister, where do you live? I'll turn on the navigation on my phone, and you just follow it. Bai Ruoying opened the map app on her phone, entered her home address, and started voice navigation. The September night was cool and breezy, a convertible sports car was driving under the streetlights, and the bustling city night scene was in full view.
Both of them were in a very good mood and arrived near their destination without realizing it. Fang Yu found that the buildings on the road were becoming more and more familiar.
Did you use the wrong navigation? How come you ended up in the neighborhood where you live? Could it be? Senior, do you live in East China Sea Manor number 9? Fang Yu was a little curious. Well, my family used to live in the house that my grandfather allocated.
Later, my father made some money from his business, so we moved here.
I see. What a fate.
I didn't expect that I live in the same community as my senior. It will be much more convenient to go back to my parents' home in the future.
Is this idea punishable? Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, senior sister, I live here too. Ah? No way, Fang Yu, you live here too?
Bai Ruoying's reaction was very big, and it was unclear whether she was happy or unhappy. Fang Yu stepped on the accelerator and drove to the gate of the community.
The access control system opened automatically and the sports car drove in smoothly. Yes, you can see my license plate can be automatically recognized. Senior sister, do you want to come to my house for a visit? No, it's too late. I want to go home. Bai Ruoying's little head shook again and again like a rattle. Fang Yu drove the car to the door of Bai Ruoying's villa.
There is a number 6 printed on the big house number. It turns out that the senior student lives in villa number 6.
It's south quite close to villa number 8 where I live. After parking the car, Bai Ruoying opened the door and walked out, then turned around and said, Fang Yu, thank you for sending me back. Also, thank you for your phone. I will give it to Grandpa personally. Senior, won't you invite me in for a drink?
Fang Yu placed his hands on the steering wheel, a hint of a rogue smile on his face.
Student, you've watched too many romance movies. Bai Ruoying walked into the villa without looking back. Ha, senior sister is so funny. Fang Yu turned the car around and returned to his home. This way. As soon as Bai Ruoying walked into the living room, she found that the atmosphere in the house was not right. There were many people sitting on the sofa, some of whom I knew and some of whom I didn't. It seems like they are in a meeting. Yingying, today is not the weekend, why are you back?
Bai Ruoying's father Bai Genoa saw his daughter at a glance and asked with concern.
Oh, Dad, I bought a mobile phone for Grandpa and I want to bring it back as a gift to him.
Bai Ruoying came to her father obediently and showed him the Huawei P60 phone in her hand. Bai Genoa returned the phone to his daughter and said with a smile, Yingying, Grandpa has gone to bed.
You can give it to him tomorrow morning. They are all your uncles. Say hello to everyone. Hello, uncle.
Bai Ruoying bowed politely and greeted everyone.
Everyone nodded and praised Bai Ruoying. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up so much. You're even prettier than the stars on TV.
Yes, this child looks like her mother.
She has been a beauty since she was young.
I heard from my son that Miss Bai was named the most beautiful schoolgirl. It seems that she really deserves the title.
Genoa, you have to take good care of your daughter. Don't let her get away with those poor boys out there.
Bai Ruoying noticed that these people's words were becoming more and more improper.
Don't want to stay any longer. Dad, I'm going upstairs. You should go to bed early too.
After saying something to her father, Bai Ruoying walked towards her room on the 2nd floor.
Just walked to the 2nd floor.
Suddenly, I heard the people below seem to be talking about the Fang family.
Bai Ruoying quietly hid in the corner and listened carefully for a while. Everyone, the Fang family has declared bankruptcy, but in fact they still have a large amount of funds in their hands. They are refusing to pay back their debts. This is simply a shameless fraud. Yes, Genoa, I asked someone to investigate today.
The Fang family not only spent more than 1 billion to buy a large villa, but their only son Fang Yu also drove a 60 million sports car to school. I have never seen him drive this car before, so it must be a new one. Since the Fang couple refused to show up, then we will go find their son Fang Yu.
It is only natural that the son should pay the father's debt. Yes, let's go directly to the school to block Fang Yu. Then we'll make a big fuss and see how his parents can hide it. Bai Ruoying finally understood. These people all want to collect debts from the Fang family. I heard from my father that the Fang family also owed him a lot of money. It seems that they are discussing this matter tonight. Bai Ruoying listened for a while and heard her father's voice. It's not appropriate to go to the school and surround a student. Let's go to the Fang family villa tomorrow morning.
If we meet Fang Yu, we can tell him about our situation and ask him to persuade his parents to come out and pay our debt as soon as possible.
What do you think? Bai Genoa's suggestion was echoed by most people.
Hearing this, Bai Ruoying quickly slipped back to her room.
My junior is in danger, what should I do? Chapter 30. I really want my senior to come and sleep with me.
Bai Ruoying has been a good girl since she was young and never interferes in adult affairs.
But should I tell Fang Yu about what happened between Dad and the Fang family? The bad junior has a strong personality. If Dad and the others make him angry, will he get beaten? Fang Yu is really good at fighting.
Even a muscular guy could be knocked down by just 2 punches from him.
Dad is old, but isn't he's still a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Fang Yu? What if the matter gets out of hand and Fang Yu is arrested?
Thinking of this, Bai Ruoying, who was taking a shower, couldn't help but worry about the two of them. No, I must stop Dad from surrounding Fang Yu's house.
Or persuade Fang Yu to go to school early tomorrow morning. As long as the two of them don't meet, everything will be fine.
Bai Ruoying quickly turned off the shower, wiped the water droplets off her body, and jumped onto the bed wrapped in a bathrobe.
He picked up the phone and sent a message to Fang Yu. Fang Yu, are you asleep?
Soon I received a reply, it's been a long night and I can't sleep. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep, but it turns out that you can't sleep either.
Fang Yu, who had just laid down on the bed and was about to meet Zhou Gong, sent Bai Ruoying a classic line.
After reading it, Bai Ruoying wanted to laugh but also felt bored. This little rascal, my junior, has started to be so smooth talking again.
Student, stop teasing me, okay? I have something serious to tell you. Xiang Senpai, if you need anything, just tell me. Lying on the pillow and thinking for a while, Bai Ruoying wrote, Fang Yu, can you go to school early tomorrow? It's best to leave your villa before 7 o'clock in the morning. So early? I'm afraid I can't get up.
Fang Yu said this deliberately, but in fact he had already gotten up at about this time every day.
However, he was very curious as to why the senior suddenly made this request. You have to get up even if you can't. You have to go out before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is an order and you must obey it. Do you understand?
Thinking of the possible conflict tomorrow morning, Bai Ruoying started to act like a spoiled brat.
This matter is not negotiable. What should I do if my father and Fang Yu have a conflict? How can I face Fang Yu in the future?
Whether she admits it or not, Bai Ruoying has a vague feeling that there will be a lot more stories to happen between her and Fang Yu.
Senior, you are so bossy. Although I am your junior, I am not your boyfriend. Why should I listen to you? See the message sent by Fang Yu. Bai Ruoying blew her bangs in anger. Fang Yu actually dared to reject me? You naughty junior, I'm doing this for your own good.
Tomorrow morning a large group of people will come to your house to collect debts.
Instead of running away, will you stay at home and wait to die? You big idiot.
Bai Ruoying's hands moved quickly across the phone screen and she replied to Fang Yu, you don't have to listen to me, as long as you have the money to pay off your debt.
Fang Yu was confused.
What the senior said was so strange.
I don't owe her money. Fang Yu, I'll tell you straight away. Your father's creditors just had a meeting at my house.
They plan to go to your house early tomorrow morning to collect the debt and force your parents to come out and pay the money back.
So I advise you to go to school early in the morning so that you can avoid them. Bai Ruoying told the truth. Fang Yu suddenly realized.
It turns out that the senior student had good intentions.
Senior sister, it seems my family owes your father money too.
If you betray your uncle like this and tell me in advance, will your uncle spank you when he finds out?
Cover your mouth and laugh. JPG.
I betrayed my father for you, you stinky junior, and you still don't appreciate it and say I'm domineering.
Humph, I will never care about you again. Doghead contempt. JPG.
Bai Ruoying lay on the bed with her calves facing upwards and swinging in the air.
The two pink little feet were kicking around dishonestly.
He pretended to be angry on his face, but his heart was completely different.
Why am I not annoyed at all when chatting with my stinky junior?
This guy is obviously a bad guy, but he still wins people's hearts.
He is so good at teasing.
Bai Ruoying's big eyes were fixed on the chat box on the phone, looking forward to Fang Yu's reply.
Don't be angry, senior sister. I know how much you love me. At this moment, you are the only one in the world who cares about me. My parents are missing, and I am the only one in this huge villa. Alas, if I hadn't met you, senior sister, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Fang Yu's words seemed half true and half false. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but become worried. Silly junior boy, won't he do anything stupid, right? Fang Yu, don't be depressed. The current difficulties are only temporary. Uncle and aunt will come back to you sooner or later. They will definitely not abandon you. Tomorrow I will ask Dad to ask them not to cause trouble for you. Don't worry. You must sleep well, go to school well, and eat well. Got it?
The mother-in-law talked a lot. Bai Ruoying herself found it strange why she cared so much about her stinky junior.
He obviously always bullies himself. It seems that he is really pitiful and it is impossible to hate him. Yes, that must be the reason. It's not because I like him.
When Fang Yu saw the message sent by Bai Ruoying, he wanted to laugh, but the smile on his lips gradually froze.
Senior sister is such a good girl.
He was willing to destroy his father's debt collection plan to protect himself, and he was afraid that he would become depressed.
If we don't cherish such a kind and loving beauty, wouldn't she be given away to others? I, Fang Yu, would never be so stupid. Thank you for your concern. If I wasn't worried about the intimacy between men and women, I would really like you to come and sleep with me.
I really can't sleep alone in such a big house. Bai Ruoying blushed with anger.
You stinky junior, what sweet dreams are you dreaming about? Sleep with you?
Taking a look at the slightly exposed snow-capped peaks wrapped in the bathrobe, Bai Ruoying immediately clamped her legs together and stretched her 2 little feet straight.
Fang Yu, this big bad guy, actually wanted to make money for yourself. Oh, I'm so angry.
Bai Ruoying wanted to get angry but held herself back.
Forget it, I won't provoke my junior.
I'll just treat him as a child who hasn't grown up and pretend not to understand for now.
Fang Yu, stop thinking about it and go to bed early. Remember what I said, go to school early tomorrow morning and don't run into debt collectors.
Bai Ruoying reminded him again. She was really afraid that her father and Fang Yu would meet. Fang Yu smiled and replied, okay, senior sister, good night, I will come to play with you in my dreams, hee.
Bai Ruoying received the message. I was so angry that I buried my head under the pillow. But I couldn't help but think of the embarrassing things.
It's all your fault, you stinky junior. You've made me become more and more filthy. Bai Ruoying felt her face getting hot, and her body was also undergoing indescribable changes, especially in a certain place.
In Villa number 8. Fang Yu wasn't worried at all about being blocked at the door tomorrow morning.
The system rewards a 10-fold cashback card for debt repayment, so it doesn't matter even if many people come to collect debts.
If I return you 100 million, I can get back 1 billion. The more debt you pay off, the more cash back you get. I really hope that a large wave of creditors will come tomorrow, haha.
Go play with the senior.
Fang Yu yawned and soon began to have a sweet dream. Chapter 31, Woohoo, I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. The next morning.
Fang Yu was still swinging on the swing with his senior in his dream. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the visual doorbell. Fang Yu rubbed his eyes, grabbed his phone and checked the time.
It was only 6:30. Shit, who is this so early in the morning? Fang Yu went downstairs to the living room and took a look at the display screen. Oh my god. It's my senior. How did she get here? What does it mean that you didn't come last night but are coming now?
Fang Yu used the access control system to open the door, walked outside in his slippers, and shouted, "Senior, come in." Bai Ruoying, wearing a ponytail and a long dress, walked slowly in front of Fang Yu. As pleasing to the eyes as a fairy.
Senior, how did you find my house? Student, you parked your car in front of Villa number 8 last night and asked me if I wanted to go in and sit down. I guessed your home must be here.
Bai Ruoying stood far away, not only feeling shy and embarrassed, but also unable to let down her guard.
Senior, you are really smart. Come in and sit for a while. Fang Yu took the initiative to invite. Bai Ruoying immediately refused, forget it.
You stinky junior, wearing only a vest and shorts, which girl dares to enter your house?
Fang Yu, I came here to tell you to pack up and go to school quickly. Don't waste time at home. The debt collectors will probably be here soon. Okay, senior sister, I'll go change my clothes and be there in a minute.
Wait for me, I'll drive and we'll go together.
Regarding Fang Yu's proposal. Bai Ruoying hesitated for a second. Do you want to take Fang Yu's car? Sit down, it would be a waste if you don't sit down.
Okay, hurry up, I'll wait for you here.
Bai Ruoying agreed.
Senior, you should come in and wait.
It's not good for you to stand outside and be seen by others, don't you think?
Fang Yu smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, looking even more sunny and handsome.
He wouldn't play any tricks, would he? It's broad daylight, I don't think he would dare to do anything.
Bai Ruoying glanced at Fang Yu, nodded, and went into the villa with Fang Yu.
It's the same as what I saw in the video that night. Fang Yu's villa is really big. He lives alone, so it's really empty.
Senior, please sit on the sofa and wait for a while. I'll go upstairs to change clothes, hee hee.
Fang Yu ran up to the second floor. Bai Ruoying sat nervously in a corner of the sofa.
This was her first time visiting a boy's house, and he was a junior.
It feels weird. Why did I come to his house? Bai Ruoying couldn't figure it out. Could it be because she dreamed about this little bad guy at night?
The stinky junior is still as bad as ever in my dreams. No, he is even worse than he actually is, so bad that it is hard to describe.
As soon as she woke up in the morning, Bai Ruoying's thoughts flew to Fang Yu's house. Will he oversleep? What if he doesn't wake up and is blocked by his father and others at home?
I was extremely worried about Fang Yu. So he couldn't wait to run to Fang Yu's house.
This guy is still sleeping.
If I hadn't called him, something bad would have happened.
Bai Ruoying was daydreaming. The doorbell suddenly rang. I got up and went to the display screen to take a look. Oh, it's broken. Dad and the others are here. Fang Yu, are you ready? Come down quickly. Bai Ruoying shouted towards the second floor. All right, what's wrong, senior?
Fang Yu said as he put a t-shirt on his head.
Oh no, my dad and his friends are here, right outside the gate. Bai Ruoying was frightened.
She held her hands on her chest and looked at Fang Yu helplessly.
Oh, don't worry, senpai, I'm ready.
Fang Yu had indeed made a plan. He planned to pay off creditors who owed less money first, such as those with less than 500 million yuan. Those who pay back the large amount of debt after receiving 10 times the cash back. After all this, the debt is paid off and the cash back is received.
Isn't it great?
Bai Ruoying had no idea of Fang Yu's plan. Regardless of the taboos between men and women, he grabbed Fang Yu's hand and ran to the garage. Let's go quickly, Fang Yu, drive out, they won't chase you.
Senior.
Before Fang Yu could explain, Bai Ruoying pushed him into the driver's seat of the sports car.
Ha, I didn't realize you have so much strength.
Bai Ruoying got into the passenger seat and immediately urged, hurry up and start the car, idiot.
If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Okay, sit tight, senior. In that case, the only thing we can do is run away. Fang Yu started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti Veyron convertible flew out. Unexpectedly. As soon as I reached the door, I was stopped by a wall of people. There's no getting away now.
Fang Yu had no choice but to step on the brakes and stop.
Everyone gathered around in an instant.
But after seeing the appearance of the people in the car, they were all dumbfounded.
Am I seeing things?
Why is Miss Bai with this guy?
That's right. Didn't she come home and say hello to us last night? Are they two in love? Could it be that Miss Bai has already been with Fang Yu? Everyone's eyes turned to Bai Genoa. Brother Genoa, what's going on? Bai Genoa looked confused and his ears were burning with embarrassment. This, I don't know what's going on.
Ruoying has always been well behaved, how could she do such a thing?
You've completely disgraced your dad. Well.
Hearing her father's sigh, Bai Ruoying got out of the car in shame, covering her face and ran away. She was a girl, and she came out of a boy's house early in the morning. She could guess what was going on with just her toes. It was clearly a misunderstanding, but they would not believe any explanation.
You can't wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Woo, I'm completely too embarrassed to face anyone. Fang Yu, please explain to everyone what is going on. Bai Genoa said angrily.
He couldn't bear to blame his precious daughter, so he could only point the gun at Fang Yu. Others also stood up to accuse Fang Yu.
Fang Yu, a real man should not be timid. Tell us what you did to Miss Bai. That's right.
If you can't explain it clearly, we will consider you to have tarnished Miss Bai's reputation and we will never forgive you.
Ying is a well-known good girl in everyone's eyes.
She has never interacted with boys since she was a child. My son asked her to watch a movie hundreds of times but she refused.
You, a bastard, actually did something worse than an animal. Is there any law? Fang Yu, let's settle the old and new accounts together. Come on, follow us to the police station.
Seeing a group of old men making a fuss here, looking like they were enjoying the fun, Fang Yu could no longer tolerate it.
That's enough. You old fogies, can't I have a relationship with my senior?
Except for Uncle Bai, you have no right to say anything in front of me.
Fang Yu roared, staring everyone into silence immediately.
Uncle Bai, whether you believe it or not, nothing happened between me and the senior sister. She heard last night that you were coming to collect the debt from me, so she came to inform me early in the morning and asked me to go to school quickly. The senior sister had good intentions, so I ask you not to blame her.
If anything happens, I can take responsibility. Fang Yu got out of the car and explained everything to Bai Genoa. At this time, a bald middle-aged short man stood up and pointed at Fang Yu's nose and said, "You are responsible? What can you take responsibility for? Hold one, okay?" Fang Yu took out a bank card and waved it in front of everyone. Chapter 32, One Thing Overcomes Another.
Seeing the black gold card in Fang Yu's hand, everyone's eyes seemed to be filled with eye drops, shining with an unusual light.
Fang Yu, what are you doing? You can't tell, idiot, Master Fang is going to pay us back, right, Master Fang? I don't believe it. The Fang family owes our family more than 1 billion. How can a student like him get so much money to pay off his debts? I don't have much money. The Fang family only owes me 500 million. Fang Yu, you should pay back your uncle's money first. Everyone was talking at once.
There was only money in his eyes, and he never mentioned Bai Ruoying again, as if it had never happened.
Bai Genoa also breathed a sigh of relief and stood quietly by the side watching Fang Yu's next move. Is he fooling everyone, or does he really have the ability to pay back his debts? Let's wait and see. Okay, stop arguing.
Fang Yu raised his bank card and said loudly to everyone, "I, Fang Yu, will keep my word today. I will pay you back every penny of the money the Fang family owes you."
The debt collectors looked at each other in bewilderment. Some people still don't quite believe that this guy is fooling people. Fang Yu, you didn't lie to us, did you? Can I ask how much money is in your bank card? Is it enough to pay off the debt?
Yes, Fang Yu, you are young and may not understand, but your parents owe us a lot of money, probably about 10 to 20 billion in total.
If you don't have money, you don't have to fool us here. Find your father and ask him to come out and give us an explanation. It's nothing to use a child as a shield. Fang Yu knew that there was no point in saying more. Go straight back to the yard of your villa.
If you are willing to believe me, just bring the documents to my house and I will return the money to you one by one.
If you don't want to believe me, please do as you please. After saying that, he walked into the living room without looking back. Everyone was indeed panicked.
They flocked into Fang Yu's big villa. We might as well give it a try, just in case this guy is really rich.
The debt collectors came prepared and took out various bills from their briefcases. Some of them even wore cool pink tops.
The scene was in chaos, with Fang Yu trapped in the middle.
Don't worry, we will return your money. Line up one by one.
Fang Yu shouted a few times but to no avail.
No one wants to stand behind the debt collector. What if the people in front of you take all the money, and the people behind you are left with no money? Wouldn't that be depressing?
Fang Yu sought help from a big boss's mistress.
Miss, could you please help me collect everyone's materials and sort them out according to the amount of debt owed? No problem, brother Fang Yu, you are so handsome.
Xiaomi agreed readily. She squeezed into the crowd with her proud breasts and quickly dealt with the group of old men. As the saying goes, everything has its own nemesis. To deal with these LSPS, beautiful and sexy women are the most effective.
Bai Genoa took the initiative to line up at the end.
He wanted to take this opportunity to observe Fang Yu carefully. My daughter has always kept her distance from male classmates, and I have never heard of her dating any boy.
She doesn't even think highly of the second generation of the powerful and wealthy circles in Donghai.
Unexpectedly, she fell in love with the only child of the Fang family.
Bai Genoa had heard a little about Fang Yu.
He is a famous rich second generation in Donghai and even in Yin country, but his reputation on the internet does not seem to be very good. Some time ago, he was scolded as the #1 bootlicker. But the Fang Yu in front of him made Bai Genoa look at him with some respect. Although this young man is young, he remains calm in the face of danger, handles things in an orderly manner, and seems very experienced in dealing with people.
Seeing is believing.
It seems that the rumors on the internet are not reliable. Bai Genoa decided to take a closer look at Fang Yu. Bai Genoa knew his daughter's temper very well. Once she made up her mind, even 10 oxen could not change her mind. In case my daughter really likes this guy Fang Yu, this would be a good opportunity for me to screen him for her.
Bai Genoa was thinking.
Fang Yu suddenly walked towards him.
Uncle Bai, you are a famous figure in the East China Sea.
I would like to ask you to help me review these materials to see if there are any problems.
Is it convenient for you?
Fang Yu took a stack of bills and asked Bai Genoa for help. It can not only prevent mistakes, but also use Bai Genoa's prestige to endorse the debt repayment behavior to prevent some unscrupulous businessmen from turning their backs on their debts after getting the money. Bai Genoa immediately guessed Fang Yu's thoughts and admired the young man in front of him even more.
Okay, no problem.
Bai Genoa sat at the table and began to help Fang Yu review the bills. System, activate the debt repayment 10-fold cashback card. Fang Yu opened his mobile banking app and began to transfer money to creditors according to the amount on the bill, from small to large. His bank card is a black gold card that his father specially applied for him.
There is no limit on the transfer amount, so it is very convenient for large transfers.
Soon, the first debt was paid off. Fang Yu transferred 160 million yuan to the creditor's account. Mobile banking transaction records showed that 160 million yuan was transferred out, and 1.6 billion yuan was received at almost the same time. Next was the second debt of 220 million yuan, with 220 million yuan transferred out and 2.2 billion yuan transferred in.
Looking at the records in the mobile banking app, Fang Yu felt more and more at ease.
If you continue like this, the more money you pay back, the more cash back you will receive.
It feels so fucking good.
Seeing Fang Yu making successful transfers one after another, the bigwigs at the scene were all shocked.
Fang Yu didn't lie to us, he did it. Yeah, this kid is really good, huh? A tiger father will have a dog son. The son of the former richest man in the East China Sea really has the same aura as his father did back then. I don't know what the Fang couple was thinking. They clearly have the ability to repay the debt, so why did they declare the company bankrupt? Why did they disappear without a trace? No matter what, it's all thanks to Fang Yu that I was able to successfully receive the money owed today. I will never forget this kindness. Bai Genoa standing by couldn't contain his excitement. Fang Yu is indeed quite capable. It seems his daughter has a good taste. This kid is not only calm and collected in the face of difficulties, but also has a quick mind and acts calmly and carefully. In time, he will become a rare talent. Soon, Fang Yu repaid most of the debt. Including Bai Genoa's 6 billion, he also got it smoothly.
Fang Yu, uncle's money has arrived.
Thank you for your hard work. Uncle Bai, I'm really sorry for not paying you back for so long.
Also, there is nothing between me and senior sister Ruoying. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage in the community and you'll know if I'm lying. Taking advantage of the time to pay off his debt, Fang Yu quickly clarified the misunderstanding between him and Bai Ruoying to Bai Genoa. Otherwise the senior sister would be criticized when she gets home. Unexpectedly, Bai Genoa didn't seem to care much about this. Although he dotes on his daughter, she will grow up one day and there are some things she must experience alone.
I believe you, Fang Yu. I know Ruoying's character.
She has been well behaved since she was a child and will never do anything that crosses the line. In fact, you are all college students now. It's not impossible for you to chat or take a walk together.
Uncle is not an old-fashioned person and will not interfere with you at will.
Bai Genoa's words shocked Fang Yu. So, the senior sister's father doesn't object to me and her being together. They have even tacitly acknowledged this fabricated thing.
Ha, if the senior knew that her father said such things behind her back, would she be furious? Fang Yu paid off the remaining debts one by one.
In just 2 hours, a total of 18.946 billion was repaid. After the 10-fold cash back, the balance on Fang Yu's bank card reached more than 180 billion.
Does this make him a billionaire? It's too easy. Fang Yu had no time to celebrate.
He sent his creditors away and quickly drove to school.
I don't know what's going on with my senior sister now. Chapter 33. Damn, the stinky junior attacked me again.
The Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car was like a flash of lightning, speeding along the roads of Donghai City.
Fang Yu rushed into the campus, ran to the playground, and saw the formation of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department.
Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief.
the senior is here indeed. I thought she would be depressed and run away from home alone. Senior, are you okay? I'm really sorry for what happened this morning.
Walking to Bai Ruoying, Fang Yu said sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. Why did you come just now? Did my dad and the others do anything to you?
Bai Ruoying sat on the bench with her head down, looking unhappy and in a very bad mood.
Which girl can remain calm when faced with such a thing?
I was caught by my dad with a boy early in the morning, and surrounded by so many people.
I feel ashamed to face people just thinking about it.
But Bai Ruoying has had a strong sense of responsibility since she was young. She must complete the tasks assigned by the school, and she is also needed to supervise the military training of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department.
I can only come to school with a thick skin.
Seeing that Bai Ruoying was worried, Fang Yu knew what she was thinking and quickly comforted her. Senior sister, don't worry, I have explained it clearly to Uncle Bai, and he has no objection to you dating me.
Student, what nonsense are you talking about? Who agreed to date you? Bai Ruoying blushed with embarrassment.
He crossed his fingers, glared at Fang Yu, and then lowered his head.
Fang Yu smiled and sat down next to Bai Ruoying. Senior, I didn't lie to you. Uncle Bai said that we are already college students, so it's not impossible for us to chat and take a walk together.
These are his exact words.
My father would never say that. He always told me not to fall in love too early and not to be fooled by the sweet words of boys outside. You must be lying to me.
Bai Ruoying denied it, but she already believed Fang Yu's words in her heart. He wouldn't tell such a lie without a reason.
I guess Dad really said that. What does Dad mean? Are you just going to hand your precious daughter over to someone else? Bai Ruoying didn't dare to look directly at Fang Yu anymore. I was afraid that he would see through my thoughts.
Senior, there is no need for me to lie to you. Even if Uncle said so, we are both innocent.
Fang Yu was right. Bai Ruoying went to Fang's house in the morning and did not stay overnight in the villa, so she is innocent. Fang Yu, what did you say to my father? Why would he say something like that?
It must be Fang Yu who deceived Dad with his smooth talk.
Bai Ruoying couldn't believe that her father would suddenly say such inexplicable words. In fact, Fang Yu didn't know why.
I don't know why my uncle said that.
Maybe it's because I paid back all the money the Fang family owed them. What?
Bai Ruoying widened her eyes and looked at Fang Yu in disbelief. I hope that you, my junior, didn't lie to me.
Does he have so much money to pay off his debts?
I heard from my father that the Fang family owes hundreds of billions to the outside world, and my father alone owes tens of billions.
Fang Yu's parents have run away. Where does he get the money to pay off his debts? Fang Yu, you're not going to rob a bank, are you? The Fang family owes so much foreign debt, how can you possibly pay it off all at once? Bai Ruoying suddenly became worried.
If Fang Yu really did something bad, the police would arrest him.
Why is this stinky junior so troublesome? Senior, I didn't lie to you. I have more than 100 billion in my bank account.
Although she usually has no idea about how much money she spends, Bai Ruoying knows that more than 100 billion is not a small amount. My dad worked hard for 20 years before he barely became a billionaire. The stinky junior actually said that he had more than 100 billion in his card.
Bai Ruoying didn't know what to say.
Okay Fang Yu, I believe you, please join the training as soon as possible and leave me alone. Seeing Bai Ruoying's dazed look, it was as if her soul had left her body.
Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Senior, I brought you another song.
Please take some time to practice it and sing it to us this afternoon. Fang Yu took out the lyrics and music score and handed it to Bai Ruoying.
I accidentally touched her slender fingers.
The two seemed to be in sync and paused for a few seconds at the same time.
An indescribable electric current passed through, causing a wave of fluctuations in the hearts of the two.
Looking at Bai Ruoying's beautiful face, Fang Yu unconsciously kissed her on the face.
Senior, you are so beautiful.
Bai Ruoying immediately took the lyrics and covered her blushing face.
Hateful.
The stinky junior student kissed me again.
I really want to beat you up, you bad guy. Fang Yu, go train quickly.
Bai Ruoying stood up, pulled Fang Yu up, and pushed him into the formation of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. The single guys in the class had already been secretly watching the two of them dating. They saw the scene just now clearly.
They all started to make a fuss. Fang Yu, is senior sister's face sweet?
The school beauty's face is so fragrant, Master Fong is addicted to kissing her, huh?
Did you see that?
Senior sister Bai was kissed by Master Fong again.
All disciples of the Zhatian gang should follow suit and learn from her. This is a live art transfer. Those who haven't paid their gang fees should pay them as soon as possible.
The Licking Dog Gang has changed its name to the Exploding Sky Gang, and Li Shouhu took the opportunity to collect gang fees. Zhang Ruyu was so angry that she blew her nose and glared, and complained with her orchid finger pointing up, "If Brother Fong Yu flirts with senior sister like this again, I will ignore you, hum."
Fong Yu walked over with his fist raised.
"Shut your mouths now, train hard, and bring honor to Senior Bai.
Bring honor to Civil Engineering Class 2. Bring glory to Senior Bai. Bring glory to Civil Engineering Class 2. Everyone responded in unison and quickly stood up in military posture.
Bai Ruoying hid in a corner of the playground, taking the new song that Fong Yu gave her and reading it carefully.
The name of this song is Hello Tomorrow. Just like yesterday's Wish, Bai Ruoying had never heard of it. This junior is really good. He has come up with a new song. Bai Ruoying read the lyrics with joy. Look at how far we went yesterday. Waiting in the center of Destiny Square. The blurry shoulder. The more you run, the smaller you become. When I grow up, I can only run.
I'm so afraid of falling in the dark.
Hello tomorrow, smile with tears.
The more beautiful it is, the more afraid I am to get it.
As Bai Ruoying read, her thoughts began to wander. The lyrics are well written. It makes people immersed in it right away.
I really want to reach out and touch the scenes of yesterday, but I can only run towards the unknown tomorrow alone. Afraid of the dark, afraid of falling, afraid of getting. But full of courage and expectation.
Isn't this us bravely searching for tomorrow?
Looking at the lyrics and music, Bai Ruoying began to hum softly.
This song is much easier than yesterday's Wish.
The hard part is expressing conflicting emotions. After practicing several times, Bai Ruoying had become proficient and had basically learned the song. While practicing singing. While occasionally taking a sneak peek at Fong Yu, who was assisting the instructor in training the freshmen. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but feel waves of joy in her heart.
Hee, this stinky junior is so handsome. Just then, a group of people in uniform suddenly broke into the playground.
The beautiful picture was disrupted. A group of people walked straight to the training team of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department.
Everyone stopped and no one knew what was happening. The leading policeman whispered something to the instructor. The instructor waved to Fong Yu, come here. You must be Fong Yu, please come with us. Fong Yu was taken away by the police.
Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned. Bai Ruoying's heart skipped a beat, and she was suddenly at a loss.
Fong Yu wouldn't really do anything bad, right? Chapter 34 talking about love with senior. Police officer, have I done anything wrong? Where are you taking me? Fong Yu asked in the police car. Fong Yu, don't be nervous. You didn't make any mistakes. Several banks are looking for you for something.
They are afraid that you won't cooperate, so they asked us to take you over to understand the situation.
An amiable middle-aged policeman resolved Fong Yu's doubts. Since it is a bank, it must be a matter of debt.
The creditors in the morning were companies and individuals, while the bulk of the debts came from banks. Yangda Real Estate, owned by the Fong family, has developed rapidly in recent years, buying land and engaging in development, and has borrowed a lot of money from major banks. After his parents ran away, the bank had been keeping an eye on Fong Yu's every move. Now that he suddenly became rich, how could the bank just sit there and do nothing? Fong Yu roughly guessed the ins and outs of the matter.
As expected.
After arriving at the police station, account managers from several banks were already waiting for Fong Yu in the conference room. All of them had slicked back hair and powdered faces, and were dressed in suits and ties.
Mr. Fong, I'm sorry to call you here in this way. Please sit down quickly. Yes, sir, don't be angry, and don't think too much. Drink some water to calm your nerves. Mr. Fong, we have already asked Principal Ma for leave.
You don't have to worry about school matters.
We won't take up much of your time. The attitudes of several people were very polite. Nowadays, the one who owes money is the grandfather, and the one who asks for money is the grandson.
Although they came to collect debts on behalf of the bank, they did not dare to offend Fong Yu and called him Mr. Fong one after another.
Now the Fong couple has run away and their whereabouts are unknown.
If Fong Yu gets so angry that he runs away from school,
they will never be able to get the money back. Brothers, just tell me what you want me to do.
Fong Yu took a sip of water and crossed his legs. A thin man took the lead, handed over his business card with both hands and said with a smile, "Mr. Fong, I am the account manager of Donghai Commercial Bank. I am here to see you mainly because of the debt owed by Fong's Yongda Real Estate."
Yes, Mr. Fong. We learned today that you have repaid some of the debts owed to creditors on behalf of the Fong family. There are also large transactions on your bank card, so we would like to ask you to repay the bank loan as well. A representative of another bank was not to be outdone, explaining the motivation for the action. It turned out to be about the debt. Fong Yu was not angry, but became interested instead.
I repaid more than 10 billion yuan of debt this morning, and more than 100 billion yuan was deposited into my bank account.
If I pay off the bank loan, I get more cash back? Oh, nothing can be hidden from your bank's eyes.
I just paid off part of my debt this morning, and you found out immediately. In that case, I will pay off the loans from several banks at once.
The representatives of various banks' eyes widened after hearing this.
The expressions on their faces were also extremely exaggerated.
I want to laugh, but I don't dare to.
Their facial muscles were distorted from holding their breath.
Mr. Fong is really generous. Let me be frank.
Yongda Real Estate has a total of 12 billion yuan in unpaid accounts payable. Mr. Fong, Yongda Real Estate owes us Donghai International Bank a loan of 26 billion.
The accounts payable of our Yanghua Industrial and Agricultural Bank is 30 billion.
Fong Yu felt overwhelmed after hearing this. The loans from several banks combined amount to more than 86 billion.
Mom and Dad, you guys are really good at borrowing, aren't you? No wonder the two of them ran away without even caring about their son. Based on their previous situation, they could not even pay back the money.
Fortunately, I traveled through time and space and was reborn into your son.
Otherwise, the Fong family will never be able to make a comeback in this life.
Fong Yu suddenly felt that his identity was a little strange.
Am I considered the son of the Fong family? Okay, I understand. Please give me the account you want to receive the money from.
I will settle all the loans from your banks right now so that you won't have to worry about me all day long.
Fong Yu didn't want to waste time. I still have to listen to my seniors singing in the afternoon.
Unlike the group of people in the morning, the bank's account manager already knew Fong Yu's strength.
They rushed to hand over the payment account number to Fong Yu.
Fong Yu opened the mobile banking app, entered the transfer account number, and transferred hundreds of billions with just a few clicks. At the same time, hundreds of billions of cash back were received. The current balance on bank cards is as high as 954.86578 billion.
Looking at this line of numbers, Fong Yu instantly lost the motivation to strive. For the rest of my life, I might as well just lie down. Talking about love with your senior schoolmate, and living a carefree life in this world, isn't that wonderful? Although they were mentally prepared, the bank representatives were still shocked. More than 86 billion in cash was transferred in just a few minutes.
How much money does this require?
Mr. Fong is so generous. I admire him very much.
I never dreamed that Mr. Fong was just a freshman and was doing military training on the playground half an hour ago. This guy is not a student, he is clearly the god of wealth.
Yes, Mr. Fong is the god of wealth of our Donghai city. The bank managers immediately knelt down and licked Fong Yu. On the campus of Donghai Private University. After Fong Yu was taken away by the police, Bai Ruoying went crazy immediately. He grabbed the instructor by the collar and asked loudly, "Why did they take Fong Yu away? What did Fong Yu do wrong?" I don't know either.
The instructor looked innocent, but was frightened by Bai Ruoying. I didn't expect that a fair-skinned sophomore girl could be so fierce when she gets angry. Bai Ruoying let go of the instructor and ran towards the principal's office with her long beautiful legs.
"Principal Ma, please, go and save Fong Yu. Ma Si-yuan is on the phone."
I was startled by Bai Ruoying, who suddenly broke in.
"Ruoying, what's wrong with you?"
"Don't be anxious, sit down and talk slowly."
Ma Si-yuan asked Bai Ruoying to sit on the sofa. Bai Ruoying couldn't sit still and said anxiously, "Principal Ma, Fong Yu has been taken away by the police.
You must find a way to save him as soon as possible."
"Oh, don't worry about this matter. The police have informed me." Ma Si-yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought something had happened to these young masters and princesses.
"Principal Ma, why did they arrest Fong Yu? Fong Yu hasn't done anything wrong recently.
By Ruoying started by defending Fang Yu's innocence.
Of course, she didn't believe that the Stinky Jr. would make a mistake.
If that Stinky Jr. was really caught, she would be heartbroken.
Ma Siyuan waved his hand, signaling Bai Ruoying not to be nervous.
Student Ruoying, it's not the police who are looking for Fang Yu, but the bank that wants to find Fang Yu to understand the situation. It seems to be about the Fang family's default on bank loans. I heard that Fang Yu paid back 20 billion in foreign debt this morning.
His financial strength is amazing.
Most of the students at Donghai Private University come from wealthy families, so Ma Siyuan has accumulated a lot of connections and is naturally well informed.
After listening to the principal's explanation, Bai Ruoying breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems that Fang Yu was not lying. He really paid off the debt owed by his father and others.
But is he still able to repay the bank loan? If he can't pay it back, will the police arrest him?
No, I have to go to the police station to ask.
Bai Ruoying immediately asked, Principal Ma, do you know which police station the police who took Fang Yu away are from?
It's the police station next to our school. I have their chief's phone number.
Do you want it?
No thanks, Principal Ma.
Bai Ruoying turned around and was about to leave.
Ma Siyuan stopped her. Wait a minute, Ruoying. As the principal, I don't encourage you to date in school, but as an elder, I really hope you can date Fang Yu seriously and seize this opportunity.
Fang Yu is handsome and has a promising future.
He flattered the boss from a distance. If the boss knew about this, he would definitely be very happy and give me credit for it.
Ma Siyuan was complacent with his own cleverness.
Bai Ruoying felt puzzled.
Does Principal Ma want to change his career and become a matchmaker?
Without saying a word, Bai Ruoying ran out of the principal's office like the wind. Her heart has already flown to Fang Yu.
Chapter 35 I Want to Kiss You All the Time.
After paying off more than 80 billion yuan in loans, Fang Yu was surrounded by the bank's account managers and flattered by them.
Leisurely walked out of the police station.
Being debt-free makes you feel free.
Suddenly, something soft and sticky hit him head-on.
It smells so good. Fang Yu took a deep breath, and his brain suddenly became drunk.
No, it looks like a woman.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
This voice sounds so familiar. Senior?
Fang Yu woke up instantly and grabbed the girl who was trying to run inside.
Senior, why are you running? Fang Yu. The soft and sticky thing was Bai Ruoying.
She ran all the way from the school to the police station, breathlessly preparing to rush in. As a result, he happened to bump into Fang Yu, who had just walked out.
You naughty junior, you made me so worried. Bai Ruoying's tears flowed down like a flood that broke through the dam. The little pink fists hit Fang Yu with a crackling sound. She was really worried.
From childhood to adulthood, I have never been as anxious as I am today.
I have so many grievances that I can't express.
She cried loudly, her tears were like waves, and she looked so pitiful.
Senior, are you okay? Stop crying. Fang Yu was terrified.
He quickly wiped away the tears on Bai Ruoying's face. But the more I wipe, the more it gets, and it can't be wiped clean at all.
Senior, stop crying.
Fang Yu hugged Bai Ruoying in his arms and protected Bai Ruoying's little head with his broad chest.
Who made the senior sister angry?
She was crying and shaking all over.
Damn it, if I knew this, I would kill you. Fang Yu was very angry.
His fists were clenched tightly, but he was extremely gentle when holding Bai Ruoying's arm, for fear of hurting her.
Bai Ruoying didn't know where all the grievances came from.
It was as if I had experienced the separation of life and death, and my heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly fell to the ground, falling painfully. After seeing Fang Yu, all her worries turned into tears and flowed out.
Fang Yu, are you okay? Is no one bullying you?
Bai Ruoying looked at Fang Yu with red eyes and heartache, sobbing still at the corners of her mouth.
Two white little hands gently stroked Fang Yu's wheat-colored face.
Her loving look makes others envious. No, my family owes the bank money, and they were afraid that I wouldn't cooperate, so they invited me here.
Fang Yu finally understood.
After all this fuss, it turned out that the senior sister was just worried about me.
The person who made the senior sister angry was me.
I didn't expect that I meant so much to my senior. I'm sorry, senior, for making you worry about me. Don't worry, I have already paid off all the bank loans, and this kind of accident will never happen again.
Fang Yu hugged Bai Ruoying's waist with both hands and looked down at her tearful face. I feel so heartbroken.
Bai Ruoying nodded, agreeing with Fang Yu's words. That's right, she was worried about Fang Yu. Her crying and her tears were all because of Fang Yu.
This stinky junior is such a worry. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. What would I do if I was really caught by the police?
Bai Ruoying felt a little scared and buried her head in Fang Yu's arms. A pair of hands hugged his back tightly. Afraid that he would disappear in front of her again. The thin clothes could not block the passionate feelings between the two people. Fang Yu could clearly feel the softness of his senior sister's skin.
And Bai Ruoying felt Fang Yu's strong body.
The stinky junior looks handsome, but I didn't expect that he has such strong flesh.
Hard as a rock. No wonder the fight was so intense. Smelling the fragrance coming from Bai Ruoying's hair, Fang Yu felt a headache. The brain is congested and the consciousness is blurred. Boo.
Fang Yu suddenly lifted Bai Ruoying's chin and kissed her red lips.
Bai Ruoying was caught off guard and let out a groan.
Fang Yu kissed her lips and she could hardly breathe.
It's so hot and I feel dizzy. Stop kissing me, you naughty junior. Stop it now. This is the entrance to the police station. You are a bad guy. Bai Ruoying was almost suffocating.
She was unable to move, and the entire weight of her body fell on Fang Yu.
So sweet.
This stinky junior is really good at kissing, he is not honest at all.
It's really unbearable.
Bai Ruoying's lips were like a magnet, tightly attracting Fang Yu, the piece of raw iron.
He was reluctant to let go.
The senior sister's mouth is so soft. It feels so good to kiss. Fang Yu swore that he had never kissed such beautiful lips. He had never experienced such a wonderful kiss.
It's impossible to stop. I want to keep kissing you until the end of time, until we are old and gray. Finally. The two lips parted.
Under the sunlight, a silk thread appeared clearly in the eyes of the two.
So embarrassing. It's actually drawn.
Bai Ruoying's face was flushed, and she looked extremely shy and charming. Fang Yu was fascinated by what he saw, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and normal man's thoughts popped up one by one.
You stinky junior, you bully me again. Bai Ruoying punched Fang Yu, then turned and ran away. Senior, wait for me.
Fang Yu quickly chased after her, holding Bai Ruoying's hand, and walked towards the campus side by side. Senior, you were crying so hard just now, I was almost scared to death, I thought something unexpected happened.
It was just an accident. How could I not be worried when I saw you being taken away by the police? If you get into trouble again, I will strangle you to death. Bai Ruoying said this while biting her lips fiercely.
He pinched Fang Yu's arm hard.
Ouch, that hurts. Fang Yu pretended to be in pain and complained, Senior sister, you won't be able to get married if you are so fierce. You are in charge. I won't marry you even if I can't get married, humph.
Bai Ruoying regretted it the moment she finished speaking. I was trying to cover up my mistake.
I actually told others what I was thinking. How stupid. I hope this idiot didn't hear that. Senior, do you want to marry me? Of course Fang Yu heard it. And he deliberately teases his cute senior. Student, who wants to marry you? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. Bai Ruoying walked forward with her head down.
She was afraid that Fang Yu would see her shy face.
Senior, if you cut off my tongue, you won't be able to get a kiss from me. Fang Yu continued to talk nonsense.
He is a ruffian who was very good at teasing girls.
Bai Ruoying was indeed extremely angry.
She raised her little pink fist and hit Fang Yu again.
Bad boy Fang Yu, I will never let you kiss me again. Why, senior sister, are you uncomfortable with my kiss? Then let's practice often until you feel comfortable, okay? Bai Ruoying completely collapsed. He raised his fists, ready to hit Fang Yu. Fang Yu quickly dodged and ran forward.
Bai Ruoying chased him and beat him from behind, and a joyful atmosphere accompanied them all the way.
Arrived at the school gate.
Fang Yu stopped, and Bai Ruoying was no longer in the mood to hit him. She was so happy being with Fang Yu that she couldn't bear to hit her junior. Senior, it's already noon, let's go to the cafeteria to eat.
Fang Yu looked at his phone and suggested having lunch together. All right.
Bai Ruoying hesitated for a second, but finally agreed. She had never eaten alone with boys in the cafeteria.
I feel so nervous. Chapter 36, Making Money from Me.
Fong Yu brought by Ruo Ying to the second cafeteria to eat, which immediately caused a sensation. All the students put down their chopsticks, their eyes wandering between the two of them.
Look, Master Fong is showing off with the school beauty.
Show off, you big head ghost. If you are envious, just say it directly. If you have the ability, you can show off too. Wow, Campus Bellbai is so beautiful today, her face is so rosy. Has Fong Yu dodged her again? If I had a girlfriend like this school beauty, I would kiss her against the wall 10,000 times a day. It must be so pleasant to kiss such beautiful lips.
Brother, it's already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you still dreaming? It's time to wake up.
Although he had only been in school for a few days, Fong Yu was already a well-known figure in the school. Before, everyone had heard about his legend on the internet, but now they saw Fong Yu's crazy actions with their own eyes. He pushed the school beauty against the wall in front of the principal at the opening ceremony, knocked down a muscular man with 2 punches, and drove a sports car worth tens of millions to school. Each one of them makes headlines on campus, and it's hard for people not to talk about him.
Wasn't Fong Yu arrested by the police?
Why was he released so soon?
What the hell? It was the people from the bank who asked Fong Yu to pay back the money.
I heard that Fong Yu paid back hundreds of billions of loans in one go.
Don't ask me how I know so much.
My dad is just the president of a branch of Donghai Commercial Bank.
Hundreds of billions? Damn, Master Fong is really awesome. No wonder he got the school beauty by so quickly.
His money power is unmatched. Young man, go home and let your dad make good money. If your dad becomes the richest man, you can also bring the school beauty to the cafeteria for dinner.
Fuck, this is not eating, this is clearly showing off their love.
Look at the two of them standing together and getting food, they are so affectionate, it's simply dog abuse.
Saw Fong Yu coming to eat.
The canteen staff had already prepared a special meal. Yesterday, Ma Si-yuan paid special attention to Fong Yu's whereabouts and found that he actually went to the cafeteria to eat. So he immediately ordered the cafeteria to prepare super luxurious set meals every day specifically for Fong Yu. If Fong Yu did not come to dine, he would order someone to send the food to Ma Si-yuan's house, under the pretext of avoiding waste.
Senior, what would you like to eat?
Fong Yu took the food tray, came to the food window, and asked by Ruo Ying beside him.
Anything is fine, I'll serve the food myself.
It's embarrassing enough to eat in the cafeteria with the naughty junior, and it would be so embarrassing to use the same plate with him.
Bai Ruoying couldn't bring herself to do that.
Auntie, make me some scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Fong Yu was about to order food. The cafeteria auntie smiled and said, Student Fong Yu, your meal is ready. It will be served to you right away. Please find a seat and sit down first. What does ready mean? Fong Yu frowned, confused.
Bai Ruoying was also puzzled. She had studied at the University of Tokyo for a year and had eaten in the cafeteria many times, but she had never seen such a situation.
The two were wondering.
At this time, several cafeteria aunties came out, each carrying a plate of food and placed the food on an empty table.
Student Fong Yu, your food is ready, come and eat. An aunt invited Fong Yu to have dinner with her. Fong Yu pulled Bai Ruoying to the dining table.
When they saw the food on the plate, they were both stunned.
Damn it! Are these dishes made in the cafeteria? Braised prawns, braised pork trotters, boiled pork slices, steamed sea bass.
Auntie, are you sure these dishes are for me?
Fong Yu was afraid that someone was playing a prank on him. After all, he is a freshman and is too high profile in school. It is not impossible that he will be teased by seniors.
The cafeteria auntie replied with a bright smile, Yes, Fong Yu, this is the special meal that Principal Ma specially ordered us to prepare for you.
Got it.
When it comes to Principal Ma, Fong Yu knows everything. No need to ask, this old fox must have done this on purpose to curry favor with me. It's rare that he is so filial. Then just obey your command and start eating.
Thank you, Auntie. We'll be welcome then.
Fong Yu pulled Bai Ruoying to sit at the dining table and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Senior, let's eat it while it's hot.
Is this appropriate? Bai Ruoying held the chopsticks but couldn't put them down. It felt like a dream.
When I used to serve food in the cafeteria, the aunt's hands shook so badly that she was afraid to serve one extra piece of meat. Now they actually brought out so many delicious dishes.
Did the sun rise from the west?
It seems that Fong Yu has a lot of face, even Principal Ma tries to please him. I really don't know what's so attractive about this stinky junior, isn't it just that he looks a little handsome?
Why not? We pay so much tuition every year, so eating something good is nothing. Fang Yu said as he picked up a large shrimp and put it into Bai Ruoying's bowl. He also ate with relish, picking up some dishes and starting to eat. After a whole morning of hard work, I was really hungry. The braised pork trotters are so delicious. It seems that it's not that the chef in the cafeteria doesn't know how to cook, but that he is reluctant to use the right ingredients. These dishes are cooked with great skill. Fang Yu ate with gusto, and Bai Ruoying also chewed slowly and elegantly as she ate. When the students in the cafeteria saw this scene, they slowly gathered around. Damn, Master Fang, your food is pretty good. Oh my goodness, this dish is so hard. It makes me hungry again. Mr. Fang, don't just eat by yourself. Give the school beauty some more meat. She's too thin. She needs to eat more to replenish herself. The cafeteria aunt is too partial. She gives us cabbage, radish and tofu soup, and gives Mr. Fang meat and fish. Oh, don't say anything, Mr. Fang. We'll follow you from now on. Li Shouwu showed up out of nowhere and took the opportunity to do business. Hey guys, there are still 10 spots left in the Zhatian gang. Anyone who wants to join should sign up now. The gang fee is 100 yuan per person. Pay now and you will be able to join immediately. Being watched by so many people, Bai Ruoying blushed with embarrassment and was too embarrassed to continue eating. Fang Yu was so angry that he put down his chopsticks and glared at everyone. Damn, I'm eating here. What the hell are you doing? Alright, everyone go do what you need to do, don't delay our boss's meal. Li Xiaohu dispersed the crowd and ran away. The two then continued to eat. Senior, you should eat more. You look so thin that a gust of wind can blow you away. Fang Yu picked up another piece of pig's trotter for Bai Ruoying. Reciprocity. Bai Ruoying also picked up a large shrimp for Fang Yu. You should eat more too, you still have military training in the afternoon. Hey, thank you, senior. Fang Yu stuffed the prawn into his mouth and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but laugh when she saw him wolfing down the food. The stinky junior brothers seemed to be eating with great relish. By the way, senior, how's the practice of the new song I gave you this morning going? I haven't practiced much yet. I just got familiar with the music when you were taken away by the police. I was in a hurry to find you, so I didn't have time to practice. Thinking about what happened in the morning, Bai Ruoying still felt a little scared. Fang Yu smiled and said, Senior, are you really worried about me? Nonsense, otherwise I wouldn't have run to the police station to find you. Bai Ruoying found herself falling into Fang Yu's trap again. This bad guy always finds ways to take advantage of me. It's so bad. Student, I will never eat with you in the cafeteria again. Bai Ruoying rolled her eyes at Fang Yu and took a big bite of the pig's trotter. But I started to chuckle in my heart. Chapter 37, Did you two have that? After having a sweet lunch, Fang Yu and Bai Ruoying went back to their dormitories to take a nap. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshmen of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department arrived at the playground early. They are looking forward to school beauty by Ruoying singing a new song for them. Take advantage of the noontime. Bai Ruoying practiced Hello, Tomorrow several times over and over again, and the effect was much better than yesterday's wish. When they arrived at the military training ground, the freshmen were already clamoring for food. Senior, I had Fang Yu's big meal at noon. How was it? Need I ask? It must taste delicious. Didn't you see how sweetly Senior Sister smiles? I can't stand it anymore. I have to eat Fang Yu and the school beauty's dog food every day. I came to college, not to be a dog. Stop talking nonsense here, Senior Sister, and sing for us. When everyone saw the school beauty appear, they couldn't help but cheer. Fang Yu waved to the classmates, signaling everyone to be quiet. Bai Ruoying glanced at Fang Yu, cleared her throat, and prepared to sing for everyone. Look how far we have gone yesterday. Just sang the first sentence. Bai Ruoying suddenly stopped listening, as if she saw someone. Everyone was wondering when they saw a young woman walking towards the team of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. Sister, who are you looking for? What's the matter? Fang Yu didn't know this woman either, so he walked up to her and asked. The young woman called him and said, You must be Fang Yu, come with me. No way? Is it another creditor? Mom and Dad, how much money do you owe? Fang Yu thought the visitor was here to collect debts again, so he had no choice but to follow the woman to the shade of a tree beside the playground. Sister, tell me, how much money does the Fong family owe you? Fong Yu took out his mobile phone and prepared to open the mobile banking to pay off his debts.
The young woman said coldly, Fong Yu, don't play dumb with me here.
What's going on between you and my daughter? Why do you keep causing trouble for her? Your daughter? Fong Yu was a little confused.
I have only been with my senior these days, and I haven't even looked at other women.
What do I have to do with your daughter? Besides, how old are you? How old is your daughter? Who do you think I am? Sister, you are so funny. Did you recognize the wrong person? I don't know your daughter. Fong Yu felt very wronged.
It was a disaster that came out of nowhere.
Unexpectedly. Mom, why are you here? Bai Ruoying ran over and said to the young woman. That's right, the person who came was Bai Zhenuo's wife Lin Shuya. Fong Yu was really confused this time.
After all this time, it turned out that this woman was the senior's mother. No wonder she is so pretty. She looks about 30 years old, but her skin is well maintained, and there is not a trace of freckles on her fair face. Her dress is also very intellectual, a long skirt similar to the Cheongsam style, which further highlights her graceful figure.
Fong Yu stared at Lin Shuya for a while. It made her feel a little embarrassed. Fong Yu, now you know who I am, right? How dare you say you don't know my daughter? Lin Shuya glared at Fong Yu and said.
Fong Yu smiled awkwardly, I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't know you were Senior Bai's mother.
What do you want to talk to me about? Humph, Fong Yu, you know exactly what you did.
Lin Shuya was filled with rage and had long wanted to find Fong Yu to argue with him. Seeing her mother's angry face, Bai Ruoying knew that things had gotten out of hand, so she quickly pulled her mother's hand and advised her, Mom, we are training right now.
Can we talk about it after school?
Ying, don't get involved in this matter.
Fong Yu must give me an explanation today.
Lin Shuya is a professor in the Department of Music at the University of Tokyo and is a gentlemanly person.
I can't stand the fact that you lost your temper today.
At the opening ceremony, the brat Fong Yu actually pushed his precious daughter against the wall in public.
When Lin Shuya heard about this, she was so angry that she immediately rushed to the principal's office and asked Ma Siyuan why he didn't expel Fong Yu. Fong Yu is the major shareholder of Dongda and Ma Siyuan's boss.
Only Fong Yu has the right to fire Ma Siyuan.
How dare Ma Siyuan fire Fong Yu?
So Ma Siyuan used both coaxing and deceiving, and it took a lot of effort to finally appease Lin Shuya.
Who knows?
Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. Fong Yu hasn't settled the score with him for dodging his daughter against the wall. This morning, news came from the circle of rich wives in Donghai that Fong Yu and her daughter spent the night together. The two men came out of Fong Yu's house early in the morning and were caught red-handed by a group of debt collectors. When Lin Shuya found out, she was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. I searched for Fong Yu on campus for the whole morning but couldn't find him. So as soon as the military training started in the afternoon, he came running over angrily.
Fong Yu's head was spinning rapidly. What did I do wrong to make my senior's mother so angry? The senior schoolmate seemed very happy to be with me. Auntie, can you give me a heads up? I don't think I made the senior angry. Fong Yu looked innocent. Bai Ruoying couldn't help laughing when she saw this.
The naughty junior was acting stupid again, but she was worried that her mother would not let him go. Lin Shuya was originally too embarrassed to talk about these things because they were really embarrassing. Although she is no longer young, she is still a lady. She would blush and her heart would beat fast when she heard those vulgar words. If she were asked to say them out loud, it would be like killing her. I would feel so embarrassed that I would feel uncomfortable all over. But for the sake of my precious daughter's innocence, I can't care less.
Okay, Fong Yu, I'll ask you two things. First, why did you forcefully kiss Ying at the opening ceremony? Second, what on earth was going on when Ying came out of your house with you this morning? Did you two do that? Lin Shuya's two questions stumped Fong Yu. This. How to explain this? Fong Yu was racking his brains to think of the answer.
Bai Ruoying defended him, Mom, things are not what you think.
Nothing happened between Fong Yu and me. Don't listen to the rumors on the internet. They are all false. Don't say anything, let Fong Yu answer me himself. Lin Shuya grabbed Fong Yu and wouldn't let go. She wanted to figure out what Fong Yu was thinking. Does this boy really like my daughter, or is he just playing tricks to deceive her feelings?
If it was the former, she would not break up the couple. After all, Fong Yu is quite handsome. There is no way Lin Shuya also likes handsome guys. If it's the latter, even if you are as handsome as Panin, she will never watch her daughter being bullied by a bad boy. Faced with the aggressive Lin Shuya, Fong Yu had no choice but to tell the truth. Okay, Auntie, I'll answer your first question. I like the senior sister, so I pressed her against the wall. The second question is that the senior sister came to my house in the morning to inform me to go to school, so she came out of my house with me. Nothing unspeakable happened between us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Bai, or check the surveillance of the community. Fong Yu said this. Lin Shuya felt embarrassed. Did I really misunderstand Fong Yu? Judging from his expression and words, he doesn't seem to be lying. It is inevitable that young boys and girls will fall in love with each other. Ying is so beautiful, it is normal for Fong Yu to like her. Lin Shuya comforted herself and decided to take a closer look at Fong Yu. See if he is worthy of her precious daughter. Fong Yu, I believe what you say for now, but what talent do you have that is worthy of Ying? I have money and I can fight, does that count? Fong Yu was just about to show off his talent. Bai Ruoying, who had already blushed with embarrassment, stood up and said, Mom, Fong Yu can compose songs. Write songs? Lin Shuya immediately became interested. She is an expert in this area. Chapter 38 Sisters? Fong Yu, aren't you from the Department of Civil Engineering? Can you compose songs? I don't believe it. Lin Shuya's eyes were full of doubts, like a certain famous host. Auntie, actually I. Fong Yu was about to tell the truth. Bai Ruoying quickly gave him a look. You naughty junior, quickly tell your mother that the 2 songs you gave me were composed by yourself and try to trick her first. Senior, no, I won't lie. Fong Yu turned a blind eye to Bai Ruoying's hint and said to Lin Shuya, Auntie, I don't know how to compose songs. I don't think there's any need to lie to you about this. Lin Shuya was half happy, then sighed in disappointment. I originally thought that this handsome young man Fong Yu could really compose songs, and I could discuss music with him, but I didn't expect that my daughter was deliberately lying. Alas, it's a waste of such a good-looking face without any knowledge in the brain. What a pity! Bai Ruoying was not discouraged. She pulled her mother's arm and shook it. Mom, Fong Yu really understands music. He even gave me 2 songs. I just want to sing them to the freshmen. You can come and listen to them too. Okay, just let me check if your singing has improved recently. Lin Shuya gave her daughter a chance, and she didn't want to expose her daughter's lie in public. The most important thing is that when she looked at Fong Yu, she suddenly couldn't hate him anymore. The more I look at this kid, the more handsome he becomes. He shouldn't be as shameless and vulgar as the rumors say, right? Just believe my daughter's words and listen to what song she sings. Seeing that her mother agreed to listen to her singing, Bai Ruoying stuck out her tongue mischievously and quickly came to the team of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. Everyone saw Fong Yu chatting with 2 beauties, one big and one small, and they were discussing in low voices. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful. Senior Bai has also gone there. Could that woman be her sister? Damn! Master Fong is so awesome, the 2 sisters won together. When the freshmen saw Bai Ruoying coming, they immediately shut their mouths. They were not afraid of the campus beauty, but they were afraid of the arrogant young man Fong Yu who was walking behind her. All right, everyone, be quiet. Senior Bai is going to sing a new song with us today. Please applaud and welcome her. Fong Yu took the lead in applauding, and the men in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department immediately became excited. I will sing Hello Tomorrow for you today. Bai Ruoying glanced at her mother and decided to sing the song well. Only when mom is happy can everyone be happy. Look at how far we went yesterday. Waiting in the center of Destiny Square. The blurry shoulder. The more you run, the smaller you become. Bai Ruoying just sang the first sentence. Lin Shuya got goosebumps. Who wrote this song? Why have I never heard of it? Judging from the lyrics, it is definitely not an internet song. Every word is full of literary flavor and the style is very elegant. Yesterday, we were in the Destiny Square, with blurred shoulders, and we became smaller and smaller the more we ran. What a simple mood. It instantly brings people back to the youthful days of the past. Lin Shuya suppressed her inner excitement and continued listening. When I grow up, I can only run. I'm so afraid of falling in the dark. Hello tomorrow, smile with tears. The more beautiful it is, the more afraid I am to get it.
By Ruoying's singing voice floated in the air. Everyone was immersed in it.
The freshmen of Class 2 of the Department of Civil Engineering pricked up their ears, as if they were listening to their own stories. Lin Shuya was deeply shocked once again. Grow up, run, be afraid, fall, tomorrow, hello, with tears, smile, beautiful, get. These simple words combined together are so philosophical. Just like humble shells strung together into a beautiful bracelet. It's so beautiful. In addition to the lyrics, the melody of this song is also very special. Telling the story is like talking to yourself, encouraging yourself, and helping yourself grow. This song is tailor-made for Ying and perfectly fits her identity and temperament. Lin Shuya was so happy that she even felt like crying. Every time I cry and laugh, I run. Losing and searching. Hello tomorrow, your voice is so small. But it reminds me what courage is. By Ruoying sang the whole song. It immediately received thunderous applause. The men in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department screamed loudly, and some even shed tears. The first time I traveled far away from home, the first time I left my parents' sight, the first time I lived independently. The freshmen experienced various firsts. Just like what was written in the lyrics, they were also afraid of falling, but also kept running with courage. The damn sense of substitution made them unable to suppress their inner emotions and their eyes were wet. Even men have a tender side, and no one laughs at boys crying. Because we all feel the same way. Lin Shuya also saw the shadow of her daughter in this song. Bai Ruoying started learning vocal music at a young age, chose the path of a music specialty student, and applied for the music department of Tunghai Private University. Her voice is highly recognizable, ethereal yet extremely penetrating. As soon as the song opens, it can make people calm down and completely immersed in the melody of the song. He began to show his talent on television at the age of 15, and at the age of 18, he participated in the Yen Country Voice Talent Show and entered the top 5 in Donghai City. In order to prevent her from entering the entertainment industry too early and to let her concentrate on finishing college, her family restricted her from participating in variety shows. In addition to rare voice and singing talent, Bai Ruoying's appearance is also the ceiling of Dongda University, and she was even voted as the most beautiful campus beauty in Yen Country on the internet. Girls with both talent and beauty have always been the phoenixes among people. Now, Bai Ruoying, who is just 19 years old, has been snatched up by many brokerage companies, and they are looking for her to sign a contract as soon as she graduates from university. Lin Shuya feels very proud and honored to have such an outstanding daughter. But she was also worried that learning music was too tiring and boring for her daughter, and that she was too strict and lenient with her daughter, which prevented her from enjoying the same happiness as her peers. For example, in love. Many people have experienced that kind of hazy and beautiful love between men and women during high school. Ying is already a sophomore, but I've never seen her interact with any boys. Until recently, Fang Yu suddenly appeared, and I don't know whether this guy can be trusted. Did Ying lie? Was this song really written by Fang Yu? Lin Shuya wanted to get to the bottom of it. Finish singing the song. Bai Ruoying returned to her mother and asked anxiously, "Mom, how is my singing of this song? Are you satisfied?" Satisfied. Mom is very satisfied. This song is so well written. Lin Shuya was of course satisfied. She had not heard such excellent work for a long time. The most important thing is that this song is perfect for my daughter to sing. Ying, is this song really given to you by Fang Yu? Lin Shuya asked in a low voice. This was the issue that concerned her most right now. Yes, Mom. I didn't lie to you. This song was indeed given to me by Fang Yu. Bai Ruoying said truthfully, in addition to this song, Fang Yu also gave me another new song. The style of the lyrics and music is much higher than this one. I will sing it to you when I have time. Ying, you didn't lie to Mom, did you? It's even better than this song. Lin Shuya opened her mouth slightly, completely stunned. The song my daughter just sang is already a masterpiece. If it is better than this one, wouldn't it be a masterpiece at the level of a master? Where on earth did this kid Fang Yu come from? Isn't he's so awesome? Looking at Fang Yu's figure, Lin Shuya felt a strong curiosity. I want to get to know him better. Chapter 39 Women are tigers. They will eat you. Mom, I really didn't lie to you. I'll explain it to you later. Fang Yu and the others still have military training. Bai Ruoying wanted to get her mother away as soon as possible so that she wouldn't bother Fang Yu anymore. It seemed as if something unspeakable had really happened between her and Fang Yu.
Lin Shuya's mind was in a mess.
She had too many questions for Fang Yu, and it was difficult to ask them all at once. So she said in an imperative tone, "Ying, go to my office with Fang Yu after school.
We'll have dinner together in the evening." Oh, I see. What do you mean by eating together?
It's obvious that they just want to continue gossiping. Bai Ruoying pouted with reluctance, but still agreed. Lin Shuya glanced at her daughter, then looked at Fang Yu seriously, and prepared to leave the playground.
Goodbye, Auntie. Fang Yu waved to Lin Shuya politely. Goodbye. Lin Shuya left as if escaping. So strange, what happened to me today? I came here to criticize Fang Yu, so why did he make me so nervous? Lin Shuya touched her face and it was so hot. It was almost embarrassing. No wonder Ying would always speak for Fang Yu. This boy has a pair of charming eyes. I'm afraid any woman would be attracted to him after seeing him. No, you must never stare at Fang Yu again. On the way back to the office, Lin Shuya thought of her youth and her past romance, and her heart was filled with emotion. I suddenly want to go to the bathroom. After seeing my mother walking away, Bai Ruoying immediately pulled Fang Yu out and said, "You stinky junior, come here." Senior, didn't Auntie leave? What else do you want to do? Fang Yu, why did you say that just now? Mom will definitely misunderstand us.
Bai Ruoying pulled Fang Yu under the shade of a tree, looked up into his eyes, and asked with her red lips pouting.
What did I say? I didn't lie, Senior. I didn't write those songs, and I didn't admit that I wrote them. Shouldn't you praise me for being honest? Why are you blaming me? Fang Yu frowned, feeling very puzzled. Student, this isn't about the song. Why did you say you liked me? That's why you pushed me against the wall. Now Mom must think we're dating.
Bai Ruoying dodged her feet in a hurry and shook her hands.
He looked at Fang Yu angrily.
I couldn't explain my relationship with you in the first place. My dad and his men blocked your door early in the morning, and I almost lost my innocence. Now you're talking nonsense and Mom misunderstood you.
Now I can't clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. Humph, it's all your fault. Bai Ruoying kept complaining.
Only then did Fang Yu understand the situation. It turns out that the senior was afraid of being misunderstood by her parents.
The senior sister looks quite cute when she is angry.
Fang Yu held up Bai Ruoying's fair face, looked into her watery black eyes, and said affectionately, "Senior sister, I did lie.
When I pressed you against the wall, I simply thought of you as the school beauty. But now, I want to officially tell you that I seem to have fallen in love with you, and I want to pursue you. If you like someone, chase them. There's nothing shameful about it. Don't hide it, bury it deep in your heart and dare not say it out loud. If you don't even have the courage to tell a girl that you like her, what kind of man are you?" Fang Yu is not a coward. He has kissed Bai Ruoying several times.
Next, he will do more intimate things with the school beauty.
When you like someone, you want to possess all of her. Fang Yu is a serious man, so it's normal for him to have such serious thoughts, isn't it? Bai Ruoying was terrified.
His face flushed red, and his eyes dodged around, not daring to look directly at Fang Yu.
This stinky junior finally said it out. What to do?
He said he likes himself. Oh my god, how should I respond?
Damn it, he didn't even ask for my opinion and just said he wanted to pursue me. Fang Yu, you bad guy, you are too domineering.
Bai Ruoying's heart was pounding so hard that it was about to jump out of her throat. Although she started receiving love letters when she was in elementary school, the people pursuing her could line up around the playground 3 times. But this is the first time I have encountered a bastard like Fang Yu who acts first and reports later. He started bullying me without even confessing his feelings, and I've been kissed by him several times.
I didn't reject him when he kissed me, and now I can't find any reason to reject him? Bai Ruoying didn't know what to say. She couldn't find any reason to reject Fang Yu in her heart. Because she also likes Fang Yu. She felt very happy when she was with Fang Yu, and even when she was kissed by Fang Yu. Oh, so embarrassing. Fang Yu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Now I can only pretend to be confused.
Bai Ruoying lowered her head, broke free from Fang Yu's hands, and sat on a bench nearby.
She needs quiet.
The confession came too suddenly, like a huge wave hitting her heart, causing her emotions to fluctuate.
Damn you, Stinky Jr., why don't you find a romantic place to say these things to me?
I can't leave now, but there's nothing I can do if I stay.
So embarrassing.
Senior, you take a rest here for a while.
I will go to Auntie's office with you after the military training is over.
Fang Yu smiled at Bai Ruoying and returned to the queue.
The students immediately started asking questions. Mr. Fong, who was that woman just now?
She looked several years older than you. Although she's a little older, she's pretty and charming.
Could it be that Master Fong is also into this type of woman? Could it be Senior Bai's sister? Master Fong, you really know how to enjoy yourself.
Mr. Fong is truly a role model for our generation.
Li Xiuhu also did not forget to intervene. Hello singles, have you seen the strength of our sky blasting gang? There are still 6 spots left. If you want to join the gang, please sign up quickly.
The registration fee is only 100 yuan now, but the price will go up in a few days.
Brother Fong Yu, you can't be like this. It's immoral to be with 2 women. Women are tigers. They will eat you.
Jiang Ruyu was extremely worried, as if she had a new love rival.
Fong Yu was very angry at everyone's nonsense. Fuck you, what are you bastards talking about?
Instructor, I suggest that they each do 100 push-ups as punishment, and if they fail to do so, they must run around the track 5 times.
The instructor immediately responded, okay, let's do as Fong Yu said, 100 push-ups each, hurry up. Jiang Ruyu was scared.
His delicate body couldn't stand such punishment, so he quickly said coquettishly, Brother Fong Yu, I can't do this.
I will faint if I do this. You have to do it. Look at you, you are such a sissy. You have to change. Do you hear me? Fong Yu kicked Jiang Ruyu on the butt.
Yeah, Brother Fong Yu, please don't use violence against others.
It's okay for them to do it.
Jiang Ruyu poked Fong Yu with her orchid finger, and then he obediently lay on the ground and did push-ups. While doing it, she complained, I'm so tired, I can't stand it anymore, which brother can help me do a few, I will give you a full body massage when I go back home in the evening.
Vomit. The men in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department fainted immediately. Then, cheerful laughter rang out on the military training ground.
Chapter 40, If a daughter is not educated, it is the mother's fault.
The afternoon military training ended quickly with a chorus of ouch.
Fong Yu went back to the dormitory, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then went to the music department with Bai Ruoying.
In Lin Shuya's office,
Jiang Liqin, the head of the music department, was holding a video and looking for Lin Shuya to find out the situation. Professor Lin, someone sent me a video of Ying singing.
Have you seen it? What video? I don't know. Lin Shuya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a video of my precious daughter and Fong Yu?
Don't be, otherwise I would retire today.
How can I face staying in school in the future? Take a look for yourself.
Jiang Liqin handed the phone to Lin Shuya and said, how come I've never heard of this song sung by Ying before?
Is this a new work by a famous musician? Lin Shuya watched the video. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Fortunately, it wasn't that kind of video, but a video of Ying singing.
But where did Ying learn this song?
Director Jiang, I don't know the situation either, and I've never heard Ying sing this song, but judging from the lyrics and music, it's a pretty good popular song.
Lin Shuya returned the phone to Jiang Liqin and expressed her opinion.
Jiang Liqin shook her head and responded thoughtfully, no, it's more than good.
I think this song is a rare masterpiece. You can ask Ying how she got this song. Okay, Director Jiang, I'll ask Ying to meet me in the office after school. She should be here soon.
Lin Shuya's words had just fallen. Then there was a knock on the door.
Come in. Mom, I'm here. Bai Ruoying poked her little head out and walked in.
When he saw Jiang Liqin, he quickly greeted her, hello, Director Jiang.
Ying, you came at the right time. Tell Auntie, where did you learn this song from? Jiang Liqin pulled Bai Ruoying to sit down and played the video on her phone for her. Hey, isn't this the song is Wish that I sang to the freshmen of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department at the military training ground yesterday? These guys are really something. It's not enough for them to just listen, they actually recorded it. Bai Ruoying answered truthfully, Director Jiang, the name of this song is As Wish. A junior from the Civil Engineering Department gave it to me.
He said he got it from an old senior.
As Wish? This name is very poetic and stylish. Very good, very good. John Lachin said very good twice in a row.
Lin Shuya had already figured out that this song was probably the one Ying mentioned, and it was even more high class than the song Hello Tomorrow sung this afternoon.
Where did Fong Yu get these songs? Why did he give it to Ying to sing? With doubts, Lin Shuya asked her daughter, by the way, Ying, didn't I ask Fong Yu to come along? Where is he? Oh, Fong Yu is standing at the door. He said that men and women should not touch each other.
He is embarrassed to be in the same room with two women like us, fearing that others will gossip. After Bai Ruoying finished speaking, she shrugged her shoulders, seeming helpless.
Lin Shuya didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Fong Yu was really a special kid. What era is it now? The thinking is still so traditional.
He has the courage to press his precious daughter against the wall in public, but he doesn't have the courage to be in the same room with my daughter and me.
I don't understand what's going on in his mind. Is he afraid that I will eat him? Let him in.
After hearing what her mother said, Bai Ruoying quickly opened the door and invited Fong Yu in. Fong Yu, my mother asked you to come in.
Director Zhang from our department is also here. They seem to have something to ask you. Fong Yu had long anticipated that Lin Shuya would have questions.
I didn't expect that the head of the music department was also there.
Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Professor Lin. Fong Yu walked into the office and greeted the two of them politely.
Fong Yu, Director Zhang, and I just listened to the song As Wish sung by Ying, and we both thought it was very good. Lin Shuya got straight to the point and changed the subject, asking, did you compose this song and the one Ying sang this afternoon, or where did you get them from? Professor Lin, I told Ying that these songs were not written by me, but were obtained from a senior who did not want to reveal his name. I also own the copyrights of these songs, so Ying can sing them without worry and there will be no disputes.
Fong Yu looked at Lin Shuya and explained it again. John Lachin's interest was attracted by another song, and she asked, oh? Did Ying sing another new song? What kind of song is it? Can you sing it for Auntie? Of course, Director Zhang.
Bai Ruoying stood up, glanced at Fong Yu, and sang the song Hello Tomorrow.
Wow! It's a very visual song, and also a masterpiece.
John Lachin was fascinated by the song. With her eyes closed, her thoughts followed the ups and downs of Bai Ruoying singing, and she seemed to have returned to her adolescence.
Yes, the lyrics and music are good, and the singing is also good.
Bai Ruoying finished singing. John Lachin took the lead in applauding and felt very pleased. In the 10 years since the establishment of the Department of Music at the University of Tokyo, only a handful of singers have been trained, and almost none of them have become famous. Many students just want to get a diploma and enjoy college life in an ivory tower, and after graduation they never pursue a singing career again. Now that we have a student like Bai Ruoying, she is the pride of the Tokyo University Music Department and a potential singer of the future. Young man, the senior who wrote these songs must be a legendary music master. Please pay tribute to him for me. If you still have his works, I hope you can sing some of them to Ying.
Ying is very talented in singing.
What she lacks is works that suit her personal temperament.
Bai Ruoying was very surprised and didn't understand why Director Zhang said that.
If it was just out of appreciation for talent, then there was no need for her, as the head of the music department and a famous music educator, to make such a request to a student.
However, Lin Shuya knew the meaning of Jiang Lachin's words.
As a newcomer, my daughter wants to enter the music industry and gain recognition from insiders and the music market. The first album and title song are very important and may even affect her entire music career. If the first album is a hit, then her starting point will be very high and may even establish her position in the music industry. On the contrary, if the first album is not of good quality, then it will take at least 2 or 3 albums to prove her musical talent again. Although some music masters took the initiative to write songs for Bai Ruoying, they were all kindly rejected by Lin Shuya. Because she, like John Lachin, is waiting for a work that suits her daughter's temperament. The 2 songs that Fong Yu picked out were very suitable for Ying.
Seeing Bai Ruoying's puzzled expression,
John Lachin took the initiative to solve the mystery and said to Fong Yu with a smile, young man, I know your name is Fong Yu, and I also know that you like Ying.
I have seen the posts on the school forum.
You are indeed very courageous. But Ying is also very good, and there are many people pursuing her.
You have to keep working hard. A large-scale social death scene.
It's all your fault, you bastard. Now even Director Zhang knows that you pushed me against the wall.
Bai Ruoying blushed. Lin Shuya also felt her ears getting hot.
If a daughter is not taught, it is her mother's fault. Her daughter got into a scandal and she, as a mother, felt ashamed. Only Fang Yu looked relaxed and agreed happily. Thank you, Director Jiang, for your reminder.
I will definitely work harder. Chapter 41, Bad Junior, I promise you. Fang Yu looked at Bai Ruoying with a smile and suddenly felt very hungry.
The senior sister is so charming when she is shy, her rosy face is like a red apple.
I really want to lie down on her and take a bite.
It must taste great, hee hee.
Just at this moment. Ding. Mission update, make a big splash. Task content, sing his wish in front of Lin Shuya and Zhang Liqin. Task reward, 51% equity of Donghai International Hotel.
The system has released a new task. I didn't want to show off my singing skills, but now I have to do it. Fang Yu collected his thoughts and said to Zhang Liqin and Lin Shuya, Director Jiang, Professor Lin, Senior Ruoying's singing skills are indeed amazing, but there are a few things we need to pay attention to when performing the song, as wish.
The verse of this song is lyrical and the chorus is powerful and passionate. When transitioning, you should pay attention to the transition and the rise in pitch.
In the climax of the mix, you need to pay attention to the adjustment of your breath and the transition between true and false voices. You need to express the rich emotions of the whole song, and pay attention to the delicate hum at the end. If you pay attention to these points, your singing of this song will definitely be more perfect. Of course, you are not familiar with the song, but it is amazing that you can sing it to this level. After Fang Yu finished speaking, he even admired himself a little. In his previous life, he was just a rough guy, but he never expected that after acquiring god-level singing skills, he could even be a judge on Yin Country's Voice of China.
As expected, Zhang Liqin and Lin Shuya were both shocked.
They are all senior professors of music, with profound theoretical knowledge in singing and certain practical skills, but Fang Yu's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out the key points of singing the song as wish and Bai Ruoying's flaws one by one.
Major. So professional. I feel ashamed of myself.
Bai Ruoying looked at Fang Yu with admiration, covering her mouth with her hands, her mind went blank, and two words were written in her eyes, unbelievable.
It turns out that the Stinky Junior is a hidden talent. He is the real genius.
A science and engineering guy who majored in civil engineering actually has such profound attainments in singing.
This is really outrageous. What else is so special about this guy? Student Fang Yu, did you come up with these words yourself, or did the senior who composed this song tell you? Zhang Liqin couldn't quite believe it.
She is the dean of the music department and an old professor who has taught vocal music for 30 years, but she may not have such a profound understanding of this song.
Fang Yu is only 18 or 19 years old, how could he have such skills?
Maybe he listened to the advice of an expert. Lin Shuya also echoed, yes, Fang Yu, your comments are so professional, Director Jiang and I are a little ashamed of ourselves.
Did the senior explain this song to you? I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
The comments I just made are indeed my own nonsense.
Please forgive me if there is anything wrong with them. Fang Yu was a little humble.
It would be troublesome if Director Jiang had a bad heart and scared her.
Fang Yu, since you're such a professional reviewer, I'm sure you can sing this song.
Why don't you sing it yourself so that we can appreciate the true charm of this song?
Bai Ruoying's proposal was exactly what Fang Yu wanted. The senior sister is really a great assist.
Just when I was wondering how to bring up the idea of singing his wish, my senior schoolmate came up with an idea.
Since senior wants to hear me sing this song, I will perform it. Fang Yu stood up and stood in front of the three people.
Looking at Bai Ruoying, he began to sing his wish.
You are the long road, the light in the foggy mountains.
The first sentence he said was so shocking that Bai Ruoying's hair stood on end.
Oh my God.
The singing voice of the Stinky Junior is so beautiful.
He is born to sing.
And I will love the world you love, and wish for the smile you wish for.
Enter the chorus.
Bai Ruoying was completely stunned.
No, my ear is pregnant. It sounds really good.
No wonder the comments from my junior classmate were so professional just now, it turns out he is really good. I will make a promise with you, and my life will be as clear as your young face. Fang Yu softly sang the last sentence of his wish.
Ding. Mission completed, rewards issued.
The system's rewards arrived as promised.
Bai Ruoying was extremely excited.
She jumped up and threw herself into Fang Yu's arms, hugging his back tightly with both hands.
Fang Yu, you sing so beautifully.
Looking at Fang Yu with clear eyes, Bai Ruoying's heart was already occupied by the man in front of her. You bad boy, you have captured my heart with just this song.
Right now. By Ruoying's admiration for Fong Yu reached an unprecedented depth.
Fong Yu lives in a big villa, owns 9 luxury cars, and paid off tens of billions of foreign debts in one go.
She doesn't care about any of this.
But Fong Yu has talent, top-notch singing skills, and a magnetic voice.
Bai Ruoying was deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate herself.
She has been learning to sing since she was young and is an excellent student in the music department.
She is a rising star in the eyes of many people.
However, in front of Fong Yu, she felt a little inferior. I am just hardworking, and my junior classmate is the genius. Bai Ruoying was happy for Fong Yu and was overwhelmed by the charm he exuded.
Bad boy, I promise you, I am willing to date you. Be your girlfriend? See Bai Ruoying hugging Fong Yu.
Zhang Liqin and Lin Shuya seemed to turn a blind eye and did not say a word of blame. They had already collapsed on the sofa, too excited to utter a word. When Bull discovered a good horse, he must have been ecstatic. This is how Zhang Liqin and Lin Shuya feel now.
Student Fong Yu, how about you come to our music department?
I'll go find Principal Ma right away and ask him to change your major. It would be a waste of talent if you don't learn singing with such good conditions. Zhang Liqin loves talents as if they were his life. She didn't want to miss out on Fong Yu, a good talent.
But Fong Yuji is not here. Thank you for your kindness, Director Jiang.
My family wants me to study civil engineering so that I can inherit the family property in the future, so please forgive me for not being able to agree to your request.
Fong Yu's family runs a real estate company. There's nothing wrong with studying civil engineering. Fong Yu, I want to ask you a favor. Can you give Ying more guidance on singing in the future?
I know your relationship with Ying very well.
I want to see you make progress and grow together. Lin Shuya's mind was entirely on her precious daughter.
If Fong Yu can help Ying grow, she will fully support them being together. Fong Yu is a handsome and talented boy, and he is a perfect match for my daughter.
No problem, Professor Lin.
Even if you don't tell me, I will help you practice the new song. Holding Bai Ruoying's little hand, Fong Yu readily agreed to his future mother-in-law's request. Of course he was happy to make progress together with his senior. He wouldn't mind if their relationship deepened a little.
Bai Ruoying looked up at Fong Yu and said thank you shyly.
I am a top student in the music department who studies singing, but in the end I need a lousy junior who studies civil engineering to teach me how to sing.
I don't know if it's fate, destiny, or destiny. It must be the latter, right?
As she thought about it, Bai Ruoying felt a surge of heat in her heart, and her breathing became rapid.
Chapter 42, The School Beauty with a Face of Admiration. Director Jiang, I promised to treat the 2 children to dinner tonight. Would you like to come with us?
Lin Shuya invited Zhang Liqin to have dinner together. But she refused.
I won't join in the fun. You 3 can just have a good time together and help me persuade Fong Yu.
It's a shame for this kid not to learn music.
Zhang Liqin gave Lin Shuya some instructions, then stood up and left.
Lin Shuya and Bai Ruoying, mother and daughter, looked at each other, their faces full of embarrassment.
A family of 3? What does Director Zhang mean? Is she doing it on purpose, or is she getting senile and confused? Fong Yu was very calm.
If this continues, the senior will be mine sooner or later.
It's just a family of 3. Professor Lin, let me treat you and my senior sister. What would you like to eat? Fong Yu asked gentlemanly.
After all, Lin Shuya is the elder, so basic courtesy still needs to be observed.
Fong Yu, don't be so polite to me in the future. Just call me auntie in private.
Lin Shuya smiled at Fong Yu with a friendly look on her face.
Okay, auntie, I'll arrange what you want to eat tonight. Just choose what you and Ying like. I don't care.
If she hadn't said it in the afternoon, Lin Shuya would have regretted having dinner with these 2 young people. Who could have expected that Ying and Fong Yu were actually in love?
This little girl has never been attracted to any boy.
But now she is being affectionate with Fong Yu, and even hugging him in front of herself and Director Jiang. You can tell at first glance that she likes Fong Yu from the bottom of her heart.
It was completely unnecessary for me to have dinner with them. I will never do such a stupid thing again. Fong Yu, how about we go eat some local food?
Bai Ruoying suggested. Lin Shuya immediately understood her daughter's thoughts.
She must have chosen to eat local cuisine in order to please her. Because Lin Shuya likes to eat local food.
It's worth raising this girl, Ying, as she still cares about her mother's preferences. Looking at her baby daughter who has grown up, Lin Shuya feels very relieved.
Okay, then let's go eat local cuisine. I know a very good restaurant. I'll arrange it. Fang Yu decided to take the mother and daughter to dinner at the Donghai International Hotel. This is the most upscale 5-star hotel in Donghai. The local cuisine of its restaurant is also quite famous. It is the hotel of choice for Donghai's wealthy circles to hold banquets, and a seat is often hard to get. The system has just awarded 51% of the shares of Donghai International Hotel, so I just went to check out the hotel's situation. Both mother and daughter nodded in agreement. Fang Yu took Bai Ruoying and drove his Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car in front.
Lin Shuya followed behind in her Mercedes-Benz.
Soon arrived at Donghai International Hotel. The result was very unfortunate. The restaurant was fully booked and there was not a single spare table.
Fang Yu and his group were stopped outside by a security guard who was about 30 years old. I know you are Fang Yu, a famous rich second generation in Donghai. I also know that the sports car you drive is very expensive and you are not short of money, but I must follow the rules.
There are no vacancies in the restaurant now. I am sorry that I cannot let you in.
The security guard is a straightforward person.
Fang Yu was made to look humiliated and embarrassed. Brother, since you know I'm Fang Yu, please give me some face and let us in first, okay? Fang Yu took out 100 yuan tip and wanted to give it to the other party. He understood the hardship of these workers and did not want to bully the weak. It is sheer stupidity to act arrogantly in front of workers. But the security guard did not take the money, shook his head and said, "No, this is my duty, Mr. Fang, please cooperate." Fang Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. I didn't expect to meet such an honest person today. Seeing this, Bai Ruoying didn't want to embarrass others, so she suggested changing the place to eat. Fang Yu, how about we change the place?
Yes, Fang Yu, we can just eat something casually, there is no need to go to such a high-end restaurant. Lin Shuya also agreed with her daughter's opinion. She is not the kind of mother-in-law who is obsessed with money and is willing to sacrifice her daughter's happiness for a few $100,000 in dowry.
Brother, call your manager out. I want to talk to him.
Now that he's here, Fang Yu doesn't want to look for anywhere else. He is now a major shareholder of the hotel. If the manager knew that he was stopped outside by the security guard would probably be fired immediately. The security guard had no idea what Fang Yu was thinking, and he said stubbornly, "Okay, you have the right to talk to our manager, but even if you complain about me in front of her, I won't give in."
Fang Yu smiled and said nothing more.
The security guard trotted into the hotel, reported everything, and soon came out with the manager.
"Director Fang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm sorry.
When she saw Fang Yu, the hotel manager was so scared that her legs went limp and she kept apologizing. She had just received a call from the board of directors and learned that Fang Yu had become the hotel's largest shareholder. Such a ridiculous thing happened before we had time to notify anyone. The security guard actually stopped the major shareholder outside.
It's so infuriating.
You are such a blind idiot. Director Fang is the largest shareholder of our hotel.
Are you blind? How dare you stop Director Fang from entering? You are so bold. The female manager scolded the security guard.
His expression immediately changed, and he flattered Fang Yu, "Director Fang, this security guard is a retired soldier.
He is very rigid in his work and doesn't know how to adapt at all.
Please don't be angry, I will fire him now."
The female manager wanted to use the security guard as a scapegoat to please Fang Yu. The security guard did what he said. He did not back down in the face of the threat of dismissal. He raised his head and said, "I'll dismiss him, but I want to make something clear. I didn't know he was Mr. Fang. I thought he was just an ordinary customer.
I stopped him outside because there were no seats left.
I am not irresponsible at work. I am doing everything according to the security regulations. Okay, I will go and complete the resignation procedures now."
Lin Shuya and Bai Ruoying, mother and daughter, have already heard that Fang Yu is a major shareholder.
Deeply shocked.
I was also worried about the security guards. Fang Yu must have felt very embarrassed when he was stopped by him just now, and he would definitely agree to fire the security guard.
Unexpectedly. "Wait a minute, big brother, please stay. Our hotel needs upright people like you to guard it.
Not only will I not fire you, but I will also increase your salary. Starting tomorrow, you will be the deputy captain of our hotel's security team."
The female manager was stunned on the spot.
It is really admirable that Director Fong has such skills at such a young age. The fact that he promoted the security guard to deputy captain instead of captain is enough to show how intelligent he is. The deputy captain is just an honorary title and does not require strong abilities, but the position of captain is obviously not something that this ordinary security guard can handle. This arrangement not only increases the security guard's salary, but also does not affect the hotel's security work.
It can also reflect Mr. Fong's good character of promoting talents in an unconventional way. What a good method, I admire it.
The female manager suddenly realized what was happening and immediately said to the security guard, "Don't just stand there.
Thank Mr. Fong right away." "Thank you, Mr. Fong." "Thank you."
The security guard was already overjoyed.
Was this a blessing in disguise, a pie in the sky? Do a good job. Keep your original intention and don't lose the character of a veteran.
Fang Yu patted the security guard on the shoulder, called Lin Shuya and Bai Ruoying mother and daughter, and followed the female manager into the hotel.
Fang Yu, I thought you would fire that big brother, but I didn't expect you to be so kind. Bai Ruoying tightly grasped Fang Yu's arm with a look of admiration on her face.
In her eyes, the Stinky Jr. was even more powerful.
Lin Shuya glanced at Fang Yu and was secretly delighted. It was rare to see that the young man did not have any of the bad habits of a dandy boy. Chapter 43, Have a Good Romance. The major shareholder arrived in person.
The female manager immediately arranged the largest private room for us.
In the luxurious private room of about 100 square meters, there were only 3 people sitting at a table that could seat 20 people, which seemed a bit deserted. But it is also very impressive. What is dignity? This is dignity. Hello, Director Fong.
I'm Qin Xiaowan, the manager of our hotel. You can call me Xiao Qin or Xiaowan.
What would you like to eat tonight? I'll tell the kitchen to make it right away.
After Fang Yu sat down, Qin Xiaowan introduced herself while pouring tea for the guests. Manager Qin, please serve us some local dishes. They should be light in flavor and not too large in portion, so that we don't end up wasting them. Fang Yu raised his head and glanced at Qin Xiaowan. He deliberately called her manager Qin instead of Xiao Qin or Xiaowan.
Because this woman is not simple at first glance.
She had a round oval face, a pair of big eyes full of charm, and red lips and white teeth with a seductive smile. She was about 20 years old, wearing a beige suit skirt and pants, a pair of black stockings wrapped around her white and slender thighs, and black high heels that made a did sound when she walked.
The most prominent feature is a pair of snow-capped peaks. High, round, white and tender. The ravine in the middle is just right and eye-catching.
She is dressed like a typical strong woman in a hotel, exuding a strong feminine aura from head to toe, which is extremely lethal to men. Fang Yu's experience in his previous life taught him that such a woman should never be approached at close range.
Once he took a few more glances at her, even Lu Xiaohui would probably be willing to fall at her feet and make the same mistake that all men would make.
Qin Xiaowan immediately understood Fang Yu's intention. The boss called her manager Qin, and the meaning was clear. Fang Yu was reminding her that she and her boss could only be in a superior-subordinate relationship, and she should not have any ideas about taking advantage of her boss.
But there is also a possibility that Mr. Fong is acting.
The beautiful girl next to him is most likely his girlfriend. In order to create an image of a good man, Director Fong deliberately distanced himself from her.
Mr. Fong is a well-known playboy. How could he ignore me?
Qin Xiaowan is very confident in her charm. No matter what the situation is, it is always right to do what Director Fong wants first. Qin Xiaowan accidentally lifted her hair and took the opportunity to cover the whiteness of her chest with her arms. She smiled at Fang Yu and said, "Okay, Mr. Fong, I'll arrange it right away.
Please wait a moment." After the female manager left,
Bai Ruoying also stood up, as she couldn't find her cell phone.
"Fang Yu, give me the car keys. My phone seems to have fallen in your car." "Okay, press this button to open the door." Bai Ruoying took the key and walked out of the box. Lin Shuya took the opportunity to ask about Fang Yu's situation. "Fang Yu, how old are you this year?"
"Auntie, I'm 18 years old. I'll be 19 after my birthday next month."
Fang Yu asked back, "Auntie, how old is the senior sister?" "Ying is exactly 1 year older than you and will be 20 next month."
Lin Shuya picked up the cup, covered her mouth with her hand, and took a sip of water.
"Fang Yu, there are some things I don't know whether I should ask or not."
"It would be impolite to ask, but I would feel uneasy if I didn't ask."
"Can you understand my aunt's feelings?" I understand. Of course I understand.
When a daughter gets a boyfriend, as a mother she will definitely want to get to the bottom of things about her future son-in-law.
Fang Yu roughly guessed what Lin Shuya would ask, so he smiled and replied, Auntie, I understand. If you have any questions, just ask. It's okay. You are indeed very sensible, Fang Yu. Lin Shuya breathed a sigh of relief.
She has been teaching at the university for many years and knows the temper of today's young people. They get angry easily and it is often impossible to communicate with them. Fang Yu behaved in a gentle and refined manner, which made people feel very comfortable. Fang Yu, I've also heard those bad rumors about you online, but I don't believe they're true. Although I've only known you for half a day, I've seen your performance. Not only are you polite and talented, but you're also kind and know when to act.
To be honest, I admire you very much. Fang Yu was very happy to be praised by Lin Shuya. Thank you, Auntie. I'm more curious about your family.
There are rumors that your Fang family has gone bankrupt and your parents are nowhere to be found to avoid debt.
Is this true? It's true.
Fang Yu took a sip of water, smiled at Lin Shuya, and replied, Yes, Auntie, our Fang family went bankrupt some time ago, but I have paid back all the foreign debts, including Uncle Bai's 6 billion. As for where my parents went, I really don't know, because they haven't contacted me once in these days.
After saying that, Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Oh, my parents are really something.
Your new son has paid off all the debts, so you don't have to hide anymore.
Come back quickly and clean up this mess of Yanda real estate. Do you really want the company to go bankrupt permanently?
Seeing Fang Yu sighing pitifully,
Lin Shuya asked with concern, Fang Yu, who is taking care of you now?
Auntie, no one takes care of me.
I am living well on my own.
As Fang Yu spoke, he suddenly remembered his past life.
At the last moment, I must have been washed away by the flood, so I was reborn into this parallel world. I don't know whether my parents lived a good life in my previous life. The son is unfilial and cannot provide for his parents in their old age and see them to the end of their lives. I hope that the wealth left over from the previous life can allow the two elders to live a happy life. Thinking of this, Fang Yu cried sadly. Tears fell down her cheeks. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. The elderly send their children off, and I was washed away by the flood. My parents must be very sad. I hope God will bless the two elders with peace and longevity. Fang Yu silently prayed for his parents in his heart. Seeing the scene, Lin Shuya panicked, thinking that Fang Yu was missing her parents, and her motherly love was aroused. Fang Yu, my poor child. Lin Shuya walked up to Fang Yu and held his head in her arms. Don't cry, kid. Your mom and dad know you're so good and motivated, they will definitely not abandon you. Maybe they will be back in a few days. If they can't come back for a while, your aunt will come to take care of you. Okay, don't cry. Lin Shuya treated Fang Yu like a child and kept comforting him. Take out a tissue to wipe his tears. Maybe in the eyes of the elders, no matter how old the younger generation is, they are still children. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. I'm almost 19 years old and I can take care of myself. Fang Yu calmed down his emotions. Since we have come to this world, we cannot waste our life. You must have a good relationship, do a good job in your career, and enjoy life. At this time, Bai Ruoying came back suddenly. There was a man beside him. Shuya, Fang Yu, This man is none other than this. It was Lin Shuya's husband, Bai Ruoying's father, Bai Genoa. He was drinking in the next box and happened to run into his daughter who went out to get her cell phone. When he heard that Fang Yu and his wife were also there, he came over to say hello. Who knew that as soon as he came in, he saw the scene, his wife Lin Shuya was hugging Fang Yu's head and wiping his tears. Bai Ruoying couldn't even believe her eyes. What is going on between mom and Fang Yu? Chapter 44. She is testing Fang Yu. Watching the daughter come in with her father, Lin Shuya quickly let go of the hand that was holding Fang Yu. Genoa, Yingying, don't misunderstand me. Fang Yu and I didn't do anything. Damn it. Aunt Lin, your explanation is too pale. This is simply a case of trying to cover up one's own mistake. Fang Yu frowned. Aunt Lin, you and I didn't do anything, but when you say this, it makes people feel like something happened between us. That shouldn't be said. Really? Bai Ruoying pouted as she walked up to Fang Yu and said angrily, Fang Yu, you dare to bully even my mother. Humph, I'm so pissed off.
My dear Mr. Fong, I just praised you in front of Ying as a promising young man, but I didn't expect that you disappoint me so much. Bai Genoa was also so angry that he started to blame Fong Yuheng. Then he started to get drunk and act crazy.
Oh my god.
Bai Genoa, have been loyal to love for 30 years, but I never expected that at my old age, I would be cuckolded by a young boy.
I don't want to live anymore, There was no other way.
Lin Shuya's family status was too high, so the father and daughter could only vent their anger on Fong Yu.
Hubby, Ying, you have to believe me, believe Fong Yu, we really didn't do anything.
Fong Yu just missed his parents a little bit, so he started crying. I felt sorry for him and felt very sad, so I comforted him.
Lin Shuya explained it again. Still pale and weak.
Seeing that the father and daughter still looked unconvinced, Lin Shuya could only ask Fong Yu for help. Fong Yu, good boy, tell him that we are really innocent.
Fong Yu couldn't help it and wanted to laugh. Auntie, why are you so nervous? We are innocent. Otherwise, what else could have happened?
Although I, Fong Yu, am a serious person, I cannot do such a thing.
Fong Yu stood up and pressed Bai Ruoying down on the chair.
Bai Genoa was also invited to sit on another chair. Then he stood in front of them and said, "Today, I will give you a lesson on how rumors are generated."
Bai Ruoying raised her head and asked, Fong Yu, what tricks are you playing now?
Fong Yu waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet. When you came in just now, you saw Aunt Lin holding my head and wiping my tears, so you mistakenly thought that something unspeakable had happened between Aunt Lin and me, right? And the truth is, just as Aunt Lin said, I was a little sad when I thought about something, and Aunt Lin was very kind and comforted me, but you didn't believe it. Why is that?
Having said that, Bai Ruoying was already feeling a little embarrassed.
She realized that she might have really misunderstood Fong Yu. Because we always look at things with a gossipy heart, whether intentionally or unintentionally.
The rumors about me and the Fong family on the internet were actually generated in the same way.
No matter how you explain it, it is pale and powerless, just like what happened just now. Aunt Lin's explanation is the truth, but you just don't want to believe it and insist on your own groundless speculation. Fong Yu's words made by Ruoying and by Genoa, father and daughter, feel a little ashamed.
They are not unreasonable people, why would they make such a mistake? Human nature is so complicated.
Look, next to the base of the chandelier in the center of the ceiling, there is a red glowing object.
It's a camera.
Everything that happened in the box just now was recorded. I'll have Manager Qin show you the video later, and the truth will be clear.
Fong Yu pointed at the ceiling and said.
Lin Shuya let out a long sigh. Now she was finally cleared of all charges. Thanks to Fong Yu's carefulness, she discovered the hidden camera. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain clearly to her husband and daughter, and her lifelong innocence would be ruined.
I must thank Fong Yu later. Honey, I'm sorry.
I almost misunderstood you and Fong Yu just now. Bai Genoa quickly apologized to Lin Shuya. Then he said to Fong Yu, don't take what your uncle just said to yourself. Your uncle knows best what kind of person you are.
We are all serious people, right? He. Bai Ruoying was also very embarrassed and stood up and walked to Fong Yu. Fong Yu, don't be angry. Dad and I almost wronged you. We are really sorry.
We will never believe those rumors again.
Yes, seeing is believing, hearing is false.
I never believed in those gossips and rumors outside, and I don't believe them now even more. Bai Genoa began to praise Fong Yu. I admire Fong Yu, a young man who is daring, decisive, smart and intelligent.
Given time, he will definitely be better than his father. He will definitely be a rare talent in the future. Yes, you may not know this yet, husband. Fong Yu is a great singer.
Even Director Jiang from our department praised him highly.
Fong Yu even agreed to help Ying learn to sing.
Lin Shuya liked Fong Yu from the bottom of her heart and spoke well of him. Seeing her parents praising Fong Yu highly, Bai Ruoying was the happiest person. The Stinky Jr. is quite popular.
If I date him, my parents will definitely not object, right?
He. It seems like I have to comfort Fong Yu tonight and make him feel sorry for the injustice he has suffered. Oh, I still don't know why he is sad. I must express my concern to him later and ask him what's going on.
The misunderstanding was resolved and everyone was happy.
Bai Ruoying decided to seize the opportunity to confront her parents.
Mom and Dad, I want to announce something. Fong Yu and I are in a relationship. Blushing face, lowering head. Bai Ruoying was extremely shy.
This was the first time in her life that she was so bold as to reveal her true feelings to her parents. There was no way out, she had already fallen into the trap of her stinky junior. Even if your parents criticize you, you should speak out loudly. Bai Ruoying thought her parents would be shocked. It will cause huge waves. Result. Oh, I know. You and Fong Yu were sitting in the same car this morning, so I guessed your relationship with Fong Yu. Bai Zhenhua was very calm. The same goes for Lin Shuya. Ying, your father and I have no objection to your relationship with Fong Yu. You should get along well with Fong Yu in the future, ask Fong Yu for advice more often, and don't act like a spoiled brat. Got it? Bai Ruoying was stunned on the spot. After all this trouble, I find myself the clown. My parents had seen through it a long time ago, and they deliberately tried to match me up with that bad junior. So embarrassing. Want to get into the floor. Bai Ruoying covered her face, leaned on the table, and wanted to beat Fong Yu to death. It's all my fault, I'm so embarrassed. Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh. He pushed Bai Ruoying's arm with his hand. Senior, don't worry, I will get along well with you in the future. Woo woo woo, go away. Bai Ruoying wanted to die so much that she ran out. Ying, don't be so petty. Lin Shuya also hurriedly followed. The two had just left the box. Qin Shaowan came with the waiter to serve the dishes. Plate after plate of delicious local dishes from the East China Sea were placed one by one on the huge dining table. Some dishes are still steaming, and the aroma wafts into people's nostrils. It makes people drool after smelling it. Director Fong, the dishes are all here. I wonder if they suit your taste. Qin Shaowan stared at Fong Yu intentionally for a few seconds with her charming eyes, as if expressing some profound meaning. In other words, she was testing Fong Yu, she wanted to seduce Fong Yu. Chapter 45 I Can't Treat You. In fact, it starts from the moment I get the call from the board. Qin Shaowan was already ecstatic. Fong Yu became a major shareholder of the hotel, which was a great opportunity for her. An opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Qin Shaowan knew a lot about the romantic affairs of this rich and handsome young man. And she knew very well that although Fong Yu looked like a playboy, he was actually just a simple boy. Even someone like Mei Billion can trick Fong Yu into doing things. With her own skills in dealing with men, she could easily take down Fong Yu with a little effort. Once Fong Yu is obtained, not only will the position of general manager be more secure, you might even get shares in the hotel. Although she is the general manager now, she is ultimately just a senior worker and does not own a single cent of the hotel's shares. Qin Shaowan could never swallow this humiliation. She wants to turn things around and doesn't want to be a man's toy anymore. It is better to act than to think. It is better to act today than to wait for a day. Since Fong Yu has arrived at the hotel tonight, he must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is better to take advantage of the situation to capture him, before other vixens get there first. After making up her mind, Qin Shaowan began to use the beauty trap. Take the initiative to seduce Fong Yu. Mr. Fong, it's our first meeting. I'd like to offer you a toast. While Bai Ruoying was away, Qin Shaowan opened a bottle of mutai and took the initiative to toast Fong Yu. And they added aphrodisiac and hypnotic drugs into the wine in advance. Fong Yu was unaware of this and picked up the wine glass to drink. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhenhua took the lead and snatched his wine glass. He smiled and said to Qin Shaowan, Manager Qin, you don't know the rules by doing this. I am obviously the elder here, you should respect me first. Bai Zhenhua is quite familiar with Qin Shaowan. In the circle of old and wealthy men in Donghai, everyone knows the name of Qin Shaowan from Donghai International Hotel. This woman is not only beautiful, but also has superb skills in seducing people. As long as she smiles at you, she can instantly capture your soul. It will make your soul leave your body and make you willing to kneel down under her black silk skirt. There is a popular saying in the circle that as long as you are a man, you cannot pass the beauty threshold of Qin Shaowan. What a pity. Most of the wealthy men in Donghai can only flirt with Qin Shaowan, but cannot go any further. Bai Zhenhua is a well-known figure in Donghai, but he has never heard of any man who has ever gotten Qin Shaowan. Bai Zhenhua stabbed him in the back. Qin Shaowan was a little angry, but she didn't show it at all. Oh, so Mr. Bai is here too. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fong. I'll toast to Mr. Bai first. Qin Shaowan and Bai Zhenhua were old acquaintances, so she raised her glass and clinked glasses with him. Bai Zhenhua took the opportunity to touch the back of Qin Shaowan's hand. Fong Yu saw it clearly.
TSK, Uncle Bai is indeed a serious man. Damn it, our boss is here.
Qin Shaowan let out a cry of anger and quickly pushed away by Genoa's dirty hands.
Boss? Fong Yu is Qin Shaowan's boss? Bai Genoa asked in surprise. Shaowan, who is your boss here? Of course it's Director Fong.
He is now the largest shareholder of our hotel. Qin Shaowan said this, looking at Fong Yu lovingly. His eyes were full of admiration.
This trick can greatly satisfy a man's vanity.
Qin Shaowan has tried this many times before and it has always worked.
However, Fong Yu didn't buy it. But Bai Genoa can eat it. No way, Fong Yu, you are the major shareholder of the East China International Hotel? You can do it.
Bai Genoa knew the importance of this identity. Donghai International Hotel is not an ordinary 5-star hotel, but a stage for exchanges between Donghai's political and business circles.
Not just anyone can be a shareholder of this hotel. Not to mention the major shareholders.
Bai Genoa was deeply shocked. The young man in front of him was simply unfathomable. Even though his parents had already fled, he remained calm.
Not only did he pay off his debts, he also became a major shareholder of the Donghai International Hotel.
Hiss. The young are to be feared, the young are to be feared.
Fong Yu, uncle toasts you too.
Bai Genoa drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp. He had drunk a lot before coming to the box, and after 2 glasses of wine, he soon passed out.
Ha, the opportunity has come.
Qin Shaowan quickly called someone in, asked them to get a room, and helped Bai Genoa to rest. She and Fong Yu were the only ones left in the box. Fong Yu only took a sip of wine, but he was still tricked.
Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qin Shaowan took out a tissue and gently wiped Fong Yu. Director Fong, you are sweating. Let me wipe it off for you. When wiping sweat,
Qin Shaowan's pair of snow-white peaks pressed tightly against Fong Yu, swaying in front of his eyes.
Fong Yu is a serious man.
Faced with such a pair of treasures, he cannot turn a blind eye. Qin Shaowan saw Fong Yu took the bait.
Reach out your hand. Slender fingers wandered over Fong Yu's face.
The person being teased trembles all over.
Damn, which man can stand such teasing? Fong Yu was angry. Manager Qin, you were so bold to challenge a man's bottom line. Look, I can't cure you. Just about to take action. Suddenly an electronic voice was heard. Ding. Mission updated, stay calm.
Task content, push Qin Shaowan away and scold her loudly.
Task reward, 1 triple physical enhancement capsule. Oh shit. The system is so ruthless.
Fong Yu woke up with a start and pushed Qin Shaowan away. Manager Qin, please respect yourself.
What on earth do you want to do by wandering around in front of me in such dishevel? Director Fong, I.
Qin Shaowan was stunned for a moment.
What's wrong with this guy? He was almost taking the bait, so why did he suddenly stop? Is he pretending to be noble and deliberately putting on airs? Of course it is. This little pervert really looks like one. Director Fong, there's no one else here, it's okay for you to eat a little. Qin Shaowan didn't give up and pulled her bra down. Continue to tease Fong Yu. Director Fong, take a look. Don't you like it? Damn it. This task is so fucking difficult. Fong Yu took a look and felt overwhelmed. Hold on, you must hold on. Manager Qin, you are testing the boss with this? Which boss can't stand such a test? How can you, a girl, be so shameless? You are young and don't learn well. You only think of these crooked ways. Did you rely on this to climb to the position of general manager? Fong Yu shouted loudly.
Qin Shaowan just felt her face getting hot and she felt ashamed.
Is this guy still a man? How is he different from other men? Shouldn't he just eat it when he caught it?
Instead, he called me shameless.
It's so infuriating.
Qin Shaowan thought for a moment and decided to take another route.
Chapter 46 Prince Charming. Since it won't work just by forcing it,
then I will cry on purpose in front of you, because I don't believe that you want to be gentle and considerate to me.
Director Fong, I was wrong. This was actually the first time I did this. I couldn't help myself because you're so handsome. I'm sorry. Please don't scold me anymore. I feel so bad. Woo woo woo. Qin Shaowan looked innocent.
I blinked my eyes constantly and actually squeezed out a few tears. The pear blossoms in the rain look even more charming.
Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh. This charming vixen is really portrayed like one. I was almost moved by you. Since you want to act, I will act with you.
Fong Yu took a tissue from the dining table and handed it to Qin Shaoan. All right, Manager Qin, stop crying. I know it's not easy for a girl like you to work in a hotel.
If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I understand the situation here, and some things can't be blamed entirely on you. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for your understanding. Woo woo woo. Qin Shaoan cried even harder. There is some pretense in it, but there is also real emotion in it.
It is really hard to describe the hardships that a woman faces as a manager in a hotel where all kinds of people gather. If you don't come out to entertain guests, people will say you don't know the rules, and they will not come to the hotel to take care of your business next time, and your performance will decline. If you accompany guests, you will inevitably be taken advantage of by those rich and powerful old men, and it is common for them to take advantage of you.
Men treat her like a toy.
No one has ever cared about her feelings or her self-esteem as a woman. Fong Yu's words immediately touched the softest part of Qin Shaoan's heart. As a major shareholder of the hotel and a genuine second-generation rich, Fong Yu could actually say such considerate words.
He is really different from other men.
Not only does he remain calm in the face of temptation, he is also considerate and gentle.
What a good man. Think of this.
Qin Shaoan stopped crying and looked at Fong Yu blankly.
I was deeply attracted by the infinite charm emanating from him.
It would be nice to find a boyfriend like Fong Yu.
I really want to be favored by him once.
Qin Shaoan was lost in thought.
Fong Yu spoke again.
Manager Qin, I understand your difficulties, but I still want to give you some advice today. You are still young, so don't use yourself as bait and try to climb up by stepping on men. If a man is reliable, even a pig can climb a tree.
There are no shortcuts in life.
Only by working hard and steadily can you truly get what you want.
Remember? Thank you for Mr. Fong's teachings. I will definitely keep them in mind.
At this moment, in Qin Shaoan's eyes, Fong Yu is no longer her boss, but a perfect male god.
Handsome, rich, considerate, loyal, and has a positive outlook. Isn't this the Prince Charming in every girl's heart?
No, I must not miss him.
No matter what, I have to climb into the boss's bed. Cast a long line to catch a big fish.
If it doesn't work today, try again next time and never give up until you achieve your goal. Qin Shaoan secretly made up her mind to win Fong Yu's favor.
Ding, mission completed, rewards issued.
Fong Yu suddenly had a capsule in his hand, and while Qin Shaoan wasn't paying attention, he stuffed it into her mouth. A few seconds later, clenching his fists, Fong Yu felt a surge of strength.
It's like one punch can kill a tiger. Just at this moment,
the door of the box opened, and Bai Ruoying and her mother Lin Shuya walked in together. The mother and daughter accidentally heard the entire conversation just now. Seeing Fong Yu's girlfriend coming back, Qin Shaoan quickly slipped away.
If you stay any longer, you will only feel ashamed.
You can tell at first glance that she is a real fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Not only is she pure and lovely, but she also has a noble temperament. Standing next to her, I just look like a street clown. Qin Shaoan is very self-aware of this.
Return to the box.
The way Bai Ruoying looked at Fong Yu was obviously different.
He apologized to Fong Yu right away. Fong Yu, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have been so petty just now.
It's okay, senior sister. You didn't do anything wrong. If there is any fault, it's my fault. Fong Yu finished speaking. Smiled at Lin Shuya.
As if to say, the mother-in-law still has the solution. How could he know that Bai Ruoying was infected by the righteousness in which he had just scolded Qin Shaoan? Even Lin Shuya was moved and wanted to appoint Fong Yu as her son-in-law right away.
Auntie, senior, please sit down and eat. Fong Yu invited the mother and daughter to have dinner. Lin Shuya kept picking up food for Fong Yu. Fong Yu, eat more. The food at school is not good.
Let Ying bring you to my house more often.
I will make delicious food for you. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Ruoying kept giggling beside them, feeling very happy.
You did a great job today, you little junior.
I give you 100 points. The three of them enjoyed a delicious meal happily. Before leaving, Lin Shuya remembered her husband and asked, Fang Yu, has your Uncle Bai left?
Oh, and Lin, I forgot to tell you, Uncle Bai got drunk just now. I opened a room for him to rest. Here is the room card, please go and see him. Fang Yu handed the room card left by Qin Shaowan to Lin Shuya. Okay, you take Ying Ying home later, and I'll go see that drunkard.
Lin Shuya took the room card and walked out of the box. Saw mom leave.
Bai Ruoying immediately threw herself into Fang Yu's arms. The little head rubbed against his chest like a clingy little kitten. Senior, I can't control myself if you do this. It wouldn't be like this if I had a little drink. Fang Yu didn't know that Qin Shaowan had drugged his wine.
Student, let me hug you for a while. I want to hug you right now. Bai Ruoying thought Fang Yu was joking.
Instead, he hugged me tighter.
Fang Yu, I really can't believe you're so upright. What did Manager Qin do to you just now? Why did you scold him like that? Ah, Senior, did you hear everything?
Fang Yu felt a little scared.
Thanks to the system's task, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous.
Yes, my mother and I just came back from outside, and we heard someone arguing in the box, so we secretly listened in for a while.
We didn't do it on purpose. Bai Ruoying was very fortunate that she accidentally saw Fang Yu's excellent character. It's nothing, actually.
Manager Qin wanted to use her beauty to seduce me, but I didn't agree.
So I gave her a lecture on how to be a good person. Oh, so that's how it is. Bai Ruoying was delighted. He, the Stinky Junior is still very reliable. He can control himself, even such a charming woman. Why not reward him?
Bai Ruoying raised her head and said with a blushing face, Fang Yu, to praise your performance tonight, I can let you kiss me.
This. I couldn't ask for more.
Looking at the delicate Bai Ruoying in front of him,
Fang Yu kissed him hard.
So soft, so fragrant, so smooth. Bai Ruoying closed her eyes.
Let Fang Yu do whatever he wants.
You naughty junior, I only let you kiss me once, why can't you stop?
Student, don't do this. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but want to push Fang Yu away, but she couldn't muster any strength.
My whole body felt so limp that I could barely stand.
Senior, let's go to the hotel. Fang Yu came up with a good idea. Chapter 47. You are a bad Fang Yu. So bad. Fang Yu, you are drunk. Bai Ruoying was trembling with fear. Breaking away from Fang Yu's kiss. You little junior, you are too impatient. I've only known you for a few days and you already want to get a room with someone. Someone wants to date you, but you actually want that person.
Humph, wishful thinking.
Fang Yu held Bai Ruoying's delicate body in his arms and still refused to let go. Yes, senior sister, I'm drunk. From the moment I pushed you against the wall, I've been intoxicated by you. Even if I can't get you today, I will get you next time. In this life, you are my woman, Fang Yu. He drank the wine that Qin Shaowan had drugged. Fang Yu's brain was out of control and he said everything. Both affectionate and domineering. Asshole. Bai Ruoying was both angry and happy.
She blushed with shame and punched Fang Yu with her little pink fist. You stinky junior, I told you not to talk nonsense, I will beat you and kill you, you bad guy.
Fight for a while.
Bai Ruoying's hands were sore, but Fang Yu let her bully her.
You idiot, why didn't you dodge? Did it hurt? Bai Ruoying felt distressed. Use your hands to touch the injured area.
Fang Yu grabbed her hand, looked into her bright eyes, and kissed her lips again. Bai Ruoying was caught off guard and tried hard to please him. This stinky junior is really good at kissing, it's impossible to refuse him.
A long time.
The two people's minds were blank and the whole world was quiet.
Only then did he stop.
Only they themselves know what they have just experienced. Bai Ruoying opened her mouth slightly and stared at Fang Yu blankly. Her heart beat fast at the sight of his handsome face.
I couldn't help but reach out and touch Fang Yu's face. Moo-ah.
Bai Ruoying leaned over and kissed Fang Yu on the face.
Student, please take me home. Is it okay not to go home? Where would you live if you don't go home? Get a room. No.
Bai Ruoying glared at Fang Yu, then covered her mouth and laughed. The two held hands and walked out of the box. When we arrived outside the hotel gate, Qin Shaowan was already waiting there. Manager Qin, please arrange a car to take us home, and find a driver to take my car back.
Fang Yu threw the car keys to Qin Shaowan. Okay, Mr. Fong, please wait a moment.
Xin Xiaowan immediately called a business car, opened the door herself, and invited Fong Yu and Bai Ruoying to get in.
Director Fong, where do you live now? East China Sea Manor number 9.
Okay, take care.
Xin Xiaowan repeated the address to the driver before closing the car door.
Then he arranged for another driver to drive Fong Yu's sports car and follow behind the business car.
On the way, Bai Ruoying didn't want to lean on Fong Yu. But before I knew it, my body was lying in his arms. Who made me a man?
Men are there for women to rely on.
It's not because I like his embrace. Fong Yu held Bai Ruoying's hand tightly with one of his hands. The other hand stroked Bai Ruoying's face.
It's fun to touch the nose and pinch the mouth.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that she wanted to bite someone.
The two were playing silently.
Bai Ruoying's cell phone rang. Hey, Mom, I'm on my way home. Fong Yu sent me back. What? You and Dad aren't going home? Dad's staying in the hotel and doesn't want to leave? Grandpa isn't home either? Well, I'm fine on my own. You don't need Fong Yu to accompany me. Don't worry. I'm hanging up. Bai Ruoying hung up the phone.
He suddenly sat up from Fong Yu.
Student, did you eavesdrop on my phone call? Fong Yu was speechless and wanted to laugh. Senior, your voice is so loud that even the driver can hear it. Can this be considered eavesdropping?
Bai Ruoying lowered her head embarrassedly.
Was I too harsh on Fong Yu? Okay, it doesn't count as eavesdropping.
My mom just said that she and Dad will stay in a hotel tonight, and she wants you to stay at my house and sleep with me.
Okay, Senior, I'm fine. Fong Yu instantly perked up. Since you don't want to get a room, you can just stay at home.
Bai Ruoying blew her bangs and said angrily, "You big-headed ghost.
What a mess you have in your mind. I told my mother that I don't need you to accompany me. Take me home first, and then you can go back."
Senior, please speak in full next time. It's easy to get heart problems if you keep switching between sadness and happiness like this.
Fong Yu covered his chest and shook his head. Alas, it was all in vain. Hey, you naughty junior, are you unhappy? Let me touch you.
Bai Ruoying stretched out her soft little hand and touched Fong Yu's chest. You are so brave, senior sister, how dare you to provoke me? There was no way Fong Yu would let her go.
He grabbed Bai Ruoying's hand and tucked it into her t-shirt.
Senior, I can't feel it through the clothes, it's more comfortable to touch like this.
You are a bad Fong Yu. So bad.
Bai Ruoying immediately pulled her arms away and covered her face with her hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. This was the first time she touched a man's chest.
So this is how it feels. It's really different from girls, this guy's flesh is so firm. No wonder the fight was so intense. He is so strong.
If I sleep with him, will my small body be affected by him?
Bah! 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 Bai Ruoying, Bai Ruoying, what dirty things are you thinking about in your mind?
He must have been led astray by that bad guy Fong Yu.
Woo woo woo.
Bai Ruoying felt like she was about to turn into a little slut. Fong Yu was grinning foolishly on the side, thinking that the senior sister was so funny. Soon, the business car arrived at Donghai No. 9 Manor. Fong Yu scanned his face, drove into the community, and drove to the door of Villa No. 6. The driver opened the door.
Bai Ruoying got out of the car. Thanks. After thanking the driver, Bai Ruoying turned and walked towards her villa. But I was feeling angry. This rude junior fellow didn't even get out of the car to see me off. And you don't know how to be romantic at all. She's your girlfriend now, and you didn't even say goodnight to her?
Bai Ruoying was sulking. A pair of big hands hugged her waist from behind.
Good night, senior. Call me if you need anything. Fong Yu leaned over and said in Bai Ruoying's ear. Bai Ruoying's depression disappeared after being hugged by Fong Yu.
The emptiness in my heart was filled in an instant.
Boo. Caught off guard, Fong Yu kissed Bai Ruoying. Then he let go. Bye, senior. Bai Ruoying touched her face and ran into the villa with her head down.
Fong Yu got back into the car and told the driver to drive to Villa No. 8.
When I got home, the sports car was also delivered. The two drivers left together.
Fong Yu was just about to close the door and go to sleep when he suddenly saw several dark shadows flashing across the yard.
Who? Fong Yu shouted.
At this time, 6 dark shadows jumped out from the darkness.
Shit, the Axe Gang? Seeing the 6 people's outfits, Fong Yu couldn't help but want to laugh.
All 6 of them were wearing black clothes, black pants, and black leather shoes. They had buzz cuts, were tall and mighty, and were all over 180 centimeters tall. It was obvious at first glance that they were not good people.
Who are you? Tell me your name. Fong Yu stood at the door and asked sternly. Unexpectedly,
the 6 men in black rushed towards Fong Yu with their fists raised without saying a word.
Damn it.
I just took a triple physical enhancement capsule last night, and I'm worried about where to vent all my energy, so I'd like to borrow you guys to vent my heat.
Fong Yu prepared himself for the fight and kicked the man in black who was in the front away. Chapter 48 1 vs 6.
Fong Yu was a free-fighting athlete in his previous life and won the world championship in the 75 kilograms class. After crossing into this parallel world, he brought all his abilities with him. The beauty and body shaping capsules rewarded by the system restored his body to its best condition. The 2 consecutive tripling of his physical fitness made his strength almost 10 times that of an ordinary man.
An average person can smash a watermelon with 1 punch. And Fong Yu's punch is enough to kill a cow. Dealing with these 6 men in black is simply a piece of cake. I'll hit you. I'll hit you.
Fong Yu started punching and kicking him.
It seems that there are no moves at all, but each move is full of power.
That is what free fighting is all about, just fight and that is it. Basically, you don't have to worry about whether it is a foul or not. In less than a minute, the 6 burly men turned into 6 mummies,
lying on the ground motionless.
Only the faint breath coming from the corners of their mouths proved that they were still alive.
That's it?
Fong Yu clapped his hands, feeling like it was over before he even had time to warm up.
It's not satisfying enough. The key is that he didn't dare to use too much force.
I estimate that he only used about 30% of his strength. If they had let their guard down, these bad guys would probably have died on the spot. Although I have traveled through time, I still have to abide by the laws and regulations. Even a 3-year-old child knows that killing someone means paying with your life. Fong Yu would not be so stupid as to beat someone to death in the yard of his own villa.
But who sent these people? Could it be Jia Dawei again?
What a stupid licker. How can he be so immature even though he is already a senior in college? He fought for his girlfriend and even sent people to do something behind her back.
Come on, these are just games for junior high school students, okay? What adults compete with each other is strength, money, appearance, and personal charm. Hi. Fong Yu sighed. It's really unfortunate to meet such an idiotic opponent.
Security, a few thieves came to my house to steal things.
I have subdued them. Please come and deal with them. Fong Yu called the property security department.
Soon, the security captain on duty came over with several security guards.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fong. It's all our negligence. I hope I didn't scare you. The security captain's legs were shaking with fear.
If Mr. Fong complained, his title of captain would be taken away in minutes.
I'm fine. Get them out of here quickly. Be more careful next time and don't let any more bad people in.
If word gets out, the house prices in our neighborhood will drop.
Fong Yu was too lazy to bother with these people. Besides, these men in black were obviously well prepared. How could a few security guards stop them?
Please rest assured, Master Fong. We will definitely increase our patrols and security levels to ensure that this kind of thing will never happen again.
The security captain expressed his determination and prepared to carry the person away.
The security guards around him had already been stunned, and they all looked at Fong Yu with incredible expressions.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry him.
The security captain scolded.
A security guard pointed at the big guy on the ground and said, "Captain, are these strong men really subdued by young Master Fong?"
The security captain immediately understood what he meant. With eyes wide open, he pretended to examine several mummies.
Oh my God!
Young Master Fong is born with supernatural power. He can defeat so many bandits by himself, it's amazing. The other security guards also started to flatter Fong Yu.
Master Fong is so awesome, he can actually fight 6 people alone. Forget about 1 against 6. It would be good enough if we can subdue 1 thief together. Yes, these people are obviously martial artists, wearing black clothes and black pants, like the professional killers in the movies. Thanks to young Master Fawn's bravery, we captured this gang of criminals. Otherwise, we would all be fired. We have to thank Mr. Fawn very much. The security guards were very grateful to Fong Yu. Fong Yu shook his hand. All right, it's getting late, get them out of here quickly, and deal with them as needed. Find out who these people are. The security guards quickly carried the person away. Back in the villa, Fong Yu recalled what a security guard had just said. Are these men in black really professional killers? Judging from their appearance, they certainly don't look like ordinary thugs. Although Jia Dawei is violent and brainless, and his family is quite powerful, he is only a student and at most he dares to cause trouble for me at school. I don't think he has the courage to send so many people to cause trouble at night. Could it be that I have offended someone else, or was it the Fong family's enemy who did it? It's not that simple. Just as I was about to take a shower, a dark shadow floated past the window. Oh shit, here it comes again. Fong Yu opened the door and rushed out, only to see two people shivering in the shadows. Are you guys done yet? As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Yu looked carefully at the faces of the two people and was stunned for a moment. Mom and Dad, why are you? The two people were Fong Yu's father Fong Shiping and mother Shin Ruyun. I didn't expect our first meeting would be like this. Shu, keep your voice down, you're. Fong Shiping looked around, took his wife's hand, and tiptoed into the villa. What is going on, Mom and Dad? Fong Yu closed the door with a puzzled look on his face. My son, please let me see you. Shin Ruyun immediately stepped forward, held Fong Yu's face with both hands and looked at him again and again. Oh my, look at how thin this child has become. It's all the fault of his parents. You are just telling lies. Yuer has obviously grown taller and stronger. How can she be thinner? Fong Shiping pushed his wife away and pulled Fong Yu to sit on the sofa. Dad, where have you been these days? What happened in our family? Fong Yu had a lot of questions to ask. Fong Shiping sighed and said, some things are hard to explain. Our Fong family was stabbed from behind, and Yangda Real Estate Company declared bankruptcy due to insolvency, so your mother and I went out to hide for a while. Yes, your father and I heard that you had paid off all your debts outside, so we dared to come back secretly to see you. Shin Ruyun sat down next to Fong Yu and asked, where did you get so much money? Have you done anything bad? Mom and Dad, don't worry. I can't possibly raise that much money no matter what bad things I do. Fong Yu had expected this day to come and had already thought of the answer. A few years ago, I thought it was novel and fun, so I used the 500 million pocket money my dad gave me to buy a kind of virtual currency from the United States. I didn't expect it to rise so wildly in recent years. When I bought it, one coin was less than 200 miles coins, and now it has exceeded 40,000 miles coins. I sold all of them and used them to pay off my debts. Wow, you're so great. Shin Ruyun hugged Fong Yu and couldn't help but kiss him. In the eyes of his mother, his son is always the best child. It is true that the world is dominated by young people now. If I had known this, why would I have worked in real estate? Fong Shiping was also deeply shocked, and at the same time felt a little lost, so he explained everything to Fong Yu. After this incident, Dad has decided to retire. From now on, there will be no Yangda real estate in Donghai. You study hard. Your mom and I have decided to travel around and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland. From now on, we will live the rest of our lives in leisure. I saw that my dad looked tired. Fong Yu knew that he was determined to leave and stopped trying to persuade him. Mom and Dad, since you have made your plans, your son respects your choice. I hope you can have fun out there. Fong Yu opened the mobile banking app and was about to transfer money to his father, but was stopped by Shin Ruyun. Pay off your bank loan. Your father and I have unfrozen our bank cards. We have money. You should take care of yourself and don't worry about us. As she spoke, Shin Ruyun's eyes turned red. Chapter 49, Taking Advantage of Others early in the morning. The next morning. When Fong Yu woke up, his parents had already left. It must be a big family that framed the Fong family and caused Yangda Real Estate to go bankrupt. Otherwise, I would have paid off all the foreign debts, and my parents would not have needed to find reasons to go out and hide. My father didn't say his name, he must have wanted to keep the peace and protect himself. Children are always the biggest weakness of their parents. But this revenge must be avenged. The current Fong Yu is no longer the playboy he used to be, but a tough guy who possesses the crazy young master system. No matter who you are, I will find you out. Life is short. As long as Fong Yu is here, the Fong family will never be stepped on by others. Wake up and wash up. Fong Yu ran a few laps in the villa complex to stretch his muscles. I happened to meet the security captain who was about to get off work. Captain, I want to know what happened to those bird thieves last night?
Reporting to Mr. Fong, according to the property company's regulations, we sent the 6 thieves to the nearby police station.
Oh, okay, I get it.
It turned out to be just as I had guessed.
Fong Yu nodded and prepared to leave.
The security captain stopped him and said, Mr. Fong, please stay. In view of the fact that Mr. Fong stepped forward last night and captured 6 thieves, protecting the safety of the residents in the community, our property management company has decided to award Mr. Fong a bonus of 10,000 yuan and post a letter of praise in the community.
What do you think? The security captain is quite capable.
Fong Yu smiled and said, I can have a letter of commendation, but forget about the bonus. You can collect it for me and go out to eat, drink and have fun with the brothers.
Okay, Mr. Fong is indeed not short of money. Then I won't waste Mr. Fong's time. If you need help in the future, I will be there whenever you call. The security captain couldn't stop smiling. Is there anything more satisfying than getting some extra money early in the morning? Fong Yu went home to change his clothes, drove to Bai Ruoying's house and honked the horn.
It was as if they had agreed on the secret code in advance.
Hearing the car horn, Bai Ruoying immediately trotted out.
It seemed like he had been waiting for a long time.
Fong Yu, are you here to pick me up? Bai Ruoying puffed up her cheeks cutely and asked the question even though she knew the answer.
What do you say, senior sister?
Come on in the car.
Fong Yu held the steering wheel with his left hand and made a seduction gesture with his right hand. Bai Ruoying was so embarrassed that her face turned red early in the morning.
Wow, senior, you look so beautiful today.
As he got into the car, a faint fragrance wafted over, and Fong Yu couldn't help but look at Bai Ruoying. The senior schoolmate seemed to have deliberately put on some light makeup, with curved willow-shaped eyebrows, long eyelashes, a rosy face, and red lips.
Her fair skin is revealed under a ponytail. The neck is slender and the collarbone is beautiful.
The lively girl is like an elf that has fallen into the human world, pure, lovely, delicate and attractive. Fong Yu's heart was pounding when he saw it.
He couldn't help but lean over and kiss Bai Ruoying on the cheek. Fong Yu, you're so annoying. Bai Ruoying's face turned even redder.
You naughty junior, you are taking advantage of others so early in the morning.
Why do you love your family so much? Humph, a kiss stealer.
Senior, you are my girlfriend now.
I kiss you to tell you that I like you very much.
Fong Yu had sweet words on his face and felt happy in his heart.
Kiss your senior in the morning and you will be in a good mood all day. Don't be so smooth talking. Liking me is just an excuse. Bai Ruoying glared at Fong Yu with her eyebrows slanted. It looks so cute when it's pouty. Fong Yu was amused. You're still laughing there. Hurry up and drive. You're going to be late. Bai Ruoying felt embarrassed and urged Fong Yu to leave quickly. Okay, we'll set off now, sit tight, senior.
Fong Yu stepped on the accelerator and the sports car flew out like a wild horse.
He didn't drive a Bugatti Veyron today, but instead a Lamborghini Sixth Element. It is also a high-performance top luxury sports car. The young couple chatted and laughed all the way. Soon we arrived at Tunghai Private University.
While Fong Yu was parking the car, Bai Ruoying bought bread and milk at the store at the school gate.
Thank you for the loving breakfast, senior.
Fong Yu parked the car, took a piece of bread from Bai Ruoying without any hesitation, and started eating it in big mouthfuls.
Student boy, how do you know I bought it for you? Does senior have other boyfriends? Fong Yu chewed the bread and took a box of milk from Bai Ruoying. Bai Ruoying was so angry that she wanted to throw the remaining bread to feed the dog. You have other boyfriends? Fong Yu took a sip of milk and said seriously, Senior sister, don't be angry. Don't you think there is a tacit understanding between us? What tacit understanding? Why didn't I notice it? Look, I went to pick you up from school this morning, and you were waiting for me at home.
Just now when I went to park the car, you bought 2 breakfasts. We didn't say anything, but we both thought of each other.
Isn't this tacit understanding?
Bai Ruoying thought Fong Yu was going to talk nonsense again.
Who knows, what he said makes sense. Oh, maybe. Maybe this is what it means to be in tune with each other. Yes, that's it.
Senior sister has great literary talent. After listening to Fong Yu's words,
Bai Ruoying also found it strange. Do I really have a telepathic connection with my Stinky Jr.?
From being pushed against the wall by him at the opening ceremony to now being his girlfriend and riding in his car to go to school together.
The experience of these few days feels like a dream. Not true at all.
Bai Ruoying had imagined countless times in her mind what her boyfriend would look like and what it would feel like to be in love with him.
When this really comes,
she felt nervous, but also lucky. Because God gave her a boyfriend who was handsome, talented, honest, and kind. Fang Yu has never coaxed me, but I am very happy with him. She seemed to have a natural sense of closeness towards Fang Yu.
Bai Ruoying couldn't explain why she became Fang Yu's girlfriend. Fate.
It can only be explained with this word.
Senior, what good things are you thinking about?
Seeing Bai Ruoying standing there blankly, Fang Yu pinched her face and asked.
Nothing, nothing.
Let's go, it's time to go to military training. Bai Ruoying touched the place where Fang Yu had pinched her, her face flushed, and she turned and walked towards the playground.
Senior, I won't drink your milk for nothing, this is for you.
Fang Yu followed Bai Ruoying and took out a song and handed it to her. Bai Ruoying took it and looked at it, and saw the word wish clearly printed on the song title.
Fang Yu, is this a new song you composed?
It's not written by me, but it is indeed a new song.
Sing it to us this afternoon, okay?
In fact, Fang Yu could have claimed these songs as his own. Be a plagiarist like many time travelers would do. But he felt that this was immoral and unnecessary. Bai Ruoying quickly glanced at the lyrics and fell deeply in love with this song.
Fang Yu, I really like this song you gave me. Senior, I like you too. Fang Yu's words made Bai Ruoying's face turn red like a pomegranate. The two people smiled at each other. Even the air around becomes sweet. Chapter 50. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter.
After the military training in the morning, the two still went to the cafeteria to eat together. As usual, it was a special dish arranged by Ma Siyuan.
This also made other students drool with envy.
After dinner, Bai Ruoying returned to the dormitory to practice singing.
Fang Yu left the campus alone. He wanted to go to the police station to ask about the 6 gangsters from yesterday.
See if we can find any clues to uncover the real mastermind behind the scenes.
At first, Fang Yu thought these people were sent by Jia Dawei.
But looking at their attire and his father's words, he realized that this matter was definitely not as simple as a fight between classmates. Someone deliberately wanted the Fang family to fall and to harm him.
Who could it be? Fang Yu will not sit and wait for death.
He plans to take the initiative to find his enemy and kill him as soon as possible.
Driving a Lamborghini 6th Element, Fang Yu quickly arrived at the police station. Park your car. Walking into the police station, Fang Yu passed by 6 gangsters. What? These people actually walked out of the police station in such a brazen manner?
When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other.
Fang Yu wanted to beat them up again.
The men in black were also very unconvinced, and some even gave Fang Yu the middle finger.
But this is the police station.
Fang Yu could only hold back his anger and found the sheriff who took over the case.
Officer, why did you let those thieves go? They broke into my house at night and tried to attack me, but you just let them go? Is there any law in the world? Fang Yu was very excited.
He is no longer a dandy boy, but has the temperament of a world champion. He doesn't want to cause trouble, so he chooses to handle things impartially. The 6 criminals were handed over to the community security guard and then to the police station to handle the case impartially.
But the result was disappointing. 6 thieves were let off in broad daylight. Fang Yu really couldn't understand. Mr. Fang, please calm down.
The sheriff was very polite and even poured Fang Yu a glass of water. We have investigated the whole story of this matter.
These 6 people did enter your villa without permission, but they did not steal any property. Moreover, they did not hurt you.
Instead, you beat them up severely.
Mr. Fang, I never thought you were so skilled.
At this point, the sheriff gave a thumbs up.
They are just a few petty thieves. Fang Yu waved his hand and asked, although they didn't steal anything, we can't let them go.
Mr. Fang, we can only do this because according to regulations, if there is not enough evidence, we must release the person within 24 hours, so please understand. The sheriff shrugged, seeming quite helpless.
Okay, I understand.
In this case, we can only rely on our fists to solve the problem.
Then don't blame me, Fang Yu, for being impulsive. Stand up and say goodbye to the sheriff. Fong Yu strode out of the police station.
When we arrived at the parking lot, a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, wearing a pink dress, was playing around Fong Yu's sports car.
He even leaned over the car window and looked inside. "Little sister, do you want to get in and be the driver for once?" Fong Yu squatted down and asked with a smile. The little girl was not timid and said in a baby voice, "Uncle, is this your car? Daddy said that we can't just sit in other people's cars, it's impolite." "It's okay, Uncle, please take a seat." Fong Yu opened the car door, picked up the little girl and put her in the driver's seat. The little girl was so excited that she grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, giggled, and shouted, "I want to drive, beep beep, please make way." Fong Yu honked the horn. The honking of the sports car startled the little girl, and she quickly dived into Fong Yu's arms. "Uncle, I want to get off the bus, I want to get off the bus." The little girl didn't dare to sit in the car anymore and kept asking to get off. "Don't be afraid, little sister." Fong Yu touched the little girl's head and thought she was so cute. At this time, "What are you doing? Let go of my daughter." A burly delivery man wearing a yellow jersey ran over. Nan, Daddy is here." The sturdy man pushed Fong Yu away and carried the little girl down from the car. "You bastard, do you want to steal the child or bully my daughter, you scum?" Fong Yu was obviously misunderstood. But he didn't get angry. One can imagine the hardships a man goes through when delivering food with his daughter. Fong Yu smiled and explained, "My dear brother, things are not what you think. This is the entrance of the police station. You should be delivering food to the sheriffs. How dare I do something bad here?" The strong man thought about it and felt that it made sense. But he couldn't be sure. Fong Yu was driving a sports car and he looked like a rich man. None of these people were good. "Don't dare? There's nothing you people can't do. Don't think I will believe you, humph." The sturdy man glared at Fong Yu fiercely and prepared to pick up his daughter and leave. The little girl seemed to understand the conversation between the two and poked the strong man's nose with her hand. "Dad, Uncle didn't bully me. He even let me ride in his car. His car is so beautiful." The sturdy man's face turned red instantly. It seems that the rich second generation had been misunderstood. It must be that the daughter thought his car was beautiful, so she wanted to get in and sit in it. "Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." The strong man immediately apologized to Fong Yu. "It's okay, your daughter is very cute, and she is very lucky to have a good father like you." Not only was Fong Yu not angry, he praised the strong man instead. This made the strong man even more embarrassed. He said thank you, bowed to Fong Yu, and put the little girl standing on the pedal in front of the electric bike. "Goodbye, Uncle." The little girl waved at Fong Yu. The father and daughter rode away on their bikes. Fong Yu also got into the sports car, started the engine, and slowly left the police station. Just drove out for a minute. I saw 6 men in black squatting on the side of the road, seemingly waiting for someone to pick them up. Fong Yu deliberately drove quickly through the small ditch in front of them, splashing water all over the 6 people. As expected, the 6 people became angry and got up and chased Fong Yu's sports car, shouting and yelling. "Stop the fucking thing. Don't go, you wimp. I can't beat you to death." Fong Yu stopped the car and walked out. "Since the police can't deal with you, I'll let you taste my fist again." The 6 men in black saw that Fong Yu not only did not run away, but got out of the car instead. He stopped immediately and didn't dare to move forward. They were severely beaten up by Fong Yu last night and their faces are still bruised and battered. I just wanted to satisfy my craving for pleasure. Because they concluded that Fong Yu would not dare to cause trouble in front of the police station. I didn't dare to go up when there were 6 of us fighting, but I felt embarrassed to run away. I am hesitating. An electric car drove over. A delivery man came to Fong Yu. It was the burly man who had just delivered takeout with his daughter in front of the police station. "Young man, please help me look after my daughter. I will take care of the others." The strong man handed his daughter to Fong Yu. He walked up to the 6 gangsters with his fists clenched. "Brother, be careful." Fong Yu reminded the delivery man. He knew the strength of the 6 men in black. In his eyes, they were just weaklings, but it was not easy for ordinary people to defeat them. Unexpectedly, the sturdy guy was quite good at fighting and knocked down a man in black with 1 punch and 1 kick. "Come on, Dad." The little girl clapped her hands to encourage her father. Fong Yu was worried about the delivery man.
As expected, after knocking down the third man in black, the strong man was also hit several times. The bandits relied on their numbers and gradually gained the upper hand.
Chapter 51, Sheep in the Wolf's Mouth. Little sister, you sit in the car and play first. I'll go help your dad beat the bad guys, okay? Okay, Uncle will help Dad beat the bad guys. Fawn, you put the little girl into the car. Turned around and joined the battle. The strong man was kicked and almost fell to the ground. Seeing Fawn Yu coming, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Little brother, hold this one first, and I'll take care of the other two. Thank you, big brother, for speaking up for me. You can go look after my daughter first. Can you do it? The sturdy man looked incredulous. These rich kids are good at picking up girls by car, but can they fight? Of course, how can a man say no? Fawn Yu smiled slightly, rushed to the remaining 3 bandits, and ended the fight in no time. There was no drag at all, and the movements were quick and smooth. 6 men in black lay on the ground, holding their heads and begging for mercy, groaning in pain. The delivery man was stunned. I thought this guy was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect he was so good at fighting. I can't believe you're so skilled, little brother. Thank you for the compliment, you are a good fighter too. Fawn Yu clapped his hands and ended the battle. The delivery man returned to the car, picked up his daughter from the cab and prepared to leave on the electric scooter. Nan, say goodbye to Uncle. Goodbye, Uncle. The little girl waved to Fawn Yu, looking very well behaved and cute. Fawn Yu stopped the delivery man. Brother, please stay. Little brother, is there anything else? No need to thank me. Brother, I see you are quite skilled. Have you ever been a soldier? After seeing the tactics the delivery man used just now, Fawn Yu was basically certain that he had been a soldier before. Yes, I used to be a special forces soldier, but I still brought discredit to the team. I couldn't even handle a few small thugs. The delivery man thought these men in black were just ordinary street thugs. Fawn Yu shook his head. No, they are not just thugs. I fought with several of them last night. They are all martial artists. It's amazing that you can beat 3 of them. Oh, I also think they are good fighters, but you are still the best, little brother. The delivery man was indeed shocked. As a former Special Forces soldier, he found it very difficult to deal with these bandits, but Fawn Yu easily knocked them to the ground. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Brother, you have all these skills, why do you deliver food? Fawn Yu was a bit appreciative of talent. There are some poor little girls too. He was only 3 or 4 years old and he was already delivering takeout with his father. It makes people feel sad just thinking about it. Oh, it's hard to put it into words. The delivery man seemed to have something to hide. Fawn Yu didn't want to ask more questions. At this time, a minibus drove over, and several people got out of the bus. They dragged the man in black on the ground and drove away quickly. When the delivery man saw the license plate number, he angrily dodged his foot. Fuck. This damn thing, it's Yangwei Security Company again. Yangwei Security Company? Fawn Yu frowned. Brother, you just said that these gangsters are from Yangwei Security Company? Yes, I recognize this car. The license plate number is Dong ASB 444. It belongs to Yangwei Security Company. The delivery man said this. Fawn Yu became even more curious. What kind of company is Yangwei Security Company? Why did they send people to cause trouble? Without waiting for Fawn Yu to ask, the delivery man started talking himself. Little brother, it seems that you have a grudge against them. This company is very shady, so you have to be careful. To be honest, I have fallen to this point today, all thanks to Yangwei Security Company. A story. Fawn Yu roughly understood what was going on. The delivery man's name is Du Fei. He was originally the deputy captain of the Donghai Tinglong Special Forces. He has a lovely wife and daughter, and the family of 3 lives happily together. But one day disaster struck. Du Fei's wife had a scratch on a Rolls-Royce when she was driving back to her parents' home. The owner of the car was Jia Zhangyang, the boss of Yangwei Security Company. Seeing that Du Fei's wife was quite pretty, Jia Zhangyang became attracted by her beauty and lured Du's wife to have dinner with him under the pretext of giving up the claim. Du's wife was simple-minded and thought that people who drove luxury cars were all good people, so she went to the appointment on time. Unexpectedly, she fell into a trap and became a sheep in the wolf's mouth. She was drunk and defiled by Jia Zhangyang. Du's wife had a strong personality.
After waking up, she drank the poison and died. Du Fei rushed back home after receiving the bad news, but he only saw the cold corpse of his beloved wife. What is even more infuriating is that the Jia family, relying on their status as a prominent family in the East China Sea, used their connections to suppress the case.
How can a man of such righteousness swallow this? Du Fei immediately went to Yangwei Security Company to find Jia Zhanyang to argue.
However, he was framed and arrested for causing trouble. Later, the Special Forces team stepped in and saved Du Fei from imprisonment, but he could no longer stay in the team. After retiring, Du Fei wanted to perish together with Jia Zhanyang, but he was still worried about his daughter. If something happens to him again, his 3.5-year-old daughter will become an orphan. For the sake of his daughter, Du Fei had to swallow his anger. So he took his daughter to deliver takeout while looking for an opportunity to take revenge.
Du Fei finished speaking with tears in his eyes. The red silk is like blood. This is too much.
Fan Yu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Du Fei consoled him, "Little brother, I don't know what grudge you have with Yangwei Security Company, but the Jia family is very powerful. You must think long-term and don't act impulsively."
Brother Du Fei, I actually don't know how I offended them.
But don't worry, I will settle your hatred and my hatred with the Jia family.
Okay, if you need help, I will go through fire and water for you. Seeing Fan Yu's passion, Du Fei's hatred was also ignited. Brother Du Fei, my name is Fan Yu. Let's exchange contact information so that we can get in touch easily. Oh, so you are Fan Yu.
Du Fei usually doesn't care about gossip and doesn't have a Weibo account, so he doesn't know what Fan Yu is doing online.
He only knows that he is a famous rich second generation in Donghai. Unexpectedly, we met by chance. The two exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat.
Little sister, you must listen to your father. Your uncle will take you to the playground someday.
Okay, uncle, don't lie to children.
Don't worry, uncle would never lie to a child.
Fan Yu hugged Du Fei's daughter again. Then they left.
Fan Yu originally wanted to transfer some money to Du Fei so that he could buy some clothes, toys, and the like for his daughter. But he knew that Du Fei would definitely not accept it, and he didn't want to hurt his self-esteem, so he had to give up.
There will be opportunities in the future anyway. Fan Yu made up his mind to first investigate the background of Yangwei Security Company and then completely destroy it. Blood debt must be repaid with blood.
Even if not for himself, for brother Du Fei and his daughter, he had to take the life of this old pervert Jia Zhanyang.
Drive back to school. When we arrived at the playground, military training was about to begin.
Fan Yu saw from a distance that the training ground of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department was filled with people, as if they were watching something.
School beauty bye, please perform for us quickly.
Yeah, the song you sang a few days ago was so beautiful, it beat all the female singers in seconds.
Hurry up and make your debut, Campus Bell Bye. You will definitely become an instant hit. Hearing everyone's discussions,
Fan Yu immediately guessed that this group of people must have come to listen to the senior students singing. Someone posted a video of a senior singing on the campus website, which has caused quite a stir.
Chapter 52 Senior, I'll be waiting for you at home tonight.
In the past 2 days, Bai Ruoying sang a song every afternoon before the military training began. After seeing the short video online, people from other grades also came to visit. The training ground of the Civil Engineering Department Class 2 was surrounded by people. Everyone kept making a fuss, all eyes were on Bai Ruoying, which made her feel embarrassed, but she had nowhere to hide.
It would be great if Fan Yu were here. He would certainly drive these people away.
Bai Ruoying was waiting anxiously, not realizing that she had become somewhat dependent on Fan Yu.
Where has that stinky junior gone? He hasn't come yet even though he is almost late.
While looking around, Fan Yu squeezed through the crowd and came to the queue of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. Seeing my boyfriend appear, Bai Ruoying felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
He quickly walked up to Fan Yu and whispered, "Fan Yu, what should I do? I can't drive these people away. They insist on asking me to sing. Senior, just sing it. Didn't I give you a new song this morning?" Fan Yu thought it was nothing.
We are all from the same school, and they don't need military training.
They must be sophomores, juniors, and seniors. As a freshman, I can't drive them away for no reason. But there are so many people. I'm so nervous.
Bai Ruoying just did a rough calculation and found that there were at least 500 or 600 people here, enough to fill a small auditorium. It would be better if there was a microphone and accompaniment, but now I can only sing a cappella, which is extremely demanding on my singing skills. Another thing that made Bai Ruoying feel pressured was that she didn't know Fang Yu was proficient in singing, so she didn't feel nervous at all when singing in front of Fang Yu. But after seeing Fang Yu's strength yesterday, she was impressed by his genius singing skills and felt the gap deeply. If I continue singing in front of Fang Yu now, it would be like showing off my skills in front of an expert.
And there are so many people watching. If I don't sing well, wouldn't it be embarrassing?
Bai Ruoying bit her lip, looking embarrassed.
Every move is so cute. Fang Yu didn't care about other people's opinions at all. He pinched Bai Ruoying's face in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't be nervous, just sing the song Wish that I gave you today. I believe you can do it." All right.
After being pinched by Fang Yu, Bai Ruoying felt more at ease.
The crowd watching was already boiling with excitement. Fuck. So ruthless. Do you still have any sense of public morality when you flirt in public? Master Fang is really awesome. He got the school beauty so quickly and even pinched her face. Damn it, I'm here to listen to the school beauty sing, not to eat dog food. I also want to touch the school beauty's face. It must be very comfortable. Are you richer than Fang Yu, or more handsome than Fang Yu? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Fang Yu waved to the crowd. Everyone soon quieted down. Bai Ruoying held the music score and stood in the middle of the crowd. Today I will sing a song called Wish for Everyone. I hope everyone will not make a fuss and leave quickly after listening to the song so as not to affect the freshmen's military training. Thank you everyone. Relax your mouth. Bai Ruoying began to sing Wish a cappella. The lake is your eyes and the dream is the starry sky. Mood is a legend, waiting forever. Growth is a door of leaves. There were a group of dear people in my childhood. Spring is a journey of great changes. This is an authentic campus song, originally sung by 4 girls who are about to enter college. The lyrics are fresh and elegant, and the melody is light and flowing, full of the faint sadness of youth. Students from the University of Tokyo were all attracted by Bai Ruoying's singing. Immersed in the song, my thoughts flow everywhere. Some people thought about their high school years, and some people thought about their first love. Some people thought of their deskmates, best friends, and gay friends who used to play together. Those people I love, those passing wind. Those eternal vows over and over again. Those who love me, those accumulated tears. Those eternal vows over and over again. Bai Ruoying's ethereal voice rang out in a corner of the playground, like a ray of light, passing through the playground and floating across the entire Tokyo University campus. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened quietly. Some people were wiping tears, and some were recording videos with their cell phones. Some people were in a daze, while others were looking at Bai Ruoying and smiling foolishly. Fang Yu was also completely immersed in the singing. I remembered my youth and my previous life, those people and those things. We all had an innocent and sad face. Holding the sunshine, we look into the distance. Gently day by day. Year after year. Large room. Will we sing Wish again? Bai Ruoying finished singing. He bowed to the crowd as a courtesy. A heavenly voice and elegant temperament. At this moment, she is like a real singer. The place where she was not an ordinary open-air playground, but a concert stage with tens of thousands of people under the spotlight. The crowd broke into thunderous applause. It lasts for a long time, floating over the playground. This song is so beautiful, it makes me almost cry. It's so sincere and touching, and it shows the ignorant youth to the fullest. School Beauty by, please accept my knees. By School Beauty, YYDS. Not enough, one more song. I'm so envious of Fang Yu. Not only can I sleep with the school beauty in my arms, but I can also listen to her singing lullabies. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. After listening to Bai Ruoying singing, the instructor shouted a few times to the crowd, and they quickly dispersed, but everyone felt unsatisfied. Only the students in Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department became the happiest students in the University of Tokyo. Because they can listen to the school beauty singing every day during military training. Fang Yu gave Bai Ruoying a thumbs up. Senior, you sang this song very well. I was really drawn into the lyrics. Bai Ruoying gave him a small look. Tell me the truth, are you thinking of a female classmate? Wrong, I didn't think of one female classmate, but a group of female classmates.
A sweet smile appeared on Fang Yu's lips. Bai Ruoying knew that he was teasing her on purpose, but she was still jealous. Bad guy, I'll settle the score with you tonight.
I couldn't ask for more, senior sister. I'll be waiting for you at home tonight. You stinky junior, you pissed me off.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that she gave Fang Yu a small pink punch. Without looking back, he walked under the shade of the tree,
sitting far away on a bench,
watching the military training of Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department. Fang Yu picked up his phone and called Qin Xiaowan, the general manager of Donghai International Hotel. Manager Qin, ask the restaurant to prepare 40 glasses of freshly squeezed juice and an afternoon snack, and send someone to deliver them to the playground of Donghai Private University.
Received orders from the boss.
Qin Xiaowan immediately came to the restaurant and personally went to the kitchen to supervise the chefs in preparing juice and snacks. Then he brought a few helpers and went straight to the campus of Tokyo University. After asking for the specific location, he placed several lunchboxes in front of Fang Yu. Director Fang, the juice and refreshments you requested are ready. Qin Xiaowan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said breathlessly. A pair of snowy peaks seemed to have experienced a minor earthquake. The fluctuations are eye-catching. After seeing this, the men from Class 2 of the Civil Engineering Department had no intention of participating in the military training at all. All attention is on Qin Xiaowan.
Fuck, this girl is so hot. This black silk, TSK, I really want to tear it apart. Fuck, Fang Yu is too lucky, isn't a school beauty enough for him to hold against the wall? One at school and one at home. This is called double enjoyment, don't you understand? Don't talk nonsense. This woman is the general manager of the Donghai International Hotel. Don't ask me how I know this. My family only owns 5% of the shares of this hotel. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Qin. There is nothing else to do here. You can go back now. Fang Yu sent Qin Xiaowan away with just one sentence. Okay, Mr. Fang, I won't bother you anymore. Just call me if you have anything.
But Qin Xiaowan was not angry at all. The boss can assign tasks to me, which means that I have a place in his heart. That's great, as long as there is still a chance to contact Mr. Fang.
You can eat him sooner or later. Qin Xiaowan left the campus sweating and feeling ecstatic. This way. Fang Yu greeted the instructor and distributed the juice to his classmates.
Then he took the afternoon tea and walked towards Bai Ruoying.
Chapter 53, School Beauty. Bai, you need to be more reserved. See Fang Yu coming over. Bai Ruoying deliberately turned her head away. Pretend to be angry. It was as if she was a junior and Fang Yu was a senior. In fact, she is 1 year older than Fang Yu. Senior, are you still angry? Fang Yu sat down next to Bai Ruoying.
He handed the afternoon tea snacks in his hand to Bai Ruoying. Look, what I brought you.
Bai Ruoying wanted to be arrogant for a while.
But when I saw the beautifully packaged afternoon tea, I instantly forgot my reserve, opened my eyes wide, and murmured, wow, what a beautiful box. Just now, Fang Yu was also surprised by the packaging of the afternoon tea snacks. It was clearly just a few macarons, a few pieces of mousse cake and a few truffle chocolates, but they were packed in a completely transparent crystal box. The outside of the box was tied with a pink ribbon, with a bright red rose in the middle.
Like a fine gift.
No need to ask, it must have been Qin Xiaowan's idea.
This is indeed the case. Fang Yu asked Qin Xiaowan to prepare only one afternoon tea snack.
She immediately guessed that the boss must be giving it to his girlfriend. So she deliberately put some thought into packaging the snacks very beautifully.
I have to admit it.
Qin Xiaowan has a high emotional intelligence, or in other words, she is very good at observing people's words and expressions. Qin Xiaowan was jealous of Fang Yu's girlfriend, but she knew she was not worthy.
Not qualified at all.
All she could do was seize every opportunity to show her respect and sincerity towards Fang Yu.
Since beauty can't seduce Fang Yu, then use work to prove yourself. Start from the details and do everything your boss asks you to do with all your heart. Fang Yu would definitely see it and keep it in mind. In the long run, you will definitely impress your boss.
As the saying goes, even if there is no credit, there is still hard work. Whether it is a company or a school, bosses and teachers will always notice those who are particularly capable. This is exactly what Qin Xiaowan wanted. Seeing the beautifully packaged snacks, Fang Yu of course understood Qin Xiaowan's thoughts.
But he didn't mind it.
As a boss, he only needs to focus on the work ability of his subordinates.
No one is perfect.
No matter whether it is Ma Siyuan or Qin Xiaowan, as long as they can do their job well, nothing else matters.
Replacing someone else may not necessarily be more suitable for their current position than them. Not necessarily better than their character. The fact that they can climb to this position shows that they have the strongest abilities among their colleagues. For example, Qin Xiaowan. She could guess the boss's thoughts. Isn't it great that he packaged an afternoon tea snack so carefully? At least the senior likes it very much. Fang Yu opened the box, picked up a macaron and stuffed it into Bai Ruoying's mouth. How does it taste? It's delicious. Bai Ruoying chewed slowly with her small mouth, as if she was tasting a ginseng fruit. Fang Yu, you eat too. Bai Ruoying also fed Fang Yu a macaron. The two of them enjoyed the dessert and felt very happy. Senior, I want you to kiss me.
While Bai Ruoying was happy, Fang Yu made a blushing request.
No way.
I won't kiss you in broad daylight with so many people around.
Bai Ruoying blushed and refused immediately. If you are in a place where there is no one at night, you can consider it. Let me kiss you now? Dream on, you stinky junior. Fang Yu knew this would be the result, but he would not give up.
Senior, you know that many people on the internet have called me a licker before, because they only see how good I am to women, but fail to see the efforts women make behind the scenes.
Do you understand what I mean? Not understand.
Bai Ruoying really didn't understand. She has never been in love and has a simple heart, so how could she know these things? Fang Yu smiled and explained, for example, if I send you these desserts now, some of my classmates will definitely say, look, Fang Yu is licking the boots of his senior sister again.
Who is so bored that they would think like that? Isn't it always like this when it comes to dating? Can't boys be nicer to girls? Bai Ruoying couldn't understand.
If a couple still has a relationship like that of classmates, with everything clearly separated, can it still be called a relationship? Fang Yu shrugged, indicating that this was the fact.
Well, these people are really weird. Bai Ruoying shook her head and asked, but what does this have to do with me kissing you? If you kiss me, it means that I am in your heart and you like me, then others will stop saying bad things about me. What kind of logic is this?
Bai Ruoying felt that Fang Yu was talking nonsense. It's clearly an excuse, but in the final analysis, he still wants to take advantage of himself. Fang Yu stopped talking and picked up a piece of mousse cake and started eating.
It tasted really good.
There was silence for several seconds.
Bai Ruoying couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Fang Yu, you didn't lie to me, did you? If I kiss you, will others really stop talking about you behind your back? In my experience, that's true.
Fang Yu swallowed the whole piece of mousse in one gulp. There was a little cream on the corner of his mouth.
Well, for the sake of preventing my stinky junior from being scolded. Just go for it.
Bai Ruoying plucked up her courage and kissed Fang Yu on the lips. His mouth just happened to touch the cream at the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. So he found an excuse for himself. Student, don't be so proud.
I didn't mean to kiss you. I just wanted to wipe the cream off the corner of your mouth. Hey, thank you, senior. Of course Fang Yu was not proud. Where are we now?
The long journey of training my senior sister has just begun, the best is yet to come. The men from the Civil Engineering Department's Class 2 who were drinking juice on the training ground were staring at the couple.
Suddenly I saw Bai Ruoying kiss Fang Yu. The scene exploded instantly. Fuck! Did you see that? The school beauty actually took the initiative to kiss Fang Yu. I saw it. I even recorded a short video. Senior Bai, you need to be more reserved. Master Fang is really admirable.
He managed to seduce the most beautiful schoolgirl in Yen country in just a few days.
In one word, awesome. Fuck, I need to find a girlfriend too. Eating dog food every day will make me die.
Jiang Ruyu, who was angry with Fang Yu, heard the last sentence.
I suddenly became energetic. She walked up to the man and said delicately, brother, what's so good about women?
I can kiss you, and I can also give you a full body massage.
I guarantee that you will feel comfortable. Result.
Everyone immediately vomited the juice they had just drunk all over the floor. There was a lot of vomiting sounds at the scene.
Hate it, you guys hate me so much, huh? If brother Fang Yu was here, he definitely wouldn't treat me like this. Jiang Ruyu stood up and wanted to look for Fang Yu. He was grabbed by Li Xiaohu. Brother Jiang, there is one last spot left in the sky blasting gang. I specially reserved it for you. Transfer 100 yuan to me and join the gang immediately. Then you can follow Master Fong legitimately in the future. Xiaohu, you didn't lie to me, did you?
Zhang Ruyu poked Li Xiaohu's pectoral muscles with her orchid finger. It made him want to vomit on the spot. But in order to earn an extra 100 yuan, he swallowed back the juice that was rushing to his throat.
Brother Jiang, of course I didn't lie to you. Young Master Fong is the leader of our Zhatian gang.
If you transfer 200 yuan to me, I will arrange for you to be the gang leader's secretary.
Then you can follow him every day. That's great. Xiaohu, you are so nice to me.
Zhang Ruyu immediately took out his cell phone and transferred 200 yuan to Li Xiaohu. Thinking about being Fong Yu's secretary in the future, an anti-smile appeared on her face. After receiving the money, Li Xiaohu quickly slipped away. If he stayed with Zhang Ruyu any longer, the juice in his stomach would burst out.
Chapter 54 Cousin Xia, you can actually live in my house.
The afternoon military training ended.
Fong Yu originally wanted to take Bai Ruoying home with him.
But just as the two of them walked to the school gate and before reaching the parking lot outside the school, a tall girl blocked their way.
Fong Yu, stop right there. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she seemed surprised to see Bai Ruoying beside Fong Yu. Ying, why are you with him? Bai Ruoying was also stunned and called out to the girl, cousin? What a coincidence. This girl is Bai Ruoying's cousin. Fong Yu was even more confused. What is happening here? This aggressive girl is the senior's cousin? Senior, could you please introduce me?
Fong Yu pointed at the girl and then at himself. What he meant was to ask Bai Ruoying to introduce her cousin to him.
Bai Ruoying understood and immediately introduced, this is my cousin Xia Zixue, cousin, and this is my junior Fong Yu. Hello, cousin. Fong Yu greeted politely.
After staring at Xia Zixue, I found that this girl did look a little bit like my senior, but her outfit was far inferior to hers.
With short hair, she looks like a boy. She has a good figure.
The two long legs are straight and seamless.
Thanks to your Fong family, I'm fine.
Xia Zixue spoke sarcastically, but her attitude remained cold.
Cousin, why did you come to our school? Bai Ruoying was very curious.
I wasn't curious about why my cousin came to school, but I was curious that my cousin actually knew Fong Yu and called his name as soon as she came.
I'm here to find him, this rich second generation. Xia Zixue pointed at Fong Yu and said with a very unfriendly look. Cousin, are you looking for Fong Yu?
Bai Ruoying felt her scalp tingling instantly, and there were 10,000 words of ants crawling in her heart.
Could it be that my cousin was my stinky junior's ex-girlfriend?
Seeing Bai Ruoying's expression change, Fong Yu felt that he needed to clarify things for himself, so he asked, Cousin Xia, I don't seem to know you.
Do you have something to talk to me about? But I know you. Of course I have something to talk to you about.
Xia Zixue obviously had some misunderstanding about Fong Yu.
Bai Ruoying chose to believe Fong Yu.
The stinky junior student probably doesn't know my cousin. He may be a bit bad, but he won't lie with his eyes open.
Cousin, what on earth do you want to talk to Fong Yu about?
My business is none of your business, but Ying, why are you with him?
Are you two in a relationship?
Xia Zixue's tone was full of surprise, as if she was afraid that her cousin would jump into the fire pit.
Bai Ruoying nodded, yes, cousin, Fong Yu and I have just started dating. Ah? Ying, are you out of your mind? How could you choose someone like this as your boyfriend? Xia Zixue was rude to her cousin. Fong Yu was so angry that he wanted to hit her on the head with his fingers. You're out of your mind. What's wrong with me? Bai Ruoying also spoke up for Fong Yu. Cousin, are you prejudiced against Fong Yu? I think he's a good person. Hearing this, Fong Yu felt extremely comfortable. He said to Xia Zixue, yes, cousin, I don't know you at all. Why do you accuse me as soon as we meet?
If you have any misunderstandings about the Fong family, you might as well speak out and we can discuss it together.
Fong Yu's words were polite and restrained. Xia Zixue let out a sigh, feeling that her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate.
I immediately apologized, Ying, I'm sorry, I was also confused by the Fong family's affairs, so I'm in a bad mood.
I hope you two don't mind what I said just now. It's okay, cousin, why don't we find a place to eat together and talk slowly if there's anything? Bai Ruoying is sensible, well-behaved and good-tempered.
Fong Yu saw it all and was happy in his heart.
He echoed from the side, yes, it's time for dinner, let's eat and talk. All right. Xia Zishue's anger had mostly subsided. The three of them came to a Pizza Hut restaurant next to the school gate. Ordered a single meal and a couple's meal. Xia Zishue said self-deprecatingly, alas, even when having a meal, they still don't forget to show off their love. This world is too unfriendly to single people. Bai Ruoying glanced at Fang Yu and smiled, covering her mouth. Then he said to Xia Zishue, cousin, what did Fang Yu do to make you angry? If he did something wrong, I will ask him to apologize to you. Actually, it's not Fang Yu's fault. This is also the first time I've met him today. Xia Zishue took a sip of lemonade and complained to Bai Ruoying. Ying, I graduated from college this year. Before graduation, I signed a job with Fang Yu's Yangda Real Estate. I didn't expect that before I even started working, the company closed down. We fresh graduates have to look for jobs all over again. Isn't that infuriating? So that's how it is, cousin, you were so unlucky. Bai Ruoying roughly understood where her cousin's resentment came from. It is not easy for college students to find a suitable job nowadays. In the past, Yangda Real Estate was a well-known large company in Donghai, and many people wanted to work there. My cousin graduated from a top university with excellent grades. She must be annoyed when encountering this situation. Who said it wasn't? It wouldn't be a big deal to find a new job, but now I'm no longer a fresh graduate, so I'm not eligible to participate in campus recruitment. Social recruitment also requires work experience, and I haven't worked a day, so where can I get the experience? So I've been looking for a job for half a month, but still nothing. Oh, how unlucky I am. When Xia Zishue said this, she became angry again. He glared at Fang Yu and said, it's all your Fang family's fault. You went bankrupt out of nowhere and made me unable to pay the rent. I'm almost living on the streets. Cousin, you can live in my house. My mother has already prepared a room for you and is looking forward to your coming every day. Bai Ruoying suggested. Xia Zishue is the only daughter of her aunt's family. Her home is in Hangzhou, and she goes to school alone in the East China Sea. Now that I have graduated, I rent a house outside. I know my aunt has wanted me to live in your house for a long time, but I don't like living with elders. It doesn't give me any freedom. Xia Zishue was right. Young people nowadays like to live alone. Free and unattended. Fang Yu, who had been enjoying the food with his head down, listened to the conversation between the two sisters and basically understood what was going on. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, Cousin Xia, if you don't mind, you can actually stay at my house. I live alone now and there are a lot of empty rooms. Before Xia Zishue could react, Bai Ruoying took the initiative to refuse. I mind. My cousin will not live in your house. That's right. I won't live in your house. Who knows if you are a bad person? What if you want to take advantage of me? Xia Zishue also disagreed. Fang Yu was speechless. Why doesn't anyone understand my good intentions? You have to think that boys are so dirty. I already have a senior, so why would I still like you? Okay, in that case, I will give my cousin a perfect solution. What is the solution? What is the solution? Bai Ruoying and Xia Zishue asked in unison. Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. The two sisters have a good understanding of each other. I want to set up a security company and let cousin Xia be the general manager. This way, my cousin will have a job and can get a high salary to support herself. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Fang Yu told the plan. Xia Zishue was stunned. Let me be the general manager. Fang Yu, are you kidding? Bai Ruoying nudged Fang Yu with her elbow and whispered, Fang Yu, my cousin has a bad temper. If you tease her, you will die a miserable death. Chapter 55, The Good Little White Rabbit. My dear ladies, I am not joking. Fang Yu took out his phone and said to Xia Zishue, cousin, let's add each other's contact information. Oh. Xia Zishue obediently exchanged contact information with Fang Yu. Cousin, send me your bank card number. Okay. Xia Zishue gave Fang Yu the card number via WeChat without asking any questions. Fang Yu opened the mobile banking app and transferred 1 billion yuan to Xia Zishue's bank card. Ding dong. Xia Zishue immediately received a text message on her phone. After seeing this, I covered my mouth in shock. Ying, Fang Yu transferred 1 billion to me. Bai Ruoying took her cousin's phone and took a look, and it was indeed 10 billion. Fang Yu, you are not kidding your cousin? Of course not.
Fang Yu, pinched by Ruo Ying's surprised face, turned to Xia Zishui and said, "Cousin, I transferred 1 billion in cash to you.
You can use the money to rent an office building and register a security company. I will arrange the rest of the things one by one."
Looking at the 1 billion in her mobile phone, Xia Zishui lost her composure completely. Why would Fang Yu, such a handsome guy, do this?
I just met him, and he was so confident in transferring 1 billion in cash to me? Isn't he afraid that he will take the money and run away? 1 billion. How many people can never earn that much in their entire lifetime? Unlike Bai Ruoying's family, Xia Zishui is an ordinary well-off family.
In her eyes, 1 billion is a sum of money that she could never dare to imagine.
Fang Yu, why did you choose me? Xia Zishui was a little scared. I wonder if Fang Yu has any conspiracy. He wouldn't want to use this money to knock himself out and then do something bad, right? I didn't choose you. My girlfriend is your cousin. Fang Yu looked innocent.
He doesn't use this money to pick up girls.
Xia Zishui was anxious and covered her mouth. That's not what I meant. I meant, why did you give me 1 billion to let me be the general manager of a security company?
I had this plan originally, but I was worried about not having a suitable candidate.
Today I just happened to meet cousin Xia. I'm sorry to trouble you for a while. This can be regarded as compensation from Yangda Real Estate to you. Fang Yu did not lie.
He was not trying to please Bai Ruoying, let alone to win the favor of Xia Zishui.
This was done purely by coincidence.
He thought for a long time about how to deal with Yangwei Security Company.
Killing people is against the law, and beating people is too easy for them. The best thing to do is to replace it.
Only by setting up a security company and snatching their business can we cut off the livelihood of Yangwei Security Company and eradicate it completely.
Du Fei has a low level of education and is not competent for the management of the company.
Xia Zishui has a college diploma and is the cousin of the senior student, so the Fang family's Yangda Real Estate also owes her compensation.
It's just right to let her do this. Fang Yu was too lazy to look for anyone else outside.
Bai Ruoying saw Fang Yu's serious look and knew that he had his own plans, so she helped him persuade Xia Zishui and said, "Cousin, since Fang Yu said so, you should accept this job."
I think it's great. Okay, then I'll try it first.
Xia Zishui was very unsure, so she gave Fang Yu a shot of caution, "But first, I have no work experience. If I make any mistakes in the future, or fail to do what you asked me to do, please don't be mean to me."
No, cousin. I am only mean to bad people. You are such a lovely girl, I won't be mean to you. Fang Yu gave Xia Zishui a reassurance.
Bai Ruoying also comforted her, "Don't worry, cousin, Fang Yu is not the kind of unreasonable person. If he dares to be mean to you, I will not agree.
You two are such a good match. You both speak in the same tone." Xia Zishui gave him an envious look.
"I also feel guilty about my initial prejudice." So he said to Fang Yu, "I'm sorry, Fang Yu, my cousin misunderstood you at the school gate just now, and some of the things she said were very unpleasant.
I hope you won't be angry. Ying is lucky to be your girlfriend." Fang Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm used to it. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, it'll be fine. That's what rumors and cyberbullying are like. No matter how you explain it, there will always be people who believe it.
Some historical rumors have existed for decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years and are still circulating today.
What can we do?" Fang Yu was very open-minded.
Bai Ruoying was unhappy and pouted, "Cousin, you change your face so quickly, and now you are siding with your boss.
Do you still have me, your cousin, in your eyes? What do you mean by my luck? It's obviously his luck, okay? You are so lucky. Look at Fang Yu.
He is tall, handsome, rich, and has a good personality.
Where else can you find such an excellent boy?
If you were not Fang Yu's girlfriend, I would have wanted to snatch him away."
Xia Zishui was eloquent, and her words shot at her cousin like bullets.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that her eyebrows were raised.
"Cousin, please stop making fun of Ying. In fact, meeting Ying is indeed my luck. When I was at my lowest point in life, Ying was like a ray of light that illuminated my heart, allowing me to completely bid farewell to the past and start a new life all over again." Fang Yu said this and touched Bai Ruoying's little head.
All he has in his eyes is his school beauty senior. Bai Ruoying was like an obedient little white rabbit. She enjoyed and felt comfortable being caressed by her master.
My heart feels sweet, as if I had drunk honey.
She looked up at Fang Yu, her little face blushing with embarrassment.
Now it was Xia Zishue's turn to blow her bangs. All right, you two little lovers, stop showing off your affection in front of me. It's simply unbearable. I've been eating dog food all night and my belly is about to burst. Bai Ruoying burst out laughing. Cousin, why don't you find a boyfriend? You are so pretty, there must be a lot of people chasing after you. Forget it. You know I have a bad temper. No boy can stand me.
Unlike you, you are as gentle as a kitten and can't wait to get into Fang Yu's arms. After Xia Zishue finished speaking, she felt very jealous. Bai Ruoying quickly moved her butt and moved away from Fang Yu. As a result, Fang Yu hugged him. He held her body tightly. Bai Ruoying looked angry, but she was very happy in her heart. I feel so secure being hugged by my stinky junior.
Is it really my luck to meet him? I hope I am as lucky as him.
Bai Ruoying leaned on Fang Yu unconsciously.
Xia Zishue on the opposite side said she couldn't stand it anymore. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. If you stay any longer, I'm going to go crazy. You two can continue to make love. I'm leaving first. Xia Zishue got up and left. Before leaving, he said to Fang Yu, I will do what you asked me to do tomorrow. I will report the progress to you every day. If you have any plans, please feel free to contact me. Okay cousin, thank you for your hard work. After Xia Zishue left, Bai Ruoying couldn't wait to get into Fang Yu's arms. She hooked her hands around his neck. A pair of big watery eyes stared at her junior boyfriend. Fang Yu also lowered his head and looked at Bai Ruoying. Everywhere I look, I see love. Muah. Bai Ruoying quickly gave Fang Yu a sweet kiss. Then she buried her head in his arms in shame. It's all because of that stinky junior classmate who was so charming that I can't control myself. Fang Yu hugged Bai Ruoying tightly. It feels like a kitten scratching me in my arms. The one who teases you feels itchy. Chapter 56, The Stinky Junior is so good at flirting. Under the dim lights of the Pizza Hut restaurant, there is a sweet atmosphere everywhere. Couples from the University of Tokyo enjoy delicious food and talk about love here. College life is so pleasant. Senior, how dare you sneak attack me? Fang Yu rubbed Bai Ruoying's face in his arms. The pink texture feels like eating jelly. It's much softer than jelly. Bai Ruoying was embarrassed to face Fang Yu, so she just stayed in his arms. A pair of hands tightly embraced Fang Yu's waist. There was no wine at dinner, but she acted like she was drunk. His brain was totally out of control, immersed in Fang Yu's arms. In the past, Bai Ruoying didn't even dare to think about it. She would behave so intimately with a boy in such a public place. Is this the courage that love gives people? Moreover, this feeling is so addictive. So sweet. So comfortable. It's like bathing your body and mind in the spring sunshine. Seeing Bai Ruoying silent, Fang Yu guessed that the senior must be shy. Don't be fooled by her usual fierce appearance, she gets angry and loses her temper at the slightest provocation. When it comes to love, she is a complete novice. As clean as a piece of white paper. Smelling the fragrance of Bai Ruoying, Fang Yu felt like he was drinking a bottle of fine wine. A pair of hands slid down her face. Bai Ruoying was so nervous that she was shaking all over and even stopped breathing. At this exciting moment, Fang Yu pulled his hand out. I touched the little white rabbit's head through its clothes. Bai Ruoying's body curled up immediately as if she had been electrocuted. No way. That stinky junior is too much, he is too good at flirting. Bai Ruoying felt sweaty. If you continue like this you will die. But Fang Yu didn't want to let her go. He lowered his head, leaned over Bai Ruoying's ear, blew hot air, and asked softly, Senior sister, am I your little luck? What little luck? I only know that meeting you is my luck. Bai Ruoying bit her lip and said shyly. Fang Yu then discovered. It turns out that the senior has never heard of Little Lucky. This song doesn't exist in this world. Senior sister, you are my little luck. Really? The lotus in Bai Ruoying's heart slowly bloomed. A warmth that I have never felt before flows through my heart. Overflowing the entire heart. For the first time in her life, she experienced the sweetness of love. So happy, so blessed. He hugged Fang Yu's arm and held it tighter. It's almost hard to breathe. Fang Yu breathed out hot air and gently bit Bai Ruoying's ear. I only heard a hum. Bai Ruoying's whole body was about to become paralyzed. If this continues, I'm going to die. Fang Yu gave her a life-saving straw. Senior sister, let me give you a song. Good. Bai Ruoying quickly sat up from Fang Yu. Tidy up my hair. I noticed that my forehead was covered with sweat. I touched my face and it was so hot. I'm so embarrassed. I don't have the face to see anyone. Fortunately, it was nighttime and no one could see each other clearly. Otherwise, you will be on the headlines of the school forum tomorrow. Senior, do you have paper and pen? Oh, yes. Bai Ruoying took out a piece of white paper and a gel pen from the small bag she carried with her and placed them in front of Fang Yu. Senior, wait a moment, I will write a song for you. Fang Yu buried his head at his desk and began to write a new song based on the memory in his mind. Little Lucky? Seeing the title of the song, Bai Ruoying started reading it unconsciously. No wonder the Stinky Jr. said that I was his little lucky thing. It turns out there is such a song. What will the lyrics be? Bai Ruoying was very curious. Soon, Fang Yu downloaded the simple score and lyrics of Little Lucky. Okay, senior, take a look. Bai Ruoying couldn't wait to take over the song and read it carefully. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass. I heard the bell ringing in the distance. Read the lyrics. Bai Ruoying couldn't help but exclaimed, Fang Yu, this song is so well written. He looked at Fang Yu with admiration. Bai Ruoying's heart was pounding. The Stinky Jr. is really charming at this moment. I couldn't believe that he, a civil engineer, could write songs. Not only can I write, I can also sing. And his singing skills are better than mine. He is obviously very outstanding, but he is still very humble. Except for being brave and fighting, he is very low-key at other times. He doesn't have the impetuous shortcomings that other boys have. Why is this guy so likable? Bai Ruoying felt something was wrong. When was I conquered by that Stinky Jr.? All I see is his goodness. But he is really good. Senior, please sing this song for us tomorrow. Well, I'll get familiar with it when I go back tonight. Bai Ruoying gently put away the music score, regarding it as more precious than anything else. That's what musicians are like. I love songs as much as my life. Coming across a good song is more exciting than winning the lottery. Just at this moment, Bai Ruoying's phone rang. It was her mother Lin Shuya calling. Hello, Mom. I'm having dinner with Fang Yu. Ha? Okay, I'll be home soon. Hang up the phone. The joy on Bai Ruoying's face disappeared without a trace, and she looked worried. What's wrong, senior? My mother said that some professors from the Donghai Conservatory of Music will come to listen to my singing tomorrow, so she asked me to go back and prepare. Oh, let's go back quickly then. Fang Yu held Bai Ruoying's hand and left the restaurant. Drive back to Donghai No. 9 Manor. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Good night, senior. Send Bai Ruoying home. Fang Yu kissed her forehead. Good night, handsome fellow. Bai Ruoying kissed him back and kissed his lips. Then he smiled foolishly and ran into the villa. Come to the living room. Lin Shuya was sitting on the sofa watching TV, also waiting for her daughter to come back. Mom, I'm back. Bai Ruoying threw the small bag on the table and lay on her mother's lap. Lin Shuya stroked her daughter's hair and deliberately asked, Stinky girl, did you go on a date with Fang Yu? It's not really a date, I just had a meal with cousin Zishue. Have you met your cousin? Have you invited her to live in your house? Lin Shuya has always had her only niece in her heart. I feel like I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as an aunt. I asked Zishue to live with us several times, but she refused. Even after the invitation, my cousin still doesn't want to come. She wants to live alone. But Fang Yu plans to let my cousin set up a company and appoint her as the general manager. Bai Ruoying felt it necessary to tell her mother about this, just to make her happy. Fang Yu is still a freshman, how can he start a company? Seeing that her mother didn't believe her, Bai Ruoying sat up, took her hand and said, Really, Mom, I didn't lie to you. Fang Yu transferred a full 1 billion yuan to my cousin while we were having dinner. What? 1 billion yuan? Lin Shuya was stunned. Heart rate increases. This kid is really good. Is it true, as my husband said, that Fong Yu will become a rare talent, a child of destiny in the future? Of course, this kid is amazing. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about your cousin. She's going to be the general manager soon. Bai Ruoying comforted her mother and asked, Mom, why did the professor from Donghai Conservatory of Music come to listen to my singing? Oh, it's like this. The Yen Country Youth Singer Competition, which is held every 3 years, is about to be held. The Donghai Conservatory of Music is responsible for selecting contestants from Donghai City, so they came to observe you first. Chapter 57 Bai Ruoying falls in love. I heard the words Yen Country Youth Singer Competition. Bai Ruoying's heart skipped a beat. She knows the value of this competition. The Yen Country Youth Singer Competition is the most authoritative and influential singing competition in Yen Country. It is more official, more formal, and more prestigious than the Voice of China. The Yengui Voice is only a local competition, while the Yengui Youth Singer Competition is a national competition. The Voice of Yengui is just a TV station's talent show, while the Yengui Youth Singer Competition is a professional competition organized by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Winners of the Voice of China competition may not necessarily become professional singers, but may become entertainers in the entertainment industry, or even be a flash in the pan and quickly fade out of the public eye. After winning the Yen Country Youth Singer Competition, one can basically become an officially recognized young singer or vocalist. If you can win the championship, you will become famous all over the country overnight and will definitely be on the Spring Festival Gala that year. This shows the importance of this event. The last time the Yen Country Youth Singer Competition was held, Bai Ruoying was not yet 18 years old. Therefore, the registration requirements are not met. Moreover, her singing skills needed to be improved, and her fame was not as great as it is now. After the registration for the Yen Country Youth Singer Competition has started, Donghai Conservatory of Music was responsible for selecting the preliminary contestants in Donghai City. The daughter of Professor Lin Shuya, who was quite prestigious in the Donghai music community, was naturally unanimously recommended by everyone. Bai Ruoying therefore successfully became a candidate for the preliminary round. But she still felt unsure. Mom, can I give up and participate in the next competition? I'm not even 20 years old yet. What qualifications do I have to compete on the same stage with those senior singers? Silly girl, you should become famous as early as possible. In the past, your mother restricted you from participating in talent shows because many of them were entertainment programs. This youth singer competition is different. This is the most professional and grand national competition in our Yen country's music industry. If you can enter the finals, you will be successful. Do you understand? Lin Shuya certainly hopes that her daughter can represent Donghai City in the competition. This is a rare opportunity. If she can make her debut through this, it will allow my daughter to successfully enter the Yen country's music industry. The professional music circle is not a gathering place for internet celebrities and artists. It is not about how many fans you have or how popular you are online. Instead, everything is based on your strength and your work. If her daughter can win the award, when her name is mentioned in the circle in the future, they will not say that she is Professor Lin's daughter, but will say that she is the winner of the Yen Country Youth Singer Competition. His status and fame are even higher than that of a professor. All parents in Yen Country are like this. I am eager to see my children become successful and hope that they can surpass me. I am willing to be a pusher for my children, so that they can climb higher and see farther. I saw my mother's tense expression. Bai Ruoying knew that she couldn't refuse this time. You can only go ahead with it. Mom, if I'm eliminated in the preliminary round, will it embarrass you? The competition hasn't started yet, so don't think too much about it. Mom is very open-minded. It doesn't matter whether you get a place or not. Just treat this competition as an opportunity to practice. If you don't do well, you can try again next time. It doesn't matter. After all, Lin Shuya is in education. Much more open-minded than mothers from ordinary families. After hearing this, Bai Ruoying no longer had any psychological burden and quickly adjusted her mindset. I asked my mother about the competition. Mom, can you tell me more about the competition? How should I prepare and what song should I sing? Okay, Mom is just about to tell you. Lin Shuya held her daughter in her arms and told the story. The youth singer competition is divided into 3 tracks: folk, bel canto, and popular. You are naturally participating in the popular group. The songs you sing can be original or the works of other singers. It is best to choose songs that suit your identity and temperament.
Tomorrow the professors from the Conservatory of Music will just be doing a preliminary examination of you to see your basic skills. Then Donghai City will hold a city-level trial competition.
Only the top 3 can represent Donghai City in the national competition. After listening to my mother's introduction,
Bai Ruoying felt under a lot of pressure. Like a deflated ball, he collapsed on his mother.
It's so difficult.
I don't think I can even make it into the top 3 in Donghai City. At this moment, Bai Ruoying's mind flashed and she suddenly thought of someone. He got up from Lin Shuya's body, looked into her eyes and said, "Mom, why don't you let Fong Yu participate in the competition? His singing skills are much better than mine.
Although the Stinky Jr. is always attacking people, he is actually a genius when it comes to singing. How could I forget him?" Of course Lin Shuya didn't forget. I've thought of this a long time ago.
Fong Yu has never been involved in the music circle before, so no one knows he can sing. When the professors from the Conservatory of Music come to inspect you tomorrow, I will recommend Fong Yu to them and give him a chance to participate in the city-level auditions, but I can't guarantee the result.
Thank you, Mom.
Bai Ruoying hugged her mother and kissed her. This made Lin Shuya frown. The little girl fell in love with Fong Yu at first sight, and she was still thinking about that little boy even when doing this.
The two of them are really a perfect match.
I hope both of them can represent Donghai City in the competition.
This way we can encourage and support each other.
It's hard to say whether my daughter and Fong Yu can be together, but it's always good for them to have more contact and understand each other better.
Fong Yu is indeed an excellent child.
He is handsome, intelligent, and has a business mind.
He has all the good qualities.
I just hope he won't let Ying down. Looking at her daughter who has fallen in love, Lin Shuya loves her daughter so much that she is afraid that she will get hurt.
Mom, Fong Yu wrote another song for me today. Both the lyrics and the music are great. Oh, is that a new song too? Show it to me.
Bai Ruoying took out the song written by Fong Yu from her bag and handed it to her mother.
A little luck? Lin Shuya took a look at the musical notation and was immediately attracted. This song is really good.
Hee, I said Fong Yu is amazing. Seeing her boyfriend being praised by her mother, Bai Ruoying felt happier than when she was praised herself. Lin Shuya poked her daughter's face with her finger and said, "Look how happy you are. Actually, this song is not as good as you wish, but it is good because it is similar to the previous Hello Tomorrow, both of which have a campus style. It fits your student identity and temperament very well, and can add a lot of points to you."
Yes, I like songs that are full of sadness and describe the beautiful days of youth.
I am not interested in songs about love or romance.
In that case, you can sing this song tomorrow. I think it's pretty good.
I hope the old professors at the music school think so too. Lin Shuya returned the musical notation to her daughter. Arranged, familiarize yourself with the lyrics and music before going to bed, and get up early tomorrow to try singing a few times.
Okay, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you tomorrow.
Bai Ruoying knew about her mother's past with the Donghai Conservatory of Music. My mother switched to the music department of Donghai Private University because she couldn't stand the old-fashioned style of the Donghai Conservatory of Music. Now that her daughter is being examined by them, she must be feeling very angry and wants to take this opportunity to win back.
So you must behave well and bring honor to your mother. Mom believes in you, just behave normally tomorrow.
Lin Shuya stood up and prepared to rest, then turned to her daughter and said, "By the way, don't forget to tell Fong Yu to get ready and come to the multi-purpose performance hall of the music department at 10 a.m. tomorrow."
Okay, I'll let him know right away.
Bai Ruoying picked up her phone and prepared to send a message to Fong Yu.
Chapter 58: The Power of the Young Man. Fong Yu, are you asleep?
Bai Ruoying sent a message, but no one replied. Fong Yu, come to the music department at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Someone wants to hear you sing.
I sent another message, still no response. Fong Yu, professors from the Donghai City Conservatory of Music will come to our school to select singers tomorrow.
My mother wants you to participate as well. You should prepare in advance.
After waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no reply on the phone.
Is Fong Yu taking a shower? Then I'll go wash it too.
Bai Ruoying ran upstairs, threw her cell phone on the bedside, took off all her clothes and went into the bathroom.
After taking a shower. Still haven't received a reply from Fong Yu. What is the Stinky Jr. doing?
He wouldn't go to bed so early.
Did he go out to play?
Bai Ruoying began to have wild thoughts in her mind.
Now. Fang Yu was in Du Fei's rental house 1 hour ago.
After sending by Ruoying home, Fang Yu just returned to his home when he received a call from Du Fei.
Hey, Fang Yu, are you home? Be careful, someone might cause trouble for you. Brother Dafei, is there something wrong? Hear Du Fei's voice. Fang Yu felt something was wrong.
Du Fei on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said, I'm fine, brother.
I just want to remind you to be careful.
We taught the people from Yangwei Security Company a lesson at noon, and they will definitely not let it go.
You have to beware of their revenge. Having said that,
Fang Yu immediately guessed that something must have happened to Brother Fei.
Brother Dafei, if you have anything to say, just tell me.
The matter of Yangwei Security Company not only involves you, but also our Fang family. I hope you don't carry it alone, otherwise it will affect my judgment.
It was just as expected. Something did happen in Du Fei's family.
The rental house he lived in was robbed. The house was smashed to pieces and paint was splashed everywhere. The landlord was asking him for compensation.
Brother Dafei, don't worry. Is Nan Nan okay? Send me the address and I'll be there right away. Received address. Fang Yu came to the garage and drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Rushed all the way to Du Fei's rental house. This is an area to be demolished in the old city of Donghai.
There are densely packed low buildings built by individuals. The road is narrow enough to accommodate just one car. Arrived in front of the building where Du Fei rented. As soon as he got off the car, Fang Yu heard a burst of shouting and cursing. There was also the sound of a little girl crying.
Are you still a man? You can't even come up with 10,000 yuan. Why don't you just die? I'm so unlucky to rent the house to you.
You delivery men are just a bunch of poor bastards. You deserve to be bullied.
No need to think. The one who was scolded must be Brother Du Fei. The crying little girl must be her daughter Nan Nan. Damn it! Fang Yu was angry. He rushed into the house and grabbed the landlady by the throat, a fat middle-aged woman with a foul mouth. Were you the one who cursed just now? I scolded you, so what? Who are you and what do you want to do? Let me go, or I'll get someone to kill you. The fat woman is always used to showing off her power.
I thought Fang Yu was the helper Du Fei found, and probably a delivery man or courier. So he continued to be stubborn. He didn't take Fang Yu seriously at all. How dare you, a lowly person from another place, act so wildly over my head? Who gave you the courage?
Get your dirty hands off me now. The fat woman was shouting loudly.
The round body kept shaking, trying to break free from Fang Yu's hand.
Fang Yu exerted force and pinched the fat woman so hard that she couldn't breathe. The fat man's face turned red. Almost suffocated. Du Fei saw this and was afraid that Fang Yu would make things worse, so he quickly advised, Brother Fang Yu, let her go quickly, don't let anyone get killed. The little girl, Nan Nan, also cried and shouted, Daddy, I'm scared, Nan Nan is scared, woo-woo. In order not to cause trouble to the father and daughter, Fang Yu had to hold back his anger and pushed the fat landlord to the ground with force. With a dull thud, the fat woman just happened to sit on a piece of undried paint. The fat pajamas were covered with paint. It emits a foul smell. You bastard, you have to compensate me for my clothes. The fat woman pointed at Fang Yu and cursed at him, but she never dared to do anything wrong again. She has been in the underworld for many years and knows how powerful young men are. People with families are often the easiest to deal with. Because they have to support their families, they can only swallow their anger when they are bullied. Single young men think that one of their own is good for the whole family. They have a hot-tempered personality and do things without considering the consequences. If you really make them mad, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Don't be afraid, Nan Nan. Uncle will take you away right away. Fang Yu picked up the little girl and prepared to leave. If you don't pay the money today, no one will be able to leave. The fat woman was not willing to let him go. She squatted in front of the door, like an ugly boulder, blocking the road. Get out of the way, you fat bitch. I'm going to kick you to death. Fang Yu was so angry that he raised his foot and wanted to kick someone. Du Fei didn't want to implicate Fang Yu any further. And it was indeed because of his actions that the landlord's house was destroyed. So he offered compensation. Landlord, today's incident was indeed caused by me. I can't take out the 10,000 yuan you asked for at the moment. I'll write you an IOU and pay it back to you as soon as I get the money. Is that okay with you? I told you I can't do that. You have to give it to me now. If you run away, where can I find you? The landlady has been a landlady for half her life. She has seen many things like defaulting on rent and running away. Naturally, she would not let Du Fei go if she couldn't get the money. Give me your bank card number. Fang Yu didn't want Du Fei to continue to be embarrassed. So he gave the landlord compensation. Hey! Young man, why did you transfer an extra 10,000 yuan?
When the fat woman saw the text message on her mobile phone indicating that she had received a transfer of 20,000 yuan, she was delighted but a little confused.
A big fat face asked Fang Yu with a smile. This 10,000 will buy you an arm.
Fang Yu grabbed the fat woman's left hand and bent it back with force, only to hear a click sound.
Ah! The fat woman's screams echoed throughout the room.
The frightened little girl quickly buried her head on Fang Yu's shoulder.
Uncle, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, Nan Nan. Uncle will take you home right away.
Fang Yu glared at the fat woman, then carried the little girl out of the house. Du Fei packed his luggage and followed closely behind.
Came to Fang Yu's car. Brother Fang Yu, thank you for today. I will return the money to you once I have collected it. Du Fei plans to take his daughter in. Fang Yu opened the car door and put the little girl in the back seat. Brother Da Fei, I won't say any more polite words. You and Nan Nan will stay at my house for the next few days. Get in the car. This. Du Fei wanted to refuse. Fang Yu had already sat in the driver's seat. The little brother is young, but he is so righteous. Du Fei felt grateful and tears seemed to seep out of the corners of his eyes. Along the way, the little girl was very excited and kept talking to Fang Yu. Uncle, why didn't you drive that beautiful car you drove last time? Because that car can only seat 2 people, it can't accommodate the 3 of us. But I like that car. Uncle, can I take you with me next time? Okay, thank you, Uncle. Uncle, where are we going now?
The Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly stopped in front of Villa number 8. Fang Yu got out of the car and found someone sitting at the door. Looking closely, it turned out to be Bai Ruoying.
Senior, why are you here? Chapter 59, Senior, can you not leave tonight? Fang Yu. Seeing Fang Yu coming, Bai Ruoying threw herself into his arms. I felt so wrong that I was about to cry. Senior, why are you here so late? Fang Yu was so busy dealing with Du Fei's matter that he didn't have time to check the messages on his phone. Bai Ruoying then told him about the Yen Country Youth Singer competition. Fang Yu opened his phone and saw several unread messages. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't have time to check my phone just now. Have you been waiting here for a long time? What do you say?
If you don't come back, I'll burn your house down.
Seeing Bai Ruoying's angry expression, Fang Yu felt very sorry.
I didn't expect that the senior sister would care so much about my affairs. She is really the best senior sister in the world. No, she should be the best girlfriend in the world.
Turn out to be.
Bai Ruoying didn't receive a reply from Fang Yu, so she thought he was asleep, so she secretly went to his house to find him.
What if that bad junior doesn't go to school tomorrow or something unexpected happens?
If I miss the selection opportunity of Donghai Conservatory of Music, the loss will be huge. But when they arrived at Fang Yu's house, they found that the villa was pitch black. I rang the doorbell several times, but no one answered.
Knocking on the door did not help. He's not at home so late, my bad junior must have gone out to hang out.
Bai Ruoying felt as if she had been hurt billions of times. This guy Fang Yu is still not honest even though he has a girlfriend.
It's so infuriating.
He kept calling me senior sister.
At dinner in the evening, he even pretended to be his lucky charm. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Who would have thought that after just a few minutes of separation, you would stay out all night? He didn't even reply to my messages, he must be out hanging out with some girl.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that she almost dropped her phone after thinking about it so much.
I don't believe you won't come back tonight.
Bai Ruoying was so angry that she sat in front of Fang Yu's house waiting for him.
Who knew that the wait would last more than half an hour? Student, did you go out to meet some girl? It's unfair, senior sister. I was out doing something. Why didn't you call me after waiting for so long? I'm confused because of you.
Bai Ruoying then realized that she had not called Fang Yu at all.
So stupid. Does being in love really lower a girl's IQ? Okay, senior sister, don't be angry, I'm back now. Fang Yu gently touched Bai Ruoying's head, trying to comfort her. But Bai Ruoying was not so easy to coax this time. She insisted, if you don't explain it to me clearly this time, we will break up. You are bullying me like this when we just started dating. You are a big bad guy, you stinky Fang Yu. I don't want to care about you anymore. Bai Ruoying waved her little pink fist and hit Fang Yu. Just venting my anger. Without noticing anything, a man came over holding a little girl. Sister, why did you hit uncle? Nan Nan pointed at Bai Ruoying and said in a baby voice. Bai Ruoying turned around and was shocked to see Du Fei and his daughter. Subconsciously hid behind Fang Yu. Fang Yu, who are they? Fang Yu patted Bai Ruoying on the back and introduced them to each other. Don't be afraid, senior sister, he is my good brother Du Fei, and this little beauty is his daughter Nan Nan. Du Fei, this is my girlfriend Bai Ruoying. Hello, brother Du Fei. Bai Ruoying greeted her politely, shook Nanan's hand, and teased her. Hello, little beauty, you are so beautiful. Hello, sister. You are so beautiful too. Du Fei's daughter is also very sweet. Bai Ruoying was very happy to hear this, and the unhappiness in her heart disappeared instantly. It seems that the stinky junior did not lie. If he went out to look for a girl, he would not bring back a father and daughter. It's cold outside, let's all go inside. Fang Yu opened the door of the villa. Du Fei walked in holding his daughter, feeling extremely uneasy. He had only just met Fang Yu, and it could be said that they had only met once, but Fang Yu was so friendly to him, and he was so touched that he couldn't express it in words. Bai Ruoying entered the villa and sneezed immediately. Senior, are you okay? Fang Yu asked with concern. It's okay, maybe I was outside for too long. Bai Ruoying picked up the tissue on the table and wiped her nose in a very elegant manner. Du Fei put his daughter down, and the little girl immediately ran around the living room. She had never seen such a big house. Uncle, is this your home? It's so big and beautiful. Nan Nan ran a circle, hugged Fang Yu's thigh, and asked while blinking her big eyes. What a cute little girl. Fang Yu picked her up and pinched her rosy little face. Yes, you and Daddy live in Uncle's house first, okay? Great, thank you Uncle. Nan Nan struggled to leave Fang Yu, then ran to Du Fei and said happily, Dad, Uncle let us stay at his house, so we have a place to live. Seeing his daughter's happy look, Du Fei nodded excitedly and said to Fang Yu, Thank you, brother Fang Yu. Brother Du Fei, you and Nan Nan stay at my house first. I have an important matter for you to do. Bai Ruoying was a little confused when she heard Fang Yu's words. What is the relationship between this father and daughter and Fang Yu? Why did Fang Yu let them live in his house? She originally wanted to stay with Fang Yu for a while longer, but now she had to go home. Fang Yu, I'm going back first. Remember what to do tomorrow morning. Get to the multi-purpose performance hall of the music department before 10 o'clock. Don't be late. Okay, senior sister, I'll take you there. Fang Yu sent Bai Ruoying to the door of the villa and briefly told her about Du Fei's experience. They are so pitiful. Bai Ruoying also felt deep sympathy for Du Fei and his daughter. I was also moved by Fang Yu's good deeds. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm here to take care of them. Well, I believe you Fang Yu, you have a really good heart. Bai Ruoying hugged Fang Yu tightly. She stood on tiptoes and kissed him. Holding Bai Ruoying's slender waist and smelling her fragrance, Fang Yu was reluctant to let go. Senior, can you not leave tonight? Fang Yu remembered something wonderful. I should be very happy to be with my senior. Student boy, what are you thinking? If I don't go home, my mother will definitely scold me to death. Besides, there are people at home. Bai Ruoying said this. In fact, I was also a little eager to do something. It is the blooming season of youth and love. It's impossible not to think about that kind of thing, and girls are no exception. But she knew nothing about it. Not only was I afraid, I was also not mentally prepared. Fang Yu expected Bai Ruoying's refusal. How could a pure and clean girl like my senior agree to live in a boy's house so easily? Senior, when you are ready, you must tell me. After Fang Yu finished speaking, he picked up Bai Ruoying with both hands. Like a koala, it hung on itself. Then he kissed Bai Ruoying's silky lips hard. In the night, the two released their love for each other. Even the moon hid away in shame. Everything around was quiet, with only the slight breathing sound from Bai Ruoying. Fang Yu felt his heart surge. Chapter 60, Taking the Initiative. Send by Ruo Ying away.
Fang Yu settled Du Fei and his daughter in a bedroom on the first floor.
Brother Dafei, you and Nan Nan should stay in this room first.
If you stay upstairs, it might be unsafe for Nan Nan to climb up and down.
Okay, Brother Fang Yu, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. I will never forget what you have done for me and my daughter today. I will go through fire and water for you in the future. Du Fei couldn't hold back his tears.
Ever since his wife's misfortune, this tall and strong man has experienced all the sufferings in the world. He has a lot of skills but no place to use them, so he can only deliver takeout with his daughter. There is no place to avenge a blood feud. Despite his miserable life, he never shed a tear.
But he cried in front of Fang Yu.
This young brother who he had just met not only did not look down on him for being a delivery man, but also treated him as a VIP and let him live in such a luxurious villa.
What virtue and ability did Du Fei have to deserve such treatment?
The only way to repay the kindness of being recognized and appreciated is to die.
Du Fei was filled with gratitude and wiped away his tears.
His daughter Nan Nan had taken off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, jumping and dancing with excitement. In less than 2 minutes, he fell asleep on the bed.
Fang Yu covered Nan Nan with a quilt.
Said to Du Fei, Brother Du Fei, let's go outside.
I want to talk to you about something.
Good. They walked out of the room and came to the living room. Fang Yu took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, poured a glass for Du Fei, and another for himself.
Sit on the sofa and enjoy the wine. Brother Dafei, who do you think did this tonight? There is no doubt that it was done by Yangwei Security Company.
We beat up their people at noon today, so they came to retaliate against me.
Du Fei's words were filled with resentment, and he explained, I went to Yangwei Security Company to make trouble before.
They knew my situation very well, and it was not difficult for them to find my residence.
This is really too much. Fang Yu's anger was no less than Du Fei's.
As a fighting athlete, he hates people who do things behind people's backs the most.
If you have the guts, let us fight openly. What kind of birdman is hiding behind? Moreover, Fang Yu has had a natural admiration for soldiers since he was a child.
Deep down, I feel grateful to the soldiers who sacrificed their lives to defend our country.
Now I see my childhood idol being bullied like this. Even Nan Nan, a little girl of 3 years old, suffered.
Fang Yu felt so depressed that he almost vomited blood.
This anger must be vented. Yangwei Security Company must go bankrupt. Brother Dafei, how much do you know about Yangwei Security Company?
To be honest with you, Brother Fang Yu, in order to avenge my lover, I hired a private detective to investigate this company. Yangwei Security Company is the largest security company in Donghai. The boss is Jia Zhengyang, and he has a son named Jia Dawei.
That's how Yangwei Company got its name. Du Fei just said this.
Fang Yu burst out laughing, and the red wine in his mouth sprayed all over the floor.
Fuck. You're so talented. Yang Wei, ha, no wonder I can't get an erection. Du Fei couldn't help laughing. He continued, there are 3 main types of security guards at Yangwei Security Company.
The first type is martial arts students from martial arts schools, the second type is street thugs in society, and the third type is ordinary workers who support their families. The first type has the strongest combat power, the second type is second, and the third type is the weakest.
No veterans? Fang Yu asked curiously. No. Du Fei answered confidently, I also felt strange at the time.
The private detective told me that part of Yangwei Security Company's business was illegal, so they didn't hire any veterans because they were afraid that the veterans were upright and would report their illegal activities.
That's not surprising. Fang Yu asked again, Brother Dafei, do you know what shameful things Yangwei Security Company is doing?
According to the private detective's investigation, Yangwei Security Company has 3 major businesses.
The first is to provide security for enterprises and institutions in Donghai City.
The second is to cooperate with property companies to look after residential communities. The last business is the illegal activities it is engaged in, which is the largest underground casino network in Donghai. Hearing this, Fang Yu had a rough idea in his mind.
No wonder Yangwei Security Company can be so arrogant in the East China Sea.
If it was just an ordinary security company, it would be impossible for it to have such great power to withstand the pressure from the special forces and settle the matter of defiling Difei Guo's wife. But running a casino is not an ordinary thing.
First of all, one must have extensive connections to avoid official crackdowns. Secondly, it must have strong financial operation capabilities and be able to provide money laundering services to customers.
No matter which one, it is inseparable from the support of the East China Sea clans. The reason why Jia Zhenyang was able to get away with it despite committing a crime must be because someone protected him.
Fan Yu discovered that Yangwei Security Company was far from as simple as he had imagined. However, no matter who is behind Jia Zhenyang, it cannot stop him from finding out the truth. Maybe the person behind the scenes is the one who framed the Feng family. Just caught them all. Brother Dafei, there is something I want to discuss with you. Brother Feng Yu, please speak.
Fan Yu put down the wine glass in his hand and said to Du Fei, I plan to set up a security company to replace Yangwei Company. I want you to be responsible for recruiting a group of retired soldiers.
I wonder if it is feasible. No problem, Brother Feng Yu, leave this matter to me. Du Fei was confident that he could complete the task assigned by Feng Yu.
He had been a soldier for 5 years before joining the Special Forces.
All in all, he served for 10 years. Many of his comrades alone make a living in the East China Sea. Veterans are a family in themselves. Recruiting them is not difficult. Du Fei answered straightforwardly.
Feng Yu certainly supports his work, Brother Dafei, you don't have to worry about the salary. I will give them 3 times the salary of similar jobs in the market. Later, I also plan to build a few talent apartments so that retired soldiers can live and work in Donghai City.
Du Fei was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. Feng Yu is indeed a rich second generation. How can you open a company and recruit people like this?
Brother Feng Yu, I am very touched by your plan, but it is not realistic. If you pay triple the salary, your security company will probably close down in a short time.
Du Fei is a straightforward person and he directly expresses his true thoughts. But what he didn't know was,
Feng Yu has more than 900 billion in cash in his bank card, and he did not start a security company just to make money.
Moreover, if we can replace Yangwei Company, we will not lose money even if we offer 3 times the salary.
Many companies are not unprofitable, but the profits are not distributed to their employees.
Brother Dafei, you don't need to worry about the money. Just do as I say. Okay, leave the recruitment of retired soldiers to me. Du Fei couldn't guess what Feng Yu was thinking, but he agreed readily.
This beautiful lady is the general manager of the security company I appointed.
Her name is Xia Zixue.
You can discuss the matter of recruiting veterans with her.
Feng Yu took out his cell phone and sent Xia Zixue's contact information to Du Fei. At this time. Ding. Mission update, take the initiative. Mission content, expel Jia Dawei from Donghai Private University. Quest reward, God level guitar skill. The system has released a new task. Feng Yu did as he was told immediately.
I called Ma Siyuan.
Hey, Principal Ma, I have something to tell you. As soon as you get to school tomorrow morning, you must immediately issue a notice to expel Jia Dawei. Of course I know his father is the boss of Yangwei Security Company, and I fired him. Don't talk nonsense. Either you fire him or I fire you. It's up to you to decide. Feng Yu hung up the phone. Du Fei was staring at him in surprise.
Brother Feng Yu is so awesome, he can fire Jia Zhenyang as son with just one phone call?
It's incredible.